Unstable at 24:49, but I don't know. Reload. Unstable at 24:49, 13 seconds. November 6th. Unstable at 6160. Okay, good. And yeah, and it appears that we're okay. We're gonna see. I gotta stop worrying about this. It's just not good for my sanity. It's not too good for my sanity, you know? Gotta get in this queue again. I said wait in this fucking queue. I don't know. Just relax. No, but you, like, who you are and... Bitrate's at 2500 again. Reload. You say 1500. Oh, another fucking 20-minute queue.
Of 50 years standing may be expected to be. Austria.
Just gonna watch shit about Streamlabs desktop, I guess, and just figure out what it is.
This is unprecedented. I've never seen this many companies dogpile on another company for screwing up this bad. Like, just look at how bad this plagiarism is. Like, show the quotes at the bottom here. That is a copy and paste. Like, how do you let this happen? And it gets so much worse too. This video is a little bit of a different one. I just kind of set up shop here in this mess of a transitionary stream room until like the big stream room is finished. We're getting close. We're getting real close. And by the way, if you'd like to see my live streams or what this stream room will eventually look like, go follow me or subscribe to me, youtube.com/Harris Heller. I stream there every Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, or I did. I had a little bit of an interruption this week. We'll definitely be talking about the hilarity that is Streamlabs right now on the next stream. So jump into chat. I'll see you there. Link down below. So Streamlabs has a little bit of a dirty history. They have a reputation, by the way, of stealing someone else's work, not even trying to make it look like their own, and then just reselling it for a profit. This week they went just a little bit too far with a direct ripoff of a service called Lightstream, and that started a domino effect. And now all the companies they ripped off have come back swinging on Twitter. Let's just run through the list here. Let's start with Elgato, and yes, they have actually ripped off Elgato. Elgato released the Stream Deck in 2017. You guys know exactly what the Stream Deck is. Very revolutionary, very creative product. Almost every streamer has one on their desk. It's a staple. And so in 2020, 3 years later, Streamlabs released Stream Deck. It's an app, by the way, that does the exact same thing as Elgato's Stream Deck app. Now, there are other stream control apps out there. For example, Touch Portal is really great, but why name it Stream Deck? Like, the tweet announcing that it's called Stream Deck still exists. They have since renamed it something much more original. Deck. Like, Come on, guys. But the biggest call out, the one that surprised me the most, was actually from OBS. You know how there's OBS and there's Streamlabs OBS, or Slobs, as a lot of you guys call it. See, I always assumed that there was a partnership between OBS and Streamlabs, and I know a lot of other streamers thought that too. Even big streamers like Ammunition tweeted out that they thought there was some kind of integration there. Just take a look at this Twitter thread with me. I'm gonna read the first one. It says, near the launch of Streamlabs OBS, Streamlabs reached out to us about using the OBS name. We kindly asked them not to. They did so anyway and followed up by filing a trademark. That's insane. Like, OBS is open source. OBS even acknowledges that a couple tweets later. There's nothing illegal about that, but taking this name and then filing a trademark around it is such a sleazy move. Like, Streamlabs is literally just taking people's products and their names, like the Stream Deck, and then just throwing Streamlabs in front of it. Which, by the way, there's a reason companies do stuff like that, and it has to do with SEO. For example, if you Google search OBS, you wanna know what comes up first? It's Streamlabs OBS, because they paid for an ad placement for when people search OBS, which in and of itself is not generally a problem. People put ad placement against their competitors all the time, but the problem is it's called Streamlabs OBS, and in the title of that search result it says free professional OBS. They're trying to trick people into using their product, making them think it's the original, which is again why a lot of people thought that these two made this product together. It's one of those things that's not illegal, but it feels like it's illegal. But the latest ripoff that got everyone up in arms recently has been the copy of Lightstream, which is, by the way, a free cloud-based streaming service that allows you to stream directly from a console, like an Xbox, and still use webcams, overlays, alerts, without having to buy a fancy streaming PC or a capture card at all. Streamlabs came out with Streamlabs Studio, which is essentially identical, but what got them in trouble was their landing web page. Like, take a look at these two web pages. It is practically word for word. Even the reviews at the bottom. Like, you can't make this up. They did come out with an apology on Twitter saying they were using it as a template and it was supposed to be revised before launch, but that only furthers the point and like proves their guilt. Streamlabs Studio was always meant to just be a reskinned ripoff of Lightstream and nothing else. By the way, for this video I did a little extra research. I actually subscribed to both services today and set up streams on each of them just to see how similar they were. They were pretty much the same thing, like down to the 7-day trial. And they probably would have gotten away with it too.
It wasn't for these blasted
You seem okay. We're gonna
Or I
like
should
just
say
let
they
you
hadn't gotten
sit.
careless with the landing page. Like, that's just viral material. You can't expect.
God damn it, man! Like, Stream Elements, right? Like, I don't know, man. I like Stream Elements, but oh yeah, the new one of that hit. I think I'll probably just switch focus here. I gotta get off this subject. It's making me crazy. The idea of fighting another broken, fractured program over and over and over and over and over again is so aberrant to me. The last time I did this was when I was living in the men's dorm. Every single day I had to reset my internet connection something like 10 to 15 times just to even keep it running. And
Good afternoon.
oh boy, that was bad for my sanity. I thought about hitting the streets again. I was like, I'm not sure I can handle this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm John. This is many a true nerd, and welcome back to Fallout Tale of Two Wastelands. Well, last time we kicked off our adventure by exploring Megaton, probably Fallout 3's most densely populated town, and I'd say we did pretty well out of it. We've got ourselves a free house, a robot, and a really damn snazzy hat. But today, we're going to be doing pretty much precisely the opposite.
I skipped the last one, I guess. Let's go back.
So bloody dense. Like, square footage, this is not a big town, but there is so much going on in here, including a whole bunch of tucked away secret stuff we're gonna be looking at today.
I'll be damned. Another newcomer. Name's Lucas Sims, town sheriff. and mayor too, when the need arises. I don't know why, but I like you, girl. Something tells me you're all right. So welcome to Megaton. Just holla if you need something.
A lovely warm welcome to our first town there, and yes indeed, pleasure to meet you. We're going to be nice to this guy, because obviously, yes, we need to jump straight into our business as a typical Bethesda protagonist, which is, let's completely bloody ignore our main objective, tracking down my father, boring as anything, and instead jump straight into every single side mission going. So, Lucas, my brand new friend, how about I have a look-see at that giant bomb in the center of town?
I don't trust any of the locals to tinker with it. Besides, most people don't even realize it's still a threat. And hell, Cromwell and those crazies from the Church of Adam, they worship the damn thing. If you get the job done, there'll be 100 caps in it for you.
And how about instead...
How's the stream? Okay, stream's okay. You're sitting at 5,800. Seem to be alright. God damn it, man. I'm so sick of fighting this. I'm so sick of fighting it. You better just keep running. Best to keep running, man.
Oh, blimey. Yeah, in Fallout 3, speech checks are a bit on the
I will
hardcore
full-blown
side.
refer, I will
in New
straight,
Vegas, speech
like
checks
I
are generally...
will scorched earth this problem. I will just completely cleanse. I will reformat my entire drive, including Windows, and I'll shred every last copy of Windows off of my drive. Whatever, all of it, all of the information off of it. I'll copy my fucking documents folder, and I'll paste it over to C, and replace it. And scorch earth this motherfucker, and I will reset Windows to its complete. And I really don't want to do that.
To level.
All of my settings, all that stuff, just reset it to completely new, brand new again, and see if that fixes Streamlabs. Because I can't fight programs all day. I can't really do that. I don't have it in my sanity. Of all the things, you can threaten my fucking family. You can you can put their information on the internet. You can stalk me for 4 or 5 months and all that stuff. I can handle all of that stuff. I can handle the abuse. But I can't handle a program breaking. That's something my sanity absolutely cannot handle. And I have to be very careful. It seems like the more I become aware of that fact, the more problems Streamlabs has. And Streamlabs would be a pretty good reason. If I had to explain to everybody with the rest of my life why I quit streaming, I think saying Streamlabs won't work for me is actually a valid one, because it kind of doesn't. It's constantly doing this. It's constantly fighting me. I don't know. I just whatever.
Where it's pretty easy to actually keep up with them. It is not difficult if you just follow the intended path in New Vegas to be able to pass every speech check pretty easily. In Fallout 3, yeah, things were a bit more hardcore. Even with Charisma 6 and speech tagged, this is far from a certain thing, though there is an extra reason for that, which is Fallout 3 was the last Bethesda game that characters objected to the fact that you are holding a gun and pointing it straight at them while having a lovely conversation. After this, nobody cared anymore. Everyone was completely chill with you just pointing a pistol straight at their chest, not a problem. But yes, this game, it does matter. Though, I couldn't tell you, just off the top of my head, precisely what the difference is going to be. The calculation is actually pretty complicated. It involves charisma, speech skill, whether you've got a gun out or not. There's even a hidden disposition system. Nowhere near as prominent as in Oblivion, say, but there is one going on in the background. So I'm going to find out right now just how much it impacts that percentage if I put my gun away before we start this conversation. There we go, gun away, up from 18 to 20%. So you've just got a slightly better chance, though even so, yes, we are very unlikely to get this done. Still, I'll roll the dice, why not?
That's pretty steep. Fine. Do it and you'll get your money. Don't screw up, though, or we'll all regret it.
Okay, that's pretty bloody nice, actually. You know what? I'll flippin' take it, and I could ask after my dad, but no. Screw that noise. We don't need that yet, alright? That's very low on my list of things to do. Right, that done, straight down the road, and this could be the easiest money I've ever made in a Fallout game, because I'm pretty sure, yes, my explosives is actually good enough to just do this right now. I think it's either 25 or 30, and I'm good for either. So, don't worry about that. We don't want to be doing that nonsense just yet. Instead, of course, there's another option. If I just,
I have
make my way up the hill
12,000.
towards Moriarty's saloon. And there we go in the bar, one guy waving me over though. Fun fact, he's only here because of the version of the game I'm playing. If you play the Japanese version of Fallout 3, Mr. Burke isn't present, because of course he provides you with the alternative solution of blowing up Megaton, an option that was simply eliminated from the Japanese release by removing Mr. Burke due to,
prices
well,
aren't too good.
understandable cultural sensitivities about nuking
That was
an
an
urban
upgrade
centre.
from 14 gold.
My,
You
my.
know, probably
Just when I'd
inclined
all
to take
but
that
given
because
up
it's
My
definitely an
dear
upgrade
girl,
and just move on.
I'm very happy to make your acquaintance. I am
I see no reason
Mr.
not to do
Burke.
that, you know.
And you, well, you are not a resident of this putrescent cesspool. That makes you a rather valuable individual.
And yes, indeed, apparently I find myself enthralled, but you know what? Let's say it's because me and him, we're playing a bit of a game right now.
Finally, someone with a modicum of civility and common sense. I represent certain interests, and those interests view this town, this megaton, as a blight on a burgeoning urban landscape. You have no connections here, no interest in this cesspool's affairs or fate. You could assist us in erasing this little accident off the map.
And there we go. The lad wants to blow up the bomb and thus eliminate the town. Option number 2 for power of the atom.
I have in my possession a fusion pulse charge, constructed for a singular purpose. Detonation of that bomb. You'll rig it to the bomb, then you'll get paid. Handsomely. What do you say?
And here we flipping go. Obviously I can try and speech check him for an extra 500. He does pay double what Lucas Sims will pay. He goes up to 500 if you pass the speech check. Mr. Burke, he can go up all the way to 1,000. Though, to be honest, 500 caps in the grand scheme of things is not worth losing all the good stuff you can get in Megaton. But, I've got another solution anyway. Let's just say there's a reason I took Black Widow.
Color me intrigued. Go on.
Ah, you see. Now who's the enthralled one now, Mr. Burke? And, yes indeed, I can just get the 500 extra caps, nice and easy, don't need to worry about the speech check. But, the more interesting option, to my mind, is basically a way of peacefully talking him down.
Well, I mean, of course not. I must admit, I've never met a woman quite like you before. This changes everything. I'm not sure what I'm going to tell Tenpenny. I'll think of something. You wait here, my dear. I have some important business to attend to. But you won't be waiting long. I shall send for you soon.
And off he goes. Mr. Burke has been neutralized. He no longer wants to blow up Megaton. Now, I'm aware, by doing it this way, I am giving up access to some rather fun toys. If we just quickly step into an alternate parallel universe, of course, play along with him, hand the pulse charge straight over to Lucas Sims, and then you get a bit of a showdown. One where, if you just let it play out right, you can end up with a rather nice selection of gear.
I'm placing you under arrest, Burke. At least until I figure out what the hell's going on around here. And I'm afraid I won't be able to oblige your request, Sheriff. I have
Sheriff,
pressing matters to attend to.
I will destroy this town.
Aside.
This
Discussion. You're coming with me.
is not a discussion.
Why do you knuckle-crackers always insist on doing things the hard way?
The hard way.
Very well, Sheriff. Lead the way.
So, Sheriff turns his back, gets immediately shot. There we go, and No, Mr. Burke, I'm afraid you're not getting away that easily. Let's just very quickly take him out too. If we're lucky, a few crits, given, you know, have got a lot of luck going on. There's one critical strike. Not enough to kill him though, so just very quickly. There you go, job done. Both of them dead. No one minds, he's not aligned with Megaton. And as a result of that... One, get myself a silenced 10mm. Pretty bad in the original Fallout 3, because 10mm are pretty bad in the original Fallout 3. But yeah, this is a weird hybrid 10mm that is slightly better than the Fallout 3 version, but not as good as the New Vegas one. But still, much better than it used to be. And the Dead Sheriff, meanwhile, gets me, yes, a very nice early game Chinese assault rifle. Fun fact number 2, by the way, though the key you can get off Lucas Sims's body is listed as his house key, so you'd think it would just open his house, that's actually a lie. It does do that, but on top of that, it also works on the armory, normally very hard locked. So you can get this key and use that to break it here. Though, yes, unfortunately, it is also guarded by Deputy Steele, who is very likely to be able to kill you at low levels on a high difficulty. What's in here isn't even that good. There are some guns that you wouldn't normally have access to at this point, but they're pretty low condition. It's just not really worth the trouble breaking into the armory. Not least as yes, that very much will happen at lower levels. Mr. Gutsy, not to be sniffed at.
We believe that.
No. Let's nip back into our
Rangers have
proper
identified the
universe.
commanders.
One where Mr. Burke is walking out with love in his heart. And that is not just a cute voice line indicating, hey, the situation has been resolved. Mr. Burke now loves you. In fact, he now loves you possibly more than any character loves any other character in the entire Fallout franchise. He is now going to go away and rethink his life, doing whatever it takes to bring you two together. But it's really easy to miss because plenty of people, once they're done with, you know, the very early game stuff, never really come back to Moriarty's saloon. But if we do, some rather interesting stuff might happen in the future, though it might take a bit of time to occur. So, okay, we're going to be coming back here later, but yes, the wonderful love story of Wanda and Mr. Burke is only just beginning. Still, back down to the bomb, and now we've dealt with Mr. Burke, we should be able to just deal with this. So, okay, disarm bomb. Turns out I'm very good at disarming bombs, so, okay, I would now like 500 caps for that 5 seconds of work, please.
I'll be damned. You did it, didn't you? You disarmed that thing. Here's your reward. Hell, why don't you move in? Could use someone like you. Got an empty place here you can use. Here's the key indeed. It ain't much to look at, but talk with Moira. She's got random odds and ends you might be able to spruce the place up with.
And there we flipping go. Get a giant pile of money and a free bloody house for just walking up to a bomb and tinkering with a wire or two. Mag-bloody-nificent. And if we just step out of that conversation, brilliant, up to level 3. Want to get lockpick straight up to 25, just so I can cover all the various easy checks. Brilliant. Yes, speech is most definitely not good enough for the time being. So how about we just, boost that just the slightest amount. And I'm guessing we are indeed playing by New Vegas rules. So perk once every 2 levels, not every level. Brilliant. And there we go. Got my own house now. Oh, and a free robot who provides me with purified water when we're playing a hardcore mode. So, just to clarify, ran down the road, pushed one button on a bomb, fixed it, got 500 caps, a house, and a robot. Magnificent. Arguably, suspiciously generous. And if we just speak to him, there we go. Purified water.
Certainly, madam.
And give you, I think it's, several a day. What's the limit here? Up to 4. Keep going.
Certainly, madam.
That's 5.
I'm sorry.
And there we go. So I think it's 5 purified waters a day. This, by the way, completely breaks the game's karma system. This is why, yes, basically, if you come to a major choice in this game, it's probably best to go for the evil option. Especially if you want to maintain neutral karma and thus avoid being hunted down by one or the other faction of mercenaries. And that's thanks to this lovely lad here, Mickey. Oh, Mickey's amazing. So yes, Mickey over here is one of the water beggars just outside town. He's thirsty, he's dying, he needs purified water, and if you hand him one...
Thank you. Thank you so much. You saved my life. Bless you.
Now that is worth karma. Quite a lot of it, actually. 50 karma in one go. Bearing in mind, the entire karma spectrum is only minus 1,000 to plus 1,000. And that is 50. Right there. And the robot just gave me 5 purified waters in one go. And back in the house, of course, we also get a free bobblehead collector stand. So right now we've only got medicine, but screw it, there's gonna be plenty more to come, I'm sure. Speaking of which, actually, now that I've dealt with that bomb situation, my new best friend, Lucas Sims, doesn't mind me going into his house any time of day or night. So just run straight in because... hang on, which room is it in? Just ignore you, don't mind that. It is... there we go. One bobblehead. Beautiful. So yes, just like before, these bobbleheads no longer just increase special or skill points because there's more than enough special and skill points floating around. So okay, £25 more gear. Not bad. Not bad at all. And while we're in Lucas Sims' house... very easy to miss, by the way. The lad's got a trap door that leads up to his roof. And this is the easiest way to get to this town's secret area, which is, as you're entering, you may have noticed right at the start, yes, there's a sniper. His name's Stockholm. You're not supposed to be able to get up to him, but if you use the roof of this here building, it's just about possible. Because, you see, it's pretty easy just to hop your way up to the top of the large old crashed aeroplane that makes up this house, and indeed the vast majority of Megaton. And then it's just a question of getting yourself into just the right position at the rear of the roof. Because right here on the slope, I can't jump. But this ledge right here, you just get yourself onto that. Standing on that ledge, you are allowed to jump, which is basically... what you need to do. Though you will fall off and die a few times. This is not easy. There we go. Got it this time. So yeah, it's pretty hard just to even stay on it. The reason I'm here, by the way, is because yes, now basically I need to jump from here over to invisible wall. You can see I'm really not supposed to be here. The rest of the world isn't even loaded to get over to that bit of whatever it is, like broken metal or something. Oh, there we go. Got it. Took many attempts. We've made it from the roof over to the rear of this area. Then we can just follow this around. And if we are lucky, come on, hitboxers, work with me here. There we go. Got it. Problem ultimately solved using the classic Bethesda solution of hammer the jump button until the physics and or level geometry breaks. So, yeah. And if you get up here, Bethesda did kind of, you know, keep it vaguely in mind. People would probably find a way.
The more time I spend talking to you, the less I'm spending watching for raiders. How the hell did you get up here anyway?
Yes, indeed. Stockholm actually has a recorded voice line ready for any player who somehow managed to get up here, even though they're not really supposed to. And yes, you can just see from up here. Rest of the world doesn't really exist, by the way, so probably best we just get away from this terrifying nightmare cursed balcony. Okay, bomb disarmed, rules of physics violated. I'd say I deserve a good night's sleep in my very own house. Not least as, yes, next indeed, supply. We need to go check out Moira, because, well, Lucas Sims told us to go and do said thing, and I see no reason why we shouldn't, because that's going to kick off one of my favourite missions in the entire Fallout franchise of all time, the Wasteland Survival Guide, which is just, oh, it's beautiful. Let's, yes, dive in and say hi to Moira.
Hey, I hear you're that stray from the vault. I haven't seen one of you for years. Good to meet you. I'm Moira Brown. I run Craterside Supply. But what I really do is mostly tinkering and research. Say, I'm working on a book about the wasteland. It'd be great to have the foreword by a vault dweller. Help me out, would you?
I love Moira. I love her so much. And yes, indeed, I was a bit silly last episode to spend a fair bit of money buying leather armor when Moira's gonna hand over the Vault suit right now for free, and it's probably gonna be better than, yeah, whatever I'm wearing right now.
Great. Tell me what it's like to live underground all your life, or to come outside for the first time, or whatever strikes your fancy.
Moira, it is an incredible experience. You step out into the world for the first time, the light blinds you, the silhouette of the city in the distance slowly coming into focus, the music swells, and then all the DLC pop-ups occur. It does somewhat take you out of the moment, yes. So, that gets me the Vault suit, and on top of that, yes indeed. Wasteland Survival Guide, let's go.
Now, I think the first chapter will have to be about surviving day-to-day dangers. Things like where it is and isn't safe to find food, the dangers of radiation, and how to avoid and even profit from dangerous landmines.
Naturally, of course, yes. By far the easiest and, in some ways, the most interesting is radiation.
Well, that's what I need your help for, isn't it? I know lots about it from books, but I never seem to get a live example. Not for long, anyway. So I need you to get a bit of radiation poisoning, so I can study its effects. Oh, not a deadly dose, of course. I can fix you up before that. Now, 200 rads should be enough for basic sickness. If you can get 600 or more rads, my test will be even more accurate. Just make sure you can get back here, and I'll see to it that you're well taken care of.
And this here is why I love this mission so bloody much, because the reward is a perk. And let's be honest, more missions should have perks as a reward, because perks are way more interesting than just a bit of money or a new piece of equipment. Perks are great, perks are fun. What I love about this particular perk is, I think it's the most flexible and variable perk in the entire Fallout franchise. You don't just get a perk for completing the mission. You get a variant of the perk depending on how you approach the mission she gave you. So 200 or 600, you just saw on screen a second ago. Obviously 200 is enough to move on, but 600, that moves you towards getting a better perk at the end of things. And that's not the only variant going either. Okay, nip down to the bomb water. Perfect timing. I was getting a bit thirsty anyway, so just drink up and we are moving in a very good direction.
Good.
There, lovely. No longer thirsty in the slightest. Little bit irradiated, but that's fine. While we're just drinking up, by the way, fun thing about this mission, you don't actually need to do it. Like several of Moira's missions, you can just bypass it with the right skill check. So if your science is good enough, I believe it is 50 on this occasion, you can just tell her, hey, I understand radiation, I'll just tell you about it. And not only does that pass the mission, it counts as the advanced pass, i.e. the equivalent of coming back with 600 rads. Though, to my mind, it's not worth doing because you miss out on something rather cool.
Oh, feeling a bit under the weather? Or a bit over the Geiger counter?
And yes, indeed, I'm feeling a bit irradiated. If we do this, we get an extra thing from her.
I can tell! You're positively glowing! Now, just hold on and try not to move. Tell me how it feels, and I'll get you fixed right up.
And here's the other variant as well. So, the perk you get at the end of this mission basically lives on a grid. On one axis, you've got how well you completed the missions. Did you do the optional objectives? Yes or no? And some of them are kind of fun and interesting. Reminds me a bit of, yes, the Dark Brotherhood in Oblivion. On the other axis, however, you've got how you report the data to her. So, yes, right now I've only got two options, because my special isn't that impressive at the minute. So, just do your examination and fix me up. That is normal. If I just respond to her normally, at the end of the day, the perk is going to give me a bit of bonus health. However, option at the bottom, that's the snide option, basically being a sarcastic bastard. And that, to my mind, is the one I want, because I am a high-luck build that took Built to Destroy. I am going to be all about the crits. And if you just give her all the snide answers, at the end of the day, the perks are going to be about your crit rate, with the more optional objectives you do representing a higher and a higher gain to your crit rate. It's just a lovely mission.
Okay, a little Brahmin milk, a couple magnets, and maybe a few happy thoughts. Well, you're alive. Oh, that's the good news. But there was a little side effect. A teeny tiny, mutation. But it seems to be benign, at least. Here, take a few radiation chems as my little way of saying, I'm sorry I twisted your DNA like a kitten with a ball of yarn.
And there we go. I just get myself a brand new bloody perk, and it's actually a good one. So when I'm suffering advanced radiation poisoning, crippled limbs automatically heal, which in hardcore mode is actually rather useful. And I'd say yes. Next up, how about the Super Duper Mark? That old classic.
Oh, great! Food is most important, but see if you can get medicine too. And if there's nothing to find, then just come back in one piece, okay?
So, today, main objective, find food, medicine, that's the optional. Though, yes indeed, we will be trying to do both. Though before we head off, yes, Moira is also a shop. Not the most spectacular shop in terms of, yes, weapons or apparel, but couple of fun surprises. I'd forgotten this was going to be a thing. Yes indeed, ammo. We have got hollow point rounds. We have got, oh blimey. Okay, the special ammo. Now that's pretty good, because, yeah, against creatures with no damage resistance and no damage threshold either, hollow point rounds are going to be spectacular. Hot plate. By any chance, is that how I cook food? Because, gonna be honest, I'm aware I'm in hardcore mode, can't actually locate it anywhere I can cook all the food I'm carrying around, given, you know, I was bringing an awful lot of rad roach meat out of the vault, and right now, can't cook the stuff, so it is a lot of money, but I feel like I might just be needing that. And yes, we need to save up for the rest of this. Some of this actually generates skill books for you if that's what you want. Although this is going to, yes, put me a bit behind for the rocket launcher, which I do most definitely want, but I feel like I need the ability to cook food. Like, that'd be good. So, okay, 1,177 caps needed. I think we can put that together, you know. And back in my house, hot plate. Oh, yeah. Okay, so, fun fact. Apparently, this isn't Fallout 4. So, I don't actually know how to cook flipping, yes, rad roach. Ah, yes, I do. I just need a terrifyingly large amount of dirty water. Well, that's bloody useless. The robot only makes the good, pure stuff. Okay, hit up every bar in town for all their dirty water. You know what? 3 will do for the time being. So yeah, the raw meat is food minus 40, tiny bit of healing, rads plus 9. This is still rads but only 4. Healing's the same, but it does help out in terms of, yeah, water and food. Not bad at all. So okay, right now we are. You know what?
You can turn
I wouldn't mind some of that
76.
immediately. Love it. Though I do also have, oh dear, junk food does not do much apparently. Well, it's good enough for now. Still, there's plenty of ways to make plenty of money in this town. Some of them honest, not many actually, most of them dishonest now I think about it. Step 1, the brass lantern. I wish I had a nicer way of saying this, but we're just going to rob them. Because inside this safe in the back room, that's their entire life savings. And it's very hard locked. But the brass lectern terminal is most certainly not. So we can unlock the floor safe, brilliant, but on top of that, we've got a hint about one of the smaller missions, so yes indeed, Leo stealing, we don't know where the money's going, and Doc Church seems to know something, but he won't tell me, so we'll be following up on that in a moment. So, save,
believe I lost
open,
like 7 minutes
grab
because of that.
300 caps,
attention at all.
flipping, I love it,
That should be
and then
more-
just
it
walk
should pay
out,
more attention.
and nobody's the wiser. And as it just came up, yes indeed, just nip over to have a chat with Doc Church about Leo. Although unfortunately, yes, I think you need a speech check or a good medicine to get him on side and open up about Leo. So we might get lucky for some free XP.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think so.
Nope, not on this occasion. So fortunately, there are other solutions. in particular. Just nip into the back room, and that's a broken terminal. I know there's a working one somewhere. Ah, hang on. No, there's not. I'm misremembering, though. While I'm here, as you refuse to be, you know, talked round, I am going to steal every stim pack that's not nailed down. Also, I'm going to be honest, Doctor, I'm not 100% convinced some of your patients are going to make it. Yes, it's definitely Moriarty's saloon that's actually got the information I need. He actually has, yes, all the dirt on everybody. So let's do this old spy-like. Just crack in the back door. Nobody in here. Brilliant. Unfortunately, ooh, terminal is 50. The cabinet, however, that's a nice, easy one. Anyone can do that. That gets me the password. Rob him too. I do need money after all. And now, straight over to the terminal. Now, we could also at this point, yes, get our information as to, yes, James in the visitors tab. We know about my dad thanks to that. But no. Leo Stahl. That's what we want. And it turns out the lad's got a drug problem. Precisely why Doc Church wouldn't say anything. He's presumably treating it. And with that information in hand, Leo, me and you need to have a chat.
Well, goddamn. You're new, right? Name's Leo Stahl. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Yeah.
Okay, the lad's in, yes, a good mood at the moment. Also, is his beard purple? Because I swear his beard is purple. Right, buddy. Let's talk about getting you off the drugs. Because you are robbing your brother to pay for your habit. And that's not cool.
Damn it. Who told you? I mean, I have no idea what you're talking about.
And don't worry, buddy, I want to help. Now, admittedly, I could actually, try and at this point blackmail him for money, but that would be wrong. We're going to help him.
Help? What's to help? So I'm a junkie. Big fucking deal. It's not like I'm hurting anyone.
And, oh yeah, 71%.
I guess you're right. I have to tell them about my problem, don't I?
And there we go. That would be a good first step right there, Leo. Let's make amends and get you on a better path.
I just need this. I've been stealing from both of them for years to get my fix. Where do I even start? Well, I'll figure something out. Look, I want to thank you for your help.
Shit, oops.
I guess it took a complete stranger to show me what an ass I've been. Take this key. It's to my private stash in the water treatment plant. Just give it to me. Burn it, sell it. I don't care what happens to it.
And alright, sell it you say. Well, that's just bloody perfect. And on top of that, handful of XP. I love this mission mode because it doesn't actually exist in the Pip-Boy at all. So it's so easy to miss because it's not one of the big main missions. But there's a bit to it. You could go and investigate it with the doctor or the local bar owner who's got the dirt telepathy. There's a few other people you could speak to as well. Yeah, it's just a fun little mission that exists in this really densely packed area. So, up to the water treatment plant, as he said, and the stash is actually really not bad at all. And not just the stash, but also the money he stole, together with, oh yeah, all sorts of useful bits and pieces. Plenty of this we could just sell. Just, oh yeah, look at that. Even super stim packs too. While I'm under the water treatment plant, okay, Walter, I'm guessing you want me to do something about the various leaks around town. Another easy bit of, beautiful XP and money. Doing all this, just head down to Crater Side Supply. Best point to, hop over would be about here. This is the hardest one to get to, so hopefully repair of 30. I'm pretty sure I can arrange that. I kept the utility jumpsuit for precisely this reason. Then gets repaired to 26. Right. Then we just do, some Mentats ought to do the job. So there we go. Just immediately using that beautiful stash to my advantage. I didn't plan this, but it has worked out perfectly. So sort that out. If we can do all of this on a single Mentat, that would be brilliant. So just get all of this done. Nice and simple. And the last one. Job done on a single Mentats. Magnificent. So, that's Walter and me, and there's more we can do with him yet as well.
I'll give you cash for any scrap metal you can bring me. You'll find it all over the place out there in the waste. If I have a steady supply of scrap, I can keep the plant running and the pipe should be just fine. We got a deal?
Absolutely, and yes indeed. I will not pay it, by the way, because, yeah, you can either get karma or you can get cash, but as we've established, there is no shortage of karma in this game.
All right, relax. But all you've done is delay the inevitable. Without those parts, the plant's gonna croak sooner or later. But what do you care? You just want your money. Here, take it and get out.
I'm so sorry, that was a misunderstanding. What I actually meant was I want to be paid for the scrap metal I bring you, which I've got some of right now. But, okay, I'm really sorry, Walter. That was wrong of me. And I'm pretty sure the game just gave me the reward for, yes, fixing the pipes twice. Because I said no and thus had to go through the conversation again, so... Okay, fascinating. I tell you what, let's take a little bit of barter. I wouldn't mind just the slightest bit of barter, just to, you know, keep things nice and cheap in the shops. And a tiny bit of speech. I just enjoy round numbers, okay? Round numbers make me happy. And 33 may not be a round number, but it kind of feels like an honorary round number, given, you know, it's basically a third. And oh, bloody hell, the number of perks is starting to get bananas. I love it. So Scoundrel is now, yeah, 10% discount in every shop.
It's good the
And,
stream's running.
more XP
God
for
damn it,
speed
it's
checks.
been
Honestly,
pissing me off, man. Like every
XP
day I
boosting
caught it
you
right there,
do not
like an
need.
hour ago, just
Educated,
shutting off on me. It's
2
fucked-
more
fucked
skill
up,
points,
man.
so
Reinstalled
again, I
everything.
feel like
can't
we've
get
got
it
plenty of skill points.
stop.
I think we're fine. Comprehension, though, that's never going to hurt. Yeah, go on. I'll take some comprehension right now. Okay, put all that together, and yes, nip back to Moriarty's saloon, because he's got a tiny mission for me, too. Because, of course, yes, Moriarty wants money for my father's location. Don't need to actually pay him, given I could just get it out the terminal that's round the back over there, no trouble whatsoever. But I wouldn't mind, yes, playing along, simply because if I do, he'll give me a job where there's plenty of money available.
This junky bitch named Silver borrowed quite a few caps from me. Claimed she could start following Jet and Psycho to me for a good price. Problem is she scrambled the loot and set herself up in Springvale so she can inject herself into a stupor. Get the caps she owes me and they're yours. Yours to pay me with, anyway.
And that there's perfect,
Oh,
because I
30?
don't
Wait,
need to give them
30?
caps, so they can just be
Oh.
mine.
Oh,
Right,
no.
out we go into the wild, and okay,
30
who's the
Everfall
trader
standing.
today? And it's
Oh, no.
it's Crow again. Okay, slightly underwhelming
Oh.
given he was just here a minute ago, but obviously
30
before
is
we
so
head over
much,
to,
like,
Springvale,
why?
one thing that I would like to check out if we just head in this direction, up
Fuck.
this side of the town. I'm
No.
sure some of you will know precisely where I'm going immediately. Right, handful of mole rats needs to go down. Ooh, lovely mid-air shot there. Love a mid-air shot. Just take you out, buddy. Bear in mind, Vat's defense is not as good as it used to be. Like, it is ridiculously high in Fallout 3. It's been toned back quite a lot, so just be aware. And, oh yeah, love that iron sight aiming. Yeah, you'd better run. Gotta love Vats in Fallout 3. Just somehow, it felt more visceral and brutal than other Vats. And this rock right here, you can tell it's the right rock because of all the trees. One hollowed out rock. Magnificent. And here we go. Sniper rifle. Obviously, very, very strong indeed. But with the downside that, yes, now we're
levels of
playing by
Everfall
New
standing
Vegas
is
rules.
so
It
annoying.
might be a little bit harder to use than you might expect. Oh yeah, small gun 75, strength of 6. I don't meet either of those, so I'm guessing...
20.
Okay, there's a bit of sway. Honestly, I was expecting... Why am I in caution? Is there a mole rat I've missed or something? Hang about.
5,000.
I don't see anything. But yes, bare minimum, I do have a sniping weapon. So it's better than nothing. Oh, and hello, sexy.
Well,
Okay,
let's buy
apart
it. It
from
leaves
the,
me some
blending of
money.
worlds and of course the addition of particle mode, I'm guessing. Okay, various plants you can actually pick the fruit of have been added into Fallout 3. Fair enough, I suppose. Okay, back round the corner to Springvale. We've got ourselves Silver's house right over here.
Who the hell are you? Where'd you come from? Did Moriarty send you?
Okay, Silver might be a little bit on the paranoid side. Not that she's wrong, mind, and yes, indeed. Alright, he says you owe him caps.
That bastard. He's a liar.
He's a liar.
He just wants me dead. Those caps are all mine. I earned them.
And okay, with a speech check, 50-50, I can get all the caps right now. So, okay, coin flip.
I'm tired of hiding out here like some kind of wasteland dog. I guess you're right. Here. This is all I have. Please leave me alone now.
Alright, there we go. If you just, yes, play along and be nice, you can get 300 caps, but she keeps 100 on her. Speech check is the only way to actually get, yes, all 400. And while I'm here, I will most definitely be, yes, helping myself to all of her stuff, and I'm gonna be honest. Under this rule set, her potatoes are a lot more interesting than they would be otherwise. Okay, a tiny bit less than previously advertised at the schematic for the rocket launcher. Don't forget, by the way, to trade out some of the drugs. We definitely don't need all of this. Okay, that gets me down to 258, and that's a good amount of change to have, because she's actually selling everything I need to make the rocket launcher. Nice and easy for 100 caps, and here we flipping go. One rocket launcher. Okay, do you want to hear something absolutely hilarious, which is after all that effort to get together all that money, Tale of Two Wastelands is very unhappy with me. Alright, if I move the cursor down to the rocket launcher, crash to desktop. Now, a quick glance online, when I say quick, I mean the last hour, suggests something bashed patch, plugin limit. I don't know how to fix it. Look, I'll try and fix this for next week, but for the time being, we can't use the rocket launcher or look at it. So okay, for the time being, we're just going to store the stuff to make the rocket launcher. Right hit save on wait. Also, am I going bananas? I swear this locker in Fallout 3 is right here by the door and not on the wall. I may be going bananas, I'm not sure. So, out into the wasteland, and yes, maybe slightly less well armed than I'd like to be. Rocket launcher is useful for giving you a bit of punch in the early game, but we'll do without. I'm sure it's going to be fine. And on our way to the Super Duper Mart, we're going to be running into one of my favourite features of the Fallout 3 wasteland. Because yes, at various points on the map, you just run into stuff, and you don't know what it's going to be. You could get very lucky, and it's just a friendly person who wants to give you a hug and some free ammo. You could be very unlucky, and it turns out to be something that's going to completely destroy you, because plenty of very elite stuff can show up at a very, very low level. But on the other hand, sometimes you can get lucky and find some really good gear really early on. It is chaotic and nonsensical and slightly buggy and broken, but screw it. I'm playing a Bethesda game, that's what I signed up for. So, what we're coming up on first is, yes, what we call a Type B encounter. The more dangerous and arguably interesting chaotic kind, where rather than there just being, you know, something standing in the middle of the road, there's going to be something patrolling in this area. It could be an absolute nightmare. It could be, as I say, a new best friend. So just keep your eyes open. Maybe stay down until you know what it's going to be. Someone just detected me, and I'm not in danger. Just don't forget the books and oh. Random Wastelander appears to have a tire iron. Oh, excuse me. Are you okay? There's nothing here, she says. Okay, there's also... Uh-oh. Oh, it's Sam Warwick. Okay, Sam Warwick is a dick, and he's significantly better armed than me. So we're going to be wanting to use some cover against... Oh, blimey. Yep, you see, definitely going to be wanting some cover. Okay, I want Sam Warwick to be very nearby to me before I engage him at all. But I would like to, yes, just use this cover to my advantage and go. It's okay, Sam, because this is... Oh, I've got a good shot at the head right here. He's got a good sniper rifle, but if I get lucky, he might, yes, get staggered. But now I'm going to miss the head a few times, unfortunately. Okay, that's... this is less good, actually. No. Okay, this is where, yes, things can get a bit wrong. Also, I'm playing in a hardcore mode, so I can't actually instantaneously heal. What I can do is eat a lot of mashed potato and cram, maybe like, you know, a little drink of water will make me feel a bit on the better side. My action points are in good shape and point blank range. Okay, my action points are mostly back. His head's crippled. I'd say let's disarm him. Take out the rifle. 1, 2, no more rifle for you, buddy, except you just put the rifle away. Possibly because it broke. Okay. No. Oh, no, he doesn't have a leg. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you'd better run. You'd better run, Sam Warwick. And he's pulled out the rifle again. That's quite frankly cheating. Okay, he put it away for some reason. I don't know why. This arm's the best shot I've got. Go for it. 1, 2, and... Okay, now he's definitely lost the rifle. And now he's going to go for it. No, you don't. Okay. Sam Warwick is dead. I'm still in caution. The rifle is in... Yeah, that's basically just spare parts, but that's fine. And that gets me... Road Rascal leather jacket. So yeah, the armored jumpsuit is 8 to 12. This is 5, but 24. So against, yes, light fire, the suit's going to be way better. The leather will be much more effective against, yes, a powerful single enemy. And I tell you what, I'm putting on the sunglasses to celebrate my victory over this loser. Right, pop a couple of stim packs, get some healing going on. So yes, indeed, that was a B-type event. Over at the Super Duper Mart, however, there's going to be a Type A event. That's a more static one, where things just sort of appear in a fixed location, and the event broadly doesn't chase you down and murder you, which Type B events do. So, yeah, now we're going into a second event. But I just really like this system because it just adds so much unpredictability and chaos to the Wastelands. And I feel like that's how Fallout Wastelands should be. They should be chaotic and dumb and ridiculous. So I feel like it's very appropriate. Okay, we're getting closer, and I am seeing, well, I'm seeing Chinese radio signal. That might mean I see raiders, but I think they're just supposed to be here. There's also an iBot. Hang about. Possibly the random event was, yes, something generating that signal. So, okay, just keep a distance, actually, because, yeah, I see you guys there, but you should be a fairly easy, say a fairly easy hit. Go for the leg and the arm and whatnot. We'll see what we can do. We're doing a bit of light damage. I think we actually hit the gun by accident there. You've definitely taken a few knocks. Now you're in bad shape, actually. You're trying to just punch me, aren't you? And no, you're not. You're trying to run away. Well, no running away for you, please. There we go. Yep, dead Chinese commando. So on this occasion, it wasn't so much an enemy or a friend as a note of law. So let's just get up to this guy. I'm pretty sure you're just using a basic hunting rifle. Right there. Lovely crit. Gotta love my luck build. Take you out, birdie. And in just a second, he's still more interested in the robot than me. And no, he's dead. I was on your side, you stupid. Okay, fine. You know what? I wanted to be friends. Still, I will not say no to the dead Chinese commando because, yeah, that's a good amount of ammo right there. That is not a bad sword either. And a perception boosting hat. Lovely. The jumpsuit, however, is, yeah, not very good. Got medicine on him. I'll take the gun, sell all that. That's going to be some good money to make up for the rocket launcher that I can't use because otherwise New Vegas falls apart and cries. Right, into the main event. Sniper rifle that I cannot possibly use versus raiders. Let's go. Just wait for somebody to hold still. And also wait for my randomly flickering sights to actually be lined up with something. And go! Oh yeah. Now that's the stuff right there. And nobody noticed that. Alright, I am a flipping... Never mind, somebody noticed that. Okay, just back up for a second. Good, they've got over it. Brilliant. And no, they haven't. No, they haven't. I missed that guy. No, I didn't. His leg is crippled. This is a waste of really good ammo, by the way. But screw it. I've got a good sniper rifle. I'm going to use it and then take you out. And seriously, you just need to... Please stop not dying.
Why did
Down
half my
he
bar
goes.
disappear?
Armful.
The fuck was that?
Oh,
Okay.
Okay. Gonna be a few more yet, but not too many just yet.
Whoa.
Yeah. Initial stages.
I don't know
super
about you,
duper
but okay.
Be too bad at all. Let's just clear out the side. If such a thing he's doing. We see you, buddy. Right. Oh, yeah. At this range, head, no problem. We should be able to get the odd crit if we're lucky.
Oh.
And that should be boom. Oh, I love it when the body just drops out from under them. It's just very classy, very stylish.
Gotta get
I
a
should
fucking
probably
thing down.
actually
If I
take-
die, I'm gonna be so
I
pissed.
could put the helmet on, but if I do
Come on.
that, I don't wear the sunglasses. They kind
These
of,
things
you
are
know,
like
mark
fucking
my
7-level
incredible
sirens.
victory
Yeah.
against Sam Warwick, and you know what? That looks pretty badass right there. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I'm seeing only one person on the lovely compass. Use these shelves. Get up to... No! Ow! That hurt a bit. We still got a good shot at you, buddy. We should have a decent-ish shot. Oh, yeah, good. We're hitting him over the... No, please stop shooting him while he's bending over. That's literally the opposite of... Oh, he's got a shotgun, hasn't he? That's a double-barreled shotgun. Let him fire it. Let him fire it. At range, it's cocking useless. Just get over to here, and... Where is he? He's over there. That's absolutely fine. Should be able to get some good hits on the legs. There's a couple of hits right there. Screw you, buddy. Yeah, this range shotguns are nothing. Caution. Someone else is vaguely aware as to what's going on. Nope. Back to where it should be. Okay, he's in here. Whoever it is, they're right here. Have I got anything else that's, you know, better at this point? I mean, I've got a baseball bat, which does actually do, yes, better damage. And also a sword. Then again, okay, the base damage of that is not so good. Let's just go over to the old baseball bats. Okay, you know what? If we can get nice and nearby to them, here we go, 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 here we go. We're nice and nearby to you. And go! Okay, you've also got a knife. This doesn't look very impressive, but if we get a good crit, it'll be fine. I'm getting the hits in with the VATS. It's all going to be... Okay, you know what? This was a terrible mistake. Also, there's more of them now. There's more of them at this point. This was... Okay, this was a bad idea in general. Should have just stuck with, you know, the gun thing. The thing that fires bullets. So that's all absolutely fine. I think actually some of you guys are. This is all A-okay. We can take you out. For some reason, you're a bit tougher than your friend. There's those crits I was after. Now your head pops off. Brilliant. Now we just hop over. Because, hey, I bet you don't know how to jump, do you? Oh, the bane of all Bethesda enemies. They've no idea how to... Do you have a power fist? No, you've got a cleaver. It was just inside a wall. That's all absolutely fine in that case. Okay, I think we're about done with, yes, the raiders in this starting area. And admittedly, yes, I'm very disappointed the rocket launcher isn't going to work, because my genius plan was loot this place. Just consider all the bent cans, and then consider all the beautiful checkout kiosks over here. All right, that's pre-war money. That's literally weightless. Still, crucially, at the front of the store, the easy first objective, the food storage. Take all of that. Beautiful. So there we go. I have located food. But more importantly, no. Don't worry about any of the rest of it yet. Now we need to, yes, go and get ourselves some lovely medicine. Okay, can't open the door. Can handle this thing at least. Right, crack you open. And yes, indeed, oh, robot friend, I love you. So don't touch the pharmacy supplies yet. That's going to spawn some, yes, not super friendly people. Before we do that, make sure we're done looting. There is medicine, there is drugs, and there's a ton of quantum. beautiful. Oh, hang on. Never mind, the trigger was not what I thought it was. Okay, hang about. We need to, yes, sort out the robot, though. Before we do that, take the ID, otherwise the robot will think I'm an enemy too. Okay, time to get the robot running. But do you want to know something really fun about, yes, robots in Fallout 3 versus Fallout New Vegas? Well, one, mysteriously, yes, there's barely any Protectrons. Fallout 3, they're everywhere. But in New Vegas, they're much better. Fallout 3, they've got no armor whatsoever. Fallout New Vegas, they all come with 8 DT, which is not nothing. In short, this robot should do much better than he might do normally. Also, don't forget to pick up the pharmacy supplies while I'm literally passing by. There we go. Both objectives are completed. He heads out into the world. He starts detecting there might be problems nearby. I'm pretty sure I just saw one such problem over here. Possibly not. He's shooting at something. Okay, someone's shooting at... Oh, buddy.
It's a superior mastery of the game
my...
and what's going on in the background.
Oh, the giblets in Fallout 3. They were beautiful. Yeah, look at that. He took so little damage because he has got so much armor, and you, buddy, you were using a shotgun. Well, that was just a terrible idea.
That would have been one of the things that would have busted the robot.
Right, take all this. It's all going to be fine. And yes, potentially
shotguns
I
are
could
good
just
for
sneak out of here.
robots.
Like, no one says I had to kill every single raider that showed up, though. To be honest, this guy's being pretty chill. Oh, hang on. Hang on. I see one more. It's just... You were supposed to hold still so I could pop your head off, dear flipping dear. Right, I think we've got one more over in that direction. So, robot friend, this one's all yours. I've just led her straight at you. If you wouldn't mind going and helping me out a bit.
Area secure.
Robot friend, you had one job. Oh, there we go. We found her. So, she is right by the door. Robot is just doing his own thing, attempting to take her out very
He's
slowly
not bad
and
in terms of
badly.
his game sense.
There
He's bad
we
at
go,
aiming.
lovely. Oh, beautiful
plays on
noting there,
controller.
so good job. Okay, step one, yes, make some of my money back, given Moira just basically ripped me off with a rocket launcher schematic so defective it broke New Vegas. And with cash in hand, got the food and the medicine.
Really? You did? You did! Well, all right. Tell me all about it.
So, that's a successful completion, and yes indeed, this time I've got the intelligence check available, but I don't want to do that, no. The bottom answer is always what the game calls a snide. That's what we're going to be going for. Commit to the snides.
Well, as long as it was no problem for you then. I mean, who doesn't enjoy cake? Other than robots, of course. I bet they prefer pie. Or maybe pie. Oh, and take this. It's an old food sanitizer. Just carry it with you, and it should automatically make most food and drink more... better.
Alright, and she's not kidding. The food sanitizer, especially under hardcore rules, is actually pretty good. Just makes it all drink 20% better in terms of the healing it provides. And of course, yes, there's only one thing left for this chapter, land. But that is a lot further afield. Still, we're home. We've got a brand new bobblehead. My robot is... Stop hiding upstairs, you.
Welcome home, madam.
Still, I would say that is more than enough for now, but next time, oh, we are going much deeper out into the chaos. Because today we went on a stroll from Springvale over to the Super Duper Mart. Next time, oh, we are going all the way up to Minefield, and there is a lot of stuff between me
Minefield was
and
always a
there.
good source
Still,
of money.
if we are very lucky indeed, I might be able to get the rocket launcher fixed for next week, and there might just be
And I get
a
another
letter
one of
waiting
these because
for
I
us
haven't been like
from
rushing
the
it.
very much smitten
I got another
Mr.
one of these
Bug.
to listen
So,
to, yeah.
plenty of stuff to come. Hopefully,
I should
you're
do
looking
all of
forward
this
to
series.
that.
They're
But in the
fucking
meantime,
really good.
I've been John. There's been many a true nerd. and this has been
Many a
Fallout
true nerd.
Tale of Two Wastelands. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's cool, you know. Yeah, he's trying to
Good
support him.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John. This is Many a True Nerd, and welcome back to Fallout
Many a
Tale of
True
Two
Nerd.
Wastelands. Well, last time we kicked off our adventure by exploring Megaton,
No true
probably
Scotsman.
Fallout 3's most densely populated town, and I'd say we did pretty well out of it. We've got ourselves a free house, a robot, and a really damn snazzy hat. But today, we're going to be doing pretty much precisely the opposite, because can't help but notice that there's a lot of map as needs exploring, so okay, Moira wants me to head all the way up here to Minefield, let's flippin' do it. But first, let's talk all about the things that John didn't get wrong, okay? It was the plugin's fault, not mine. Because yes, last week I attempted to build a rocket launcher, but unfortunately it broke. So badly, in fact, New Vegas crashed out of shame. But don't worry, thanks to the lead dev of Tale of Two Wastelands, who very kindly emailed me and helped me with troubleshooting this, we've now got the solution. It turns out the Johnny Guitar plugin for the New Vegas script extender needed a hotfix in order to fix a lookup into a... Okay, I'll just add a link into the description below, so you've got the same mod list as me. Okay, it's all going to be fine. So this time, if we craft the rocket launcher,
Yeah, it's good, it's good.
everybody cross your fingers, and it's not exploded out as shame. Brilliant, though I'll admit, the damage is a bit on the low side, but we can fix that.
But we can fix
Oh,
that.
here we go. For just 200 caps, that is a lot of condition and a huge amount of damage. 30 damage a shot, I flippin' love
30
And on
damage
top
a
of that,
shot.
I can just
damn it,
afford
man.
to improve the sniper.
Ooh. I didn't know that. I didn't know.
And to
Well,
be honest,
I guess it would make
let's
sense.
just say the
It would
route
make
I've
sense.
got planned in the wasteland, we might just be needing it, yes. And then we just load her up with everything that happens to be extremely light, or indeed, yes, in the
I
case
don't
of
really
money,
care.
completely
Yeah, like, dump all
bloody
this stuff
free
in now.
when
We'll
it
come back
comes
for
to
it
weight.
later. I just
Because,
don't-
of course, in the old days of
I really
Fallout
don't
3,
wanna worry
the
about
rocket
this.
launcher was the only weapon you had where ammo had weights. But now we're playing by Vegas hardcore rules, that's not true anymore. So actually, the rocket launcher, given I can load it with ammo that has 0 weight, i.e. the pre-war money, that's actually, yes, more weight efficient to keep going than any other gun in the game.
There's two things I want to look at here on the side. The first one being... We're going to load 2 YouTube videos. First one being... what level... Okay, what level do you go to Brimstone Sands? With level 60, must be level 60 to access it. To get into, you must acquire and apply the Desert Surrat. Described in game as a heavy cream to protect against harsh desert sun. Be at least level 60. Okay, well, okay, that answers the first question. The second one is New World Trophy Guide. Yeah.
That's where moles. So we'll go ahead and take a look at this fancy looking major loot look trophy, and yeah, most of you are probably wondering, how do I even get here? It's quite simple. The item tiers are breakdown on the side, and all trophies start with the minor category. Once you make the minor trophy category, you can then upgrade it into a basic trophy, and then finally a major trophy to top it all off. So if we take a look at the minor category, we can see that the recipe for that would be quite basic. It just takes 100 skill in furnishing, 25 lumber, 20 steel ingots, a maple stain, which is an item that you make from furnishing. The recipe for that is here. It just takes 10 weak solvent and 4 oil, so you get 10 of these out of it, so it's not very hard to make it all. And then you need a rabbit's foot, which is a epic component from skinning rabbits. It's not too hard to get, and they're very cheap in the auction house. So for making this trophy and putting it in your house, you will get 0.5% chance increased global luck. So global luck will go into more in detail in other videos, but essentially when you find any item out in the open, you're gonna roll a dice between 1 and 100,000. And if you're in the upper echelon part of that, like let's say 99,950, you're gonna roll a legendary item. So this is gonna add 50 to that roll, and it's gonna give you a better chance at finding really good things. And this will scale up. As you can see, the major loot luck trophy gives you 150, so it could be
We
quite
were
worth your
betrayed
time.
by
It
the
definitely is, in my opinion, to upgrade your trophies. And then we will talk about which ones you should have in the later part of this video, but let's keep touching on the subject of trophies, like where they are, what you get, and like how you get them. So once you have this minor loot luck trophy, you can then upgrade it to a basic. And if we take a look at the basic recipe, it requires the trophy from the previous tier, the minor loot luck trophy, and then it will require one other ingredient. In this case, it is the legendary stacked deck artifact, which is just a drop from 35 plus boxes. So we'll talk about that as well, where some of these things go on. I made a few videos in the past of where to get some of these, but for any basic trophy, essentially a level 35 plus box, and they're more common in the 35 but not 55 boxes, will give you a artifact component to upgrade some type of trophy. It may not be the one for luck, but it could be something like Arcana instead, where we would look at the basic Arcana trophy, and then this one would just give us a purple book called Ancient Text, which would allow us to upgrade that. So if you have this rare drop from a level 35 chest, and the best place to go for that, we'll go ahead and switch over to the map resource, is going to be Weaver's Fen. I told you about these level 35 zones that have these supply stockpiles. They only come from supply stockpiles. And if it's a level 35 or higher zone, so this upper part of Weaver's Fen will be a great place to find trophies like that. You can also check out areas like Restless Shore, as they have a few, or Morningdale and Restless Shores, they have a few supply stockpiles that are in that range. As long as it's below 55 and above 35, then you're in the sweet spot for those basic level trophies, right? So that's where you're gonna find that. And so we'll hop back over here, and you can see that it's gonna require this weird material called Oak Stain. It's the same thing as Maple Stain, it's just a little bit more advanced version. It takes better solvents and oil once again. So do not fret on that, it is easy to get. And then you can see that the material costs will go up. It will be star metal ingots instead of steel ingots, and weird wood planks instead of lumber. And you will also have to have 150 in furnishing. So someone else can make this for you. You can give them materials, and please tip your crafter if they do make something for you. But you can bring all the materials and hand it to them, and they can create this item for you. You don't have to have furnishing to actually put it in your house. So don't worry, you don't have to power level furnishing if you don't want to. You can also just purchase these items on the auction house if you really want to cut the time there. But I just wanted to show you how to actually upgrade. So once you have done that, you have now made the basic trophy. And then if you make the basic trophy, you guessed it, the upgrade for the major trophy just requires the basic trophy and another artifact ingredient, which is now coming from level 55 boxes. And the best place for that would be Reekwater, as many places around like Virad Grotto have supply stockpiles. And again, these are all coming from supply stockpiles and ancient chests, so objects like this, in a level 55 zone or higher, okay? They will also come from Shattered Mountain, as there are quite a few like outposts with stockpiles there. And even Eden Scale has quite a few in certain areas. As you can see, some of these elite areas will have. So these regular stockpiles are what you want to go for. We're not sure if the ancient elite chest counts, although some people are saying they do. So even the elite chest would have a possibility for it. It just seems a little bit less likely to happen. So the stockpiles that are not elite seem to be the better choice for that. So anyways, once you've got the level 55 required material, you will then be able to craft once again another stain, and this one, it looks purple and it looks scary, but don't worry, it's not. Like, if we click on it, I'm sure it just takes, yep, purple solvent and 4 oil. So no problem, you can get that super easy. And then this time you will be required to get orichalcum ingots and ironwood planks. So that is going to be how you upgrade these trophies, right? So now we know how the trophy system works, and it does require 200 furnishing to make the major trophies. And that's going to be your end game goal. You want to be working towards these major trophies. But you
Oh,
can
that's
even
so stupid. I
start
don't
with the
use
minor
it, like-
trophies and just put them in your house for very good benefit. A lot of these things come with like +3 to the gear score of the craft profession, or even things like harvesting would give you 500 luck roll, which there are some things like Void Orb which require about 1850 or 18% luck to even be able to see from Orichalcum. So if you have a few minor trophies in your house for mining, you would be able to obtain that bonus threshold and be able to get Void Ore without having to put on mining food or mining gear even. So you would still have a possibility for that. And even if you put on all that stuff, it would just further boost your odds or chances of getting something like that. So now let's go ahead and talk about what trophies you want. And this is going to be broken down into 2 sections. This is going to be my standard loadout, which I'm going to walk around the world with all the time. And then this is going to be my specialty loadout, which means I know that I'm doing a certain task and I'm going to switch my trophies before and then use those trophies to boost up whatever that task is that I'm doing. So we'll start with the standard loadout, and this is something that all players should have, in my opinion. Your first loadout trophy piece is going to include the luck trophy. So that could be the minor, basic, or major, preferably if you have the higher components, that would be great. But everyone's not going to be there, so even if you just have the minor one, have 3 of these active. So 1 in every house that you have. So that's going to take up your first trophy slot. Now you have 4 more trophy slots open, so we'll talk about the 2 most common enemy types, and we'll go back to the map. As you can see, Shattered Mountain is a great place for farming, and everybody knows about Mirgard. There are tons of corrupted enemies here, and that means that the most common type of enemy you're going to be fighting in this game will actually be corrupted. The second most popular place is going to be Reekwater, and specifically the Sirens area down here at the bottom. These enemy types are lost, and this will be something that you will be encountering a lot in the current game at the moment. So Lost is going to be a good go-to for a trophy as well. So Corrupted and Lost. And the final major farming spot will probably be some of these minor areas, so like this Imperial Palace, which also has corrupted enemies. And in Great Cleave, we have this area like the Dead Fool's Pass where Molzerl is. These are all corrupted enemies as well. You do see a few Angry Earth enemies in Eden's Grove, particularly around Malevolence. However, that's not a super popular farming spot as of yet, and there's not that many enemies there. And to my knowledge, there's not many high-level 60-plus ancient enemies in the game that are out in the open world. There are ancient enemies within the Lazarus Instrumentality dungeon, and within the Garden of Genesis dungeon, there are Angry Earth enemies. So this may be a good argument to have these types of trophies out. So you want to do more damage when you're out in the world. But my thought process is, if I'm going to do Lazarus or Garden, it's not going to be very many times. So I'm going to want to switch out my trophies before I go in there, rather than just walk around with trophies on all the time, because I'm not going to be encountering these monster types. So let's dive back into the trophies, and the second and third trophy slot that you're going to want to be using is going to be the Corrupted and the Lost trophy types, because these are really the most common day-to-day farming monsters that you will kill. So being able to do more damage against these mobs will save you more time, and you get more big numbers, which is always fun to see. So go ahead and slap those 2 trophies on, and that will fill up 3 out of your 5 slots in each house. So now we go into 2 final trophy slots that we're going to have. And this one's going to be a little bit weird, but I'm going to go ahead and say it's going to be Skinning trophy and Mining trophy. And the reason for that is that the Mining trophy will allow you to get access to Orichalcum, and particularly Void Ore whenever you see it, but also Tolium and Cinnabar, which is a staple for making the Asmodium item, which is the most common item used in crafting the highest gear and best in slot items in the game. So mining seems to be one of the better professions right now. Think about the amount of times you see an Orichalcum node. Yeah, I want to mine that, but maybe I don't want to put on all my lucky gear and find that particular thing. And also, skinning seems to be another one that's really good too, because there is a good use for runic leather. Skinning a lot of monsters out in the wild is very good because runic leather is a staple for bags. You need 45 of them to make the high-level bags, and you also need a lot of it for other materials that are being crafted, like voidment and even specialty armors. So this is going to be one of the harder things to get. It also gives you a higher chance to get Sumptuous Rabbit from the rabbits out in the world, which is the best food in the game at the moment, which gives you 40 Constitution. It is the cheapest to make, and everybody needs Constitution supplemented into the build somehow, right? So it's just going to be a easy coverage stat for everything. So those final 2 slots are going to Mining Luck and Skinning Luck trophies. And again, you do not have to have the major trophy, the best trophy in the game, and it's so expensive, you don't have to have that. Even if you have the low ones, it helps. Everything helps. And this is going to be your standard kit while walking around, because a lot of times I find myself killing monsters and I will skin them. And I will also go after Ori Capital and even Platinum Bands if I see them in my area, because I know they're giving me high-level gems, which I need, and chance at Void Ore and Tolvium and Cinnabar, which I also need. The amount of times I go out of my way to collect wire fiber or ironwood with logging and harvesting is not very high. Same with fishing. There are fishing trophies as well, but it's not super high that I like do that on the fly. If I'm gonna do those activities, I specifically am going to go out and do them with the full gear equipment I have on and everything super ready and food, and I'm gonna make a day of it, right? Like I'm gonna do it all day and get enough for what I need for like the next week or 2, so that I can keep up with like 24-hour cooldowns and traps. So that's basically gonna be your standard loadout, right? You're gonna need that. Now, specialty loadout is gonna be anything else. It's gonna be weaponsmith trophies, because the only time you need these on is when you are creating high-level weapons. And it's only in that instance, so you would just simply travel to your house, switch out your trophies, and then start creating the items that you need. And when you are done, you can then switch off those trophies and put it back. So all these other trophies, fishing, engineering, everything like that is going to be under that same category. When you're gonna go do it, you switch it and put it on, but normally you don't keep it on. And then the final note would be the Ancient and Angry Earth trophies. If you are struggling in Lazarus or Garden, it can be worth to switch these on, but currently I don't see the need. The only time I would switch on a trophy would be the Angry Earth trophy when you're doing the Spriggan or the Protector's Arena, as they are quite difficult, and having that damage boost can be the difference between your group being able to kill it and not being able to kill it. So 10% each trophy at the max level would give you a 30% bonus, which is ramping your damage up quite a bit, especially with a special coating on your item, which would increase your damage by another 15%. So you're almost doing 50% more damage if you're prepared in the right way for these arenas. But again, you are barely going to do these, and if you are, you know when you're going to do them, and you're going to need to prepare some things anyways. So you might as well switch your trophies out in preparation for that as well. So I hope this kind of helped give you an idea on what all these trophies are for. So again, in summary, the basic breakdown would be create.
The system turns me off. Yeah, I don't think you needed to make it this complicated at all. You kind of you put depth where it didn't need to be, and you left it out in places where it did need to be. And I see some of that. I don't really see that system. Does not appeal to me, and I'm too lazy to do all that. And I'm sorry, and I feel like my time's more valuable than that. I don't know. Like what? I mean, none of those bonuses seem like they really mean too much to me. Like 1 to 3, 5%, something or another. It's nice and it's good if you're permanently playing it. I mean, it's a nice buff, but look at all those trees, like in this room, because they don't count. They aren't real. I don't know what it is I'm doing here, but it does kind of scary. Where did you all come from, you fucking dicks? Ah. Oh. I need that one where you can block range. I constantly fight range now. Like I can't wait for my next GS point, because I gotta do that blocked range one. Like, god damn it, man. I've been thinking too, like this spin shot move I miss half the time, and I'm thinking maybe I might want the other stagger, like that. I mean, I like that move, but it's nice AOE. Ah, god damn it, man. Ah. Come on, man. Please, please, please put the fucking, please. Wow. Duh. Yo, damn it. Please. Nope. Nope. Oh my god. He won't let me. He won't let me. Jesus Christ, man. Like, what the fuck, man? Is that really necessary? Like, what the fuck? Like, man, like, I tried for like 50 whole seconds to drop a fucking heal pull. You think it should be that hard? The one ability I have should be that hard to put down? I don't know, man. Don't know. Kind of questionable design choice there. Just saying. Fucking stupid. Like, it's already bad enough being a healer in this game. And then you top it off with bullshit like that, where you can't even get the goddamn ability on the fucking ground without 7 button presses. It's fucking so stupid. You gotta, like, aim downwards, and then you gotta, goddamn it, get out of the water. You gotta aim downwards, you gotta, like, pull it out, and you gotta, like, tap it. And in that time, you're just getting wailed on and interrupted. It's fucking stupid. Why is it that, why did you require it to be that finicky? Like, that's fucking stupid, dude. Whatever. I'm in a raging mood. I don't know. Fucking Streamlabs is stressing me out. Damn it, man. Anyways. Fucking annoying. I need to just, like, relax and have fun. I mean, I'm having fun, but, like that, like, I don't see, like, why is it necessary for that guy to fucking wail on me like that? I don't see why it's necessary. Like, what? Damn it. At least it wasn't that bad of a walk. I have a lot of trouble. Like, you shouldn't have made the camp so fucking annoying to put up. It's, like, actually really annoying to put the camp down. Why did you make it like that? I mean, I guess, like, having a spawn point really close to the fucking place is, like, sort of cheaty. It's, like, kind of cheaty. But it's still annoying to make a camp. It's like, kind of, like, needlessly fucking complicated. Just fucking, like, do it. Fucking dumb. It shouldn't be that complicated. Like, it's fucking stupid. You know, like, go gather the mats. Go. It's like, ends up being like a 50 button press thing. Why? Just like make it like a fucking button. You guys keep cluttering your shit with needlessly, pointlessly bad time sync. And like I see it and I'm like, nah, that's pointlessly fucking stupid and obtuse. So it's a turn off to people so they don't use it. I know it is. Like making the camp is a turn off to people so they don't use it. Why? Why would you do that? Like, just fucking make it a single button press, trust me. And they're gonna fucking love it. Like, at a button press, you've got a camp. It's the quality of life that always should have been included in MMOs that wasn't there. And you had it, you have it, you're right on the cusp of it. But instead, you make it like 50 button presses to summon it. Why? Just like pop, you know, just pop that bitch. I don't care, I don't need wood, I don't need fucking flint or whatever. I don't need that shit. Just pop the tent. It's like, why would you make it that complicated? Like, it's like needlessly restrictive. It's like kind of your vibe, man. It's like a little bit more needlessly restrictive than it needs to be. Like, you guys are so like gated in your behavior and your gameplay building, you know? Like, the game's bad enough as it is. You don't need to make it also needlessly annoying. You know, it's not bad. It's just, you know, it's like it's finicky as it is. You don't need any more. Don't add to it. You know. Oh, damn it. Like, that's needlessly complicated. So now I have to go get flint that I don't fucking have. Why? For a spawn point? Isn't that kind of your problem? You're the one making the video games. The spawn point's your fucking failures, not mine. Like, I'm just the player. You know? Fucking fix your spawn point bullshit. Save points do not a gameplay mechanic make. Like, you guys always try to make it like some gameplay mechanic. Fucking save points do not equal a fucking gameplay mechanic. You should just get your shit on fucking like lockdown with that. Get your shit on lock with that and get your mind where it needs to be with your fucking save points and bullshit. Like whatever. Like you guys are so bad about that. You haven't gotten better about it. You've just gotten worse. Like as the years go by, you just make it stupider now. Where like in order for me to spawn a fucking save point or whatever, it's like fucking like I have to suffer. Shouldn't be like that, man. Shouldn't be like that. Just saying. You know. So now I'm like stumbling around in the fucking bush looking for a fucking flintstone, which are all over the place usually, but when you somehow it's like some kind of goddamn geological fucking like oddity. Like, but like somehow you manage so it's like when I need flint I can't get it, but when I don't want it, it's everywhere. How did you manage that? I don't really get that. I know, because you littered the earlier zones with it, and then you stop bothering to spawn it for the later zones. Look at this. I just run on end in one direction for a really long fucking time. Get all the way to fuck back to camp before I find a flintstone on the fucking ground. You don't think that might be a fucking design problem? Fucking stupid. Like search and search and search, and oh my god, my kingdom for a flintstone now. Why did you make it so complicated like this? Like, god damn it, man. Like, some of the things really bug me. Like, you know, sometimes the game makes me rage out in certain things. Like, this is one of them. I made it all the way to fuck back to camp. Like, and now I'm gonna teleport out to some place that has Flintstone so I could get on with my motherfucking day here because you made the boss too strong. So I need a fucking spawn point. So I deal with your horse shit. You know what I'm saying? Your fucking horse shit. I deal with it. So now we're gonna go back to a place that has flint. You know what I'm saying? Fucking stupid, man. You don't think that might be a goddamn hassle and kind of distasteful? So the reasons why it's easy for them to leave, you know, is shit like that. Stupid. Make it a single button press for the fucking spawn camp fucking spawn and stop fucking with our quality of life. Get a fucking clue, idiots. Like, get a clue. Like, straight up. Like, god damn it, man. Get a clue about that. Like, it's your checkpoint bullshit that we're dealing with. Instead, you make us suffer, fuck around, and you fucking think about it. Stop doing checkpoint bullshit. Checkpoint bullshit is bad design. Why does it seem like my stream's off? Okay, good. Sorry. Okay, cool. So, and I know you got flint. I know you got flint in here. I know you do. I know you got flint in here. See, you don't. Like, how is it that the easiest map in the game is what I don't have right now? It's so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. Fine. Go outside, Everfall. Go get some flint, you know. Why was it this hard? I mean, I'm not making up something about your problems. Like, I'm literally experiencing it right now. I'm going to look for a flint, right? It's weird how, like, it's some kind of geological, like, here we go. Oddity that like, you know, that, like, suddenly right outside this, you have flint. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to find flint. But, like, why here? Wouldn't you use the same algorithm for your later zones where you just throw a bunch of flint, like, procedurally generated on the fucking ground? It's not that fucking hard. I've been trying to keep, like, flints locked in my shit, you know? Like, so that I don't fucking, like, put it away. There we go. We got enough flint and enough green wood to, like, move on with our fucking lives. So anyways, like, go back to what you were doing. I have a turn in Eden Grove, I do? Okay. Oh, let's go do that, I guess. He's kind of right. It's like a seasonal push, yeah.
Ah, cut off the head and the body will fall.
I mean, that was good. It was good XP. I'm making good progress, and I'm like already halfway through my daily goal here. But I mean, it's just weird. Like some of the experience has been a little bit negative. Shovel bitch.
Game, which is weird, but here we flipping go.
Yeah, so like the trophy guide, it's not very direct and yeah, like why was this system needlessly complicated like this? Yeah. Yeah, that's needlessly pointless. It's like needlessly pointless. Like why would I worry about that shit? I'm like I don't know. I'm sorry, but like maybe I'm just a little bit more careful about my time. Something I don't know what it would be, but I mean like in any respect, like I'm more careful about my time, and I'm just not interested in engaging. I'm not gonna go chase a system that frustrates me. I'm not gonna go chase it. I'm not gonna go at it like, raw dog, motherfucker. I'm gonna go at this grind, and I'm gonna dominate this grind. And I really don't like this grind, but I'm gonna go at it. I'm gonna go hard. No, it's quite the opposite, man. If you make it harder like that, it's just way easier for me to be like, nope. I'm not fucking investing my time in that stupid ass shit. No, I don't care if it's good. Like, I don't care if it's good. Like, I just bought a house for no good goddamn reason at all. Forgetting about how really pointless their goddamn house trophy system is. Why, like, you know, like fucking, like you could do all that work, but why? I mean, this was my ultimate problem with New Worlds in the first fucking place. Why do all that fucking work? Like, there is no reward that you could possibly offer me with this game. Besides, like, flight, that would be worth my time, that sort of time. There's nothing here. The PvP domination isn't it. The PvE domination isn't it. There's no core gameplay loop, and this is what always comes up when I'm about to quit the game again. It's like fucking like the core gameplay loop does not have that depth. It's a good enough time waster, but it doesn't. The depth is not there to get around crazy gated fucking stupid things. And so you go and do it for what though? What is it that you gain from that? There's no snowball. Like sure, your DPS is higher on certain mobs or whatever, so your PvE is a little bit easier. But what's that grind for? Ooh, 300 gold. 300 gold off of strong health potions. Not bad, not bad. Damn, I am making a lot of money though. I'm back up again. I'm like already back up again from buying a 5,000 gold house. Like, I mean, like the money is just rolling forward now. It's kind of crazy. Like I make quite a bit now. Like I would say, like 15 grand or something, and I'm not even like level 55 yet. What the fuck is that? No, usually the money's harder than that. Whatever. I should have jumped to loot. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm fucking full. God damn it. And like on top of it, ooh, are they heavy? Ooh, they are. They are heavy, but I mean it's an upgrade, like a significant one. Put them on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, can I, yeah, no, I'm trying to restrict the, and why did you make that so annoying? Who the fuck cares where I slap my goddamn save point down? Your save point does not make for a fucking system. It's, like, stupid. God damn it, man. 4, 5, and 1. I mean, at least it's working. At least it's all working, I suppose. That's how I want to look at a lot of this. At least Streamlabs is working. At least the game is working right now as we speak. You know, that's my bottom line. I'm so hateful about all the things in the quality of life department that I have to deal with doing this 18 hours a fucking day. You start to get kind of grouchy about it. You're like, fucking Christ, man. The save point system, the amount of time that you waste on it is just insane. It's just off the hook crazy. You know? I'm annoyed by other things that are kind of going on. Like, I keep thinking that I want to go back to my Skyrim run and split it over this New World run and stagger my gameplay in this game with the gameplay of some other game, because I was enjoying my Skyrim run and I got in pretty fucking far deep. But now I'm worried that, like, the reason I got in so far deep so fast is because I upgraded the run speed, which is something that I don't want to do every single time I fucking log into the game. Upgrade the run speed. And on top of it, at certain points like combat, the run speed becomes like improper. It's like improper. It provides a little bit too much of a bonus. It's like, you know, it's kind of crazy. It's like you can just book out from any problem you have, but the Bethesda combat's so fucking bad. So now I'm also worried that, like, I really want like a full-blown RP completionist goddamn Skyrim run on hardcore difficulty like mode with like mods, but mods disable your fucking like add-ons, like disable your fucking achievement status, which was the whole point of that fucking, and that's the whole point of replaying the game, is to experience those things that the creation, you know, the creation mods kind of brought to the thing there. So now I want to like basically exploit with a mod to make it so I can get fucking achievements. What was that? God damn it. Fucking shoot. Oh my god, you are so far away. Why did you open up so fucking far away? Fine. Ah. Yeah, fucking... Ah, get out. So good like Bloodborne, but it's also like really high focus quality. It's like, one thing about this game is it requires so much focus. See, there's that asshole again. He'll fucking stomp me in. He's annoying as hell. Those things are so annoying. From the water shrine. Well, okay, so I have to get past him, and it's so annoying. So can I pull just his friend? Is that something I can do? Oh no, I guess not. All right, well, get the heal down before this starts. God damn it. Nope. Ah, kill him. Come on. Come on, get up. Get out to the open. Get out to the open. Come on, man. Come on. Here we go. Get up. Ouch. Get it down. Good. Kill him. Yeah. It's better if you, like, know it's coming. But they just throw this much higher difficulty level mob in the mix. So you're just trying to do some fucking monument, and suddenly, like, there's like a boss level mob on you, but you're not really that aware of it because the size isn't that different. And, like, it's stupid. It sort of exploits this whole thing about paying attention a little more than it should. Like, this guy's gonna be way harder than he should be in terms of the damage he does to me. And I don't see that coming. I don't see it coming. Like, I don't know. Whatever. I'm trying to find things to complain about, I guess. I better not do that. Better just let it go. Fuck it. Like, there's no point in, like, being unhappy with sometimes, with, like, the lot that you've chosen in life. Like, this is the lot that I chose in life. This is the things that I deal with. Like, it's fucking annoying. Like, like, you know, it doesn't need to be like this, but it is, you know? And I know what the solution is. Just, like, go with the flow and carve your way through it and enjoy it. But, I mean, I don't know, man. Ooh, floating spinefish. I love these. That makes me happier. At least the stream hasn't been fucking with me. I seem to have gotten something better there. Maybe the reinstall or some kind of settings change or some kind of fucking bullshit, but you seem to be pretty solid. Like, it's looking real good to me, like you have fucked with me in a couple of hours. Every day, though, I deal with it going offline and fucking with me. and I'm sick of like looking over. And the real problem I have with it is like you look over and it feels like it snuck one past you, kind of. You're like, oh no, how long have I been offline? And it's a really bad feeling. It's like having the cliff go out from under your feet. You're like, oh no, how much time did I just waste because I didn't look over at my screen in the last 5 or 10 minutes? Did I lose 10 minutes because I didn't watch my screen every single second? It's like stupid. Like now I'm training my eye to like now it's like it's got to affect my gameplay because I have to train my eye. God damn it! Why are you teleporting? Die. Yeah, we're done here, huh? We're done here. At least there's that. That's good XP. Damn, like yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Wait, did I? No. Oh, I'm about to. I'm about to ding Greatsword again, which is fucking sweet. You know. Oh. But see, I countered up with a double. I don't know why you didn't. I play better than you, NPC. Oh. Shook. It's very cold and calculated, this. It's not about, like, running around, like, all super, like twitchy, this gameplay. It's very committal. Like, you kind of commit. Like, you know? Go down, bitch. Down, bitch, down. You know? I'm 54, yeah. I wish I could go to Brimstone at like 58. So annoying. Brimstone. Like? Did you guys think about that? What's the point of like an expansion? This is one of the games that I wouldn't mind if they raise the level cap all the time. I wouldn't mind that. They should have raised the cap to 65. I know people don't like when they raise the cap, but I don't mind it. I prefer they raise the cap. You know. Raise the cap to 65, and like run me at 58, run me out to Brimstone, and give me 7 levels of actual like. I think that system that the MMO theme parks have stuck to for a long time actually works. Like, you know, take me out to a new zone, raise the level cap. What's wrong with that? You know, I know you don't want to be that. I don't know why, because WoW's poisoned the well, but some of the things they did was actually, like, appropriate. I believe that is sort of appropriate. Having me go to Brimstone at 60 doesn't seem too good to me, because then it begins to seem like it's just another fucking forced gear score grind, you know? I want levels out of it. I want XP out of that Brimstone content, not fucking, like, not gear or, you know, what's it called? You know, the eye level upgrade things. I forget the gypsum, right? I don't want gypsum out of Brimstone or any of that crap that you seem to think I want. I want you to raise the level cap and take me out to goddamn Brimstone at 58. That's what I want from that. I don't like from that whole evolution that you tried to do. Raise the fucking level cap already. Who cares? Like I want them to think that their loot is like be behind the times or whatever, you know. Because they rest on their laurels at a max GS rate, talking about how bad the game is. I know what happens. They talk about how bad the game is, but there's nothing else to upgrade, and they're sitting in min max. They talk about how bad the game is. So like, why wouldn't you just raise the level cap? It's fucking stupid. I have a lot of quibbles about the choices that you made about this title a little bit, and I've been very quiet about it. Have I not? My audience can attest to this. I've been fairly quiet about it like the last like 3 or 4 days. I don't complain about this a lot, but it comes up from time to time. Some of the choices you're making are not so good. I'm pretty loyal right now. I would say my favorite company by default right now is AGS, because AGS is giving me the time that I like, is giving me the experience that I'm looking for right now in late quarter 2022. They're the only one, you know, they're like the only one that's giving me the experience I'm looking for. Rust didn't pull it off anymore. It was like that when it started. There was wonderful people to meet. Everybody was making their way in life, and then suddenly like all these right-wing assholes come in and start fucking raiding with 12 fucking people, turning servers into shit and trolling and putting fucking swastikas everywhere. Rust wasn't like that at first. It wasn't like that. You like every day you would meet like 30 fucking people, and they were all super social with you. It's not like that anymore. It's like that with your neighbors, maybe. It's not like that anymore. And that's it. It's unfortunate, you know. One of the things I'm understanding about the counter is it's just meant to help you run down your timers for the other abilities again, and I'm actually kind of, I believe a respec, when I ding, it'll be like the next 1 or 2 mobs, I think a respec will be in order. I'm going to get good XP off this, by the way. The last 5 levels will not be hard. They did retool the experience so that, like, the last, like, 10 levels are no longer nearly as painful, because I swear to God, dude, like, 55 to 58 or whatever was so fucking bad, and it is slow. I'm not trying to say it's fast, but the stuff that they added in, like the MSQ and the stories and quests and stuff in Evanscale Reach is actually sufficient enough to burn you through 50 to 60 fairly quickly. I can do it in a day. I've been living in mortal fear that they would slow me down like by 3 or 4 days on 50 to 60, but I do not believe that will be the case here. I don't think that will happen. See, I don't like how much traveling it actually commits you to either. It's a nice mobility move. God damn it. Fucking get him. There it is. So sometimes it feels like fencing, and I think that's I'm on this fundamental breakthrough almost in the combat, in the respect that, like, I've been rushy with it, but you don't really, they give you the tools to kind of chill back with it a little bit. You know, so, greatsword skill up point is huge, though. So I'm thinking about switching back to Skyward Slash, specifically because I see that it opens up, like, 2 more points for passives, and I'm more of a passive player. I think the Skyward Slash is actually, I think, more beneficial in terms of its damage. I don't know. It's 2 hits for 110, 120. This one is swinging up for an 80%, applying 2 stacks of 5% rend for 10 seconds. It's gotta bleed. It does. Oh yeah, no, it does. By using a light attack, or yeah, Skyfall Sword. So I don't believe I was using it correctly. Yeah, and then the first attack applies Disease, which reduces healing by 20%. The following strikes all foes within 3 days, and turns it into an AoE. So it's interesting in the fact that, in the respect that you can activate the skill again, or you can, yeah. So there's a whole Skyfall Sword thing going on here that I didn't really read. But I mean, like, but I don't know. I think the skill is in this AoE move that I'm using. Sort of. I need to watch my cooldowns more closely. Is another problem that I'm having. Like, it's hard for me to discern when they're up. If I could, I would erase most of the stuff off the UI, including the chat, and I would make these two little red things. I make them really big, and put them down here next to my health bar, and I would just have my health bar. That's it. I would get rid of all the rest of the scrap. The less UI, the better. You're gonna see my minimalist WoW UI come across here, and I might not even play healing class. I might play rogue or something like that. I think, because, like, I'm not trying to have a busy UI full of healer stuff. I'm really not. I want the simplistic, his health, my health, and like the 6 main abilities that I use. That's about it. Oh, wow, what happened there? Broke the counter. Oh, that's not too good. Yeah, I'm just, letting some timers run. We're good. Oh, hit you for a lot there, though. Oh. Oh, yeah, chonky. Big ass honky. Cold ass honky. Chonky, cold ass honky. Now, yeah, so, like, you want me to go all the way the fuck in there, which is actually, like, it doesn't seem like much of a commitment, but when you really look at it, what they're asking to do, which is go to that thing right there, is actually a lot. You gotta go up these stairs, around, up, and then through there, through about 25 mobs, and it doesn't seem like that when you look at it. It doesn't really seem like that, but it is. It's like 25 mobs and a big staircase climb that you aren't really that obvious about when you first commit to it. You're like, oh, Jesus Christ, this place is... Okay, that was half my fucking bar. The fuck was that? That was half my fucking bar. The fuck is that? Die. Wow. Fucking opened up for half my fucking bar. My armor... Man, my arm... Oh, yeah, like that. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Fuck, man. Damn it. Ah. Yeah, you fucking dick. Yeah. Oh. I do need to look into some armor and spend some money. I think because like my gear score now is woebetide below where it needs to be to survive this stuff. Needs to be, you know, where it needs to be. Maybe I should go defensive stance. I didn't like the abilities in it. Oh, I didn't spend my point, I don't think, either, which is also part of it. So, yeah. Spend that point. No. Spend the point. So, we have crit hit chance increased by 10% with an active debuff, which makes this one much better, because it does put a lot of, like, really high crit chance. Hitting with a charge heavy attack, this whole charge heavy attack of 50. I think that one's better, but I want to respec entirely anyways and try the Skyward Sword thing, so we are going to back out here. Yep, and we're going to go blah, blah, blah. We're going to buy blah, blah, blah. We're going to do blah. I want that one. I want that one. I want right? And then what else? Getting us next tech definite crit, right? Yep. And then we've got 5 points to spend in passives, which is good. So then we go, yep. I mean, charge heavy attack is cool, but I mean, like, I would prefer all these other passives, including that, right? And then, yeah. And so now we're looking at a bit more complete. Reduce damage take by 20%. Hitting with the final attack of the Great Sword Chain. Reduce duration of debuffs on you by 10%, which is good. But I mean, like, base damage by for each Great Sword buff on you, which I don't know about that. I don't know, like, what I would like to run the arrow shield one. Arrow deflection, I think, is the specialty point that I want out of that chart. It's kind of odd that I do. I want to be able to block their fucking arrows. I actually really would like to, you know. It's it hurts so bad. You need to be able to like kind of stagger forward while you block. It's just like, because one of the cool things you can do is move forward at him, you know. And then when, like, you know, when you're yeah, when your stam's down, you just roll. You don't roll. You just like start zigzagging while your stam goes up for just a few seconds. And you can stagger your way forward to a fucking archer. It's gonna chunk you. It'll be like chunk, 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 chunk. You have to let go and run, you know, run. But while that, you stand back up. You go chunk, chunk, and you can push ground at him, which is something. Die. Oh. Yeah. Gotta be more stancy about it. Oh, that was all my stam. Oh no! Come on, man. You can do them. You can do them with the wrong things. You can do them with the wrong things. Do it. Yeah, beautiful. All the wrong settings. That was crazy. I can't believe you do that shit to people. Your shit is just such utter shit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Hurry up. Before I get spawned here. Okay. You. And then you go here. And you. Oh, wait. Is that right? Yeah, it is. It is. Okay, so Ashen G or whatever, yeah. So that's cool. We got through him. I have the right abilities, I think. Yeah, I'm fairly sure. Yeah. And we're gonna try a different one, like a different whole skill set here, and see how it feels. Because I'm getting the feeling that, like, that spinning sword move, while it's fun, is it's actually dangerous in the respect that it puts you in a lot of danger, kind of. And I like this whole bleed idea of this one, of this Skyward Sword. Now that I have the gear to actually exploit the bleed, yeah, like that. See, look, I believe it is better. It looks better to me. It kills targets faster, I think. Yeah. So. Yeah, Skyfall Swords, yeah, it is actually, I believe, a better hit. I think, and it does have some travel. It has some travel to it. It does actually warp you to the target. It's like kind of cool. It's like, yeah, hits both of them. Yeah, oh yeah, that crit's great, and it puts it. Yeah. Ah, get out. Oh. Die. Come on. Yeah, I think I do like the Skyward Sword better. You know, it's fine. I wish you could heal yourself, damn it. It needs a heal. It needs it. It needs a fucking heal, like, real bad. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I better spend some points in... maybe I better spend some points differently in this, too. It feels like that's kind of what I have, what I don't have that I need. It's not about healing in combat. It's actually just like being able to heal up like all the way. I think I will actually respec my fucking life staff here. And we'll go blah 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 blah. Oh wait, no. Wait, no. Wait, no. We're just gonna go right back in again. Yeah, we're gonna do life staff. We're gonna do da. Yeah, and we'll work our way up to that, and that's cool. Though, I mean, yeah, like, you know, it's good. So, you are going to be that. Yes, assign the points. Yep. And then you are going to be that, and you are going to be that. Yeah, that. Right. Yeah, that. And then you are going to be that. And that's my funky special. So we go. We go right. We go. We hold down that. We press F1. Right. Yeah, and we just sit in the thing, and then we just, oh, that did not work. Why? Why did this not work? So we're going to come back here. We're going to take a look at keybinds for life staff combat. Target self is left control. I don't want that. I would be normally used to F1, right? Yeah. Exit auto target is middle mouse button, right? I think that would actually be right click, but change it to nobody action that. No, I don't. Middle mouse button, I don't know why it would be that, but yes. And then target group member 1, toggle group mode, I don't know. So anyways, so now we go, and then we go, yes, that's right. And then we just, you know, and then, yeah, then we hold it, right? Yes, that's much better. And I can force my hands to do that, you know. And get something a little bit more out of it, an actual fucking heal, you know, like in between. I'll go run out of combat to like some cover and shit, and I'll drop the fucking thing, and I'll be like, oh, this I have to run F1 first, I guess. Is it F1 first? I don't know. F1, right? F1. It is F1. F1 first, right? Targeting is a thing, so. Yeah, I think I like this guy's sword better. Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's better. Yeah, it's got that bleed. It's good. So then we go blah blah. We target first, and then we hit mouse 5. We get that heal. Gotta get that target first. And I'll train my hands to do that. It's a really bad quality of life. I'll force myself to do it. I don't care. I need heals. Like, if I can, like, it makes it worthless. You know. Why do you stand there? Like, you guys never stand there unless my counter's up. This is so fucking annoying. I will carve through you. I will carve through you. Yep. Then we go blah. Oh, then we go blah blah. And then we go targeting. Good, good. Oh. Yeah, and then like and then we go blah blah. Oh, you hurt, but that's okay. And then we go there. See, nice. Yeah, and then yeah. An active heal. So then we go blah blah, and then we go blah blah. Yep. Switch. Yep. Switch. What? Die. No. God damn it. Bad. What other bonuses do I get for this ability? It's like Divine Brace. If your target is below, heal 1 additional ally. Rebound. If it was below 50%, heal another element of that ally. So it's got Beacon when you're really hurt below 50%, which is cool, but it's not amazing. Keep moving east. What was that? What was that? Like, okay, whatever. Get a bit better about it, you know? Good, good. Then I could, if I could get an offensive with this one, it would be so good. Good. It's like you have to bully it into telling you what to do, or telling it what to do. Tell it what to do, but you know. I'm taking corruption in here. This isn't too good. It doesn't hurt too bad. Does this hurt? How bad do you hurt? Oh, yeah, it chunks for a little bit, but it's alright. I don't see why not, why I wouldn't, oh, shit, what was that? Ah! Whoa, whoa! Okay. Oh, come on, man! Please! Please put down the fucking pool! It's not that fucking hard. Ah! Come on, man. At least this guy's here. Ah! God damn it. Thank you. Fucking annoying. Oh, there's a fast travel here? Why is there a fast travel here? It's way up there. Oh, ouch. Ow! You fucking... God damn it, you're annoying. Ah, that bitch. Nope. Ah! Why do you do that? It's so annoying, I swear to God. It's good. At least it's playing. I think we can move on here, and the anger is starting to abate.
Speaking of which, oh, I should really dump some of this, like, in my locker, because there is no reason to be carrying around over 10 weight and energy cells. There we go, 131 weight, much better. So yes, now we've got a lot more carry weight to take out into the wasteland, especially as, yes, I now have to be carrying food and water with me too. Though, one more thing before setting out, which is, yes, I accidentally provided the perfect demonstration of a very little known system in Fallout 3 last week. And then I didn't notice it and didn't comment on it till I was editing it. So, okay, just pretend it's last week and we've only just met Lucas Sims and he's only just told me to go and deal with the bomb, meaning I can get a speech check. The speech check being at 36%, it would be 40%, but I've got my gun out, so that knackers it pets. But if I just very quickly go down to the bomb and then fix it up, because I'm already an explosives expert, so just pretend all the stuff with Mr. Burke, the love of my life, never actually happened.
I'll be damned. You did it, didn't you?
I did as well, and straight away as a result of that, the speech check has now gone up to 65%. My charisma is the same, my speech is the same. The only thing that's changed is his disposition. Because yes, just like Oblivion, characters in this game do have disposition, it's just you can't see it because there's no persuasion minigame. But it's there, and it very rarely comes up unless there is a character who, 1, has a speech check, and 2, has the ability for you to impact their disposition in some way. Anyway, back to the future. It's not the future past, John, it's the present, okay? It's just you're the past, deal with it. Right, as I say, we're going out into the world today. And having taken some time last week talking about why I love Megaton, today, as I say, we're going to be flipping that on its head, and instead, we're going to be spending a lot of time looking and discussing the Fallout 3 Wastelands. Now, admittedly, we did touch on this last week a little bit, and yes, we were discussing how much I love random encounters that add a lot of chaos, because you don't know what's going to be showing up where. In particular, how some random encounters can run into other random encounters, or enemies that are just floating around in general, creating all sorts of chaos that you may never have seen before. It just feels very appropriate. I just think it's a really, really damn nice system. But there's another really important point to the Wasteland that I want to discuss today. And I think this is going to be particularly interesting because since the last time I discussed this, when I was putting together Fallout 3 is Better Than You Think, I've come across some new information about the design decisions that went into Fallout 3's Wastelands. Because one of the things I absolutely love is right in front of you right now, and that is nothing. The fact that the Fallout 3 Wasteland has empty space in it to create the sense of a desolate, lonely wasteland. And I've always loved that sensation, but until recently, when I was planning for this very series, I never came across any information, like, you know, from inside Bethesda, that this was actually an intentional design decision. But yes, while I was planning this very episode, I came across a really interesting presentation given by Joel Burgess, the lead level designer for Fallout 3, who had specific responsibility for putting together the Fallout 3 Wasteland, in terms of its shape and size and all the rest of it, and also something's trying to eat me. Just a couple of mole rats, nothing to worry about, I'm sure it's all going to be fine. Right, head pops off, should be one more somewhere. Come on, buddy. Come on, where are you? No, no, no. Love that hindsight aiming, and oh, we are getting crits so fast. Magnificent. So as I was saying, I recently found this presentation that Joel Burgess, lead level designer, gave back in 2011, talking about Fallout 3's level design, and it contained a really fascinating bit of information about Fallout 3 that I'd never come across before, which is as early as the beginning of 2008, and bear in mind Fallout 3 came out in late 2008, the Wasteland was significantly smaller, just in terms of square footage. That doesn't mean there were less locations in it or anything, but the actual physical play area of the capital Wasteland was significantly smaller. And he even kindly provided a lovely slide showing us precisely how much smaller. And everything in Fallout 3 was just closer together. The Wasteland was way more dense. Locations were nearer to each other, characters were nearer to each other. And they concluded it just didn't have the right feel for a post-apocalyptic wasteland. So, as a result of that, they just expanded the map and spread everything out, creating the wonderful wasteland where there's just space for you to be alone. Because, okay, fine, I've run into a couple of mole rats, but beyond that, this journey today is just being quiet and eerie and lonely, and a post-apocalyptic wasteland should be, damn it. And honestly, I think that change might have been one of the most important made in the entire development of Fallout 3. I just can't imagine what Fallout 3 would be like if everything was just like 25% close together and you just didn't get the incredible atmosphere you get in Fallout 3. That sense of being alone in the wasteland, it's just so critical to this game. You just blend it with a couple of other decisions that were made, like say the compass, not actually having icons on it, just having tiny triangles. So you don't really know what's in any given direction. It might be nothing, it might be a vault, just helping with the sense of lonely exploration where you don't really know where you are or what's around the next corner. And on top of that, how many unmarked locations there are on the map, because many locations simply don't exist as map markers. What I'm walking towards right now, in the game files, it's called the Cratered Hamlet, but it doesn't actually exist as a map location. It's never named internally, but the nice thing about these unmarked locations is, well, one, there's about as many of them as there are named locations. So there's all sorts of stuff on the map, which even if you're navigating using the compass, you would never actually locate. And I see there's a safe over there, by the way, though. Fair few rads, and nope, can't do anything with that, so just leave that be. Leave the crater of the Cratered Hamlet alone. But yeah, many of these are unmarked locations, just things of interest that you might see but don't actually have a name. They very often got something going on inside them. So in this particular instance, after a handful more mole rats explode, lovely, I know for a fact that this location's got itself a skill book in it. In fact, I believe it is. Hang about. I'm looking for a bathtub. Is it you by any chance? It was you. So yeah, very often in this game, you are rewarded for being an explorer. Just go and find stuff that's out in the wasteland, even if it doesn't have a name or a compass tick or a mission or anything of that nature. Just do it anyway, and there would often be skill books as a reward for doing that. And hello, Sexy. .45 auto pistol. Okay, we've got the flipping Vegas DLC gun showing up all of a sudden. Still, enough of me just babbling about the wasteland, which I love. Let's get to actually, you know, exploring it instead. And I know what you're thinking. John, where are you going? You're supposed to be going, or at least you said you were going. When it's you, John, that doesn't really mean anything. But you said you were going to Minefield, which is not the way you're going. And that's true, because, well, as a starting point, I don't want to go to Minefield directly. Instead, I'd like to make a little trip to, somewhere else first. If we can, I wouldn't mind going to say hello to Paradise Falls, because, well, we've got a friend waiting for us at Minefield, Arkansas, and I think it's very easy to miss this, but there's a lot more to his story than you might expect, because I imagine plenty of people, just because Minefield shows up so early in Wasteland Survival Guide, go to Minefield, a man named Arkansas shoots at them, so they shoot him straight back. But there's more to his story than that. And if I can make it to Paradise Falls, I can show that. If I can't, then I'll just tell you. But let's see if we can make it to Paradise Falls. Though, yes, there might be issues between me and there, such as... Actually, ammo is worryingly low. I really should have... Also, I'm being... Oh, it's just a mole rat. That was needlessly overdramatic music game. Holy flip, that's the crashed alien ship event, which... Okay, this one is bloody weird, because it's supposed to be a random event that can happen on any Type A location, but I swear I have seen it right here at this train yard more than once. Hang about. This wasn't actually part of the original plan, but, okay, we did definitely just get the alien event around Moresti train yard. Hang about for a second here. This might be rather interesting, actually. Alien powered. Oh, bloody hell. I didn't prep this. Did not prep this at all. Where is the alien weaponry? Because I can see ammo, but obviously not much ammo. Okay, hang about. Yes, an alien ship comes down in Fallout 3. It's much less obvious than in Fallout 4, where you really can't bloody miss it, but... Downside of this event being, yes, the ship explodes and it sort of just scatters weapons and ammo around the area. And that being sometimes the weapon just sort of ends up on top of something, and then you just don't get it, and then that's sad. That's a real shame. Hang on, where's the cocking thing? Bloody hell, I bet it's on screen right now, but I don't see it because me and my perception, it's not a bit. I'm just terrible at seeing things for some reason. Okay, so there may be a powerful alien weapon somewhere in this bit of the world, and I simply can't locate it. But, oh blind. Well, this is just meant to be, because I think I might know who can. I might just have, just round the corner, a lovely new best friend who's very good at finding things. Please don't despawn. I will be coming back for you in a second. We're making our way, of course, to our very first companion, though I'm going to be honest with you. When I played this game for the first time, I did not find dog meat. I simply didn't come across the scrapyard. And then when I played this game a second time, same deal, it took me multiple playthroughs before I actually stumbled across him, just because he's in a bit of a weird place to my mind. Like, we're going towards him, he's right about there, but yes, if you were walking, say, from, Megaton up to Minefield, I think you could, I guess you come close by, but I feel like he's not quite exactly, en route. I suspect someone else in Bethesda had the same view as well, because in Fallout 4, dog meat just outside your starting location, pretty much just off the main road, in clear sight. There's no way you can't find dog meat in Fallout 4. So it definitely wasn't just me. So just be a bit careful, because we are nearby to, a random spawn location when we're this nearby to Scrapyard, so don't see anything yet. I think it's a B-type, so something might be rolling to the south of Scrapyard just to get in over here. And at the moment we should hear some barking, some raiders fighting, etc, etc, etc. Oh, there we go, I hear gunfire. So somebody is, for some reason, trying to shoot a dog, possibly because they want to eat him. And there we go. The dog, in fact, is doing very well, but I am going to help him out. Too late. It turns out that, yes, indeed, he's already managed to take care of himself, because, oh, blimey, we need to talk about dog meat. Alright, dog meat is terrifying. He is a god pretending to be a dog for some reason. Oh, but just look at him and that little wacky tail. Okay, dog meat, me and you can be friends. In case you ever wonder, by the way, dog meat, his breed is almost certainly an Australian cattle dog. And there is a very particular reason for that. It's because dog meat was, well, actually, you know what? Up to this point, dog meat was always an Australian cattle dog. Because, in Fallout 1, he's an Australian cattle dog. It's kind of hard to tell, because he's very small and very far away. But, in all fairness, the dog in Fallout 1 is supposed to be the dog from Mad Max, and that was an Australian cattle dog. So, dog meat just always was this particular breed. With the possible exception of Fallout 2, K9, it's kind of hard to tell what breed he's supposed to be. Kind of unclear. But yeah, it was New Vegas that made the shift over to German Shepherd for Rex. Fallout 4 kept going, so this was the final appearance of an Australian cattle dog as dog meat. And dog meat has given me the man's best friend perk, okay? We picked up New Vegas style active perks when you've got someone traveling with you. That's interesting. So while dog meat's in my party, I deal 25% bonus damage to knock down targets. In addition, you can ask dog meat to mark his territory, setting a fast travel marker. Okay, now that's cute, actually. I like that. Still, let's just take a moment to... Okay, you know what? First, let's take a moment to talk to dog meat so that we can, yes, indeed, tell him he's a good boy. Or bad. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell him he's good. This doesn't do anything, by the way. It's just for flavor. So let's talk about the unholy abomination that is dog meat. The eternal, the universe ender. Because, basically, in classic Fallout, companions could die. Alright, they ran out of health, they died, that was just the thing. In fact, canonically, well, okay. Canonically, in inverted commas, according to the Fallout Bible, a series of notes written by Black Owl Studios aren't actually in the games, but were written by the original creators, so your mileage may vary as to whether that's canon or not. They specified the original dog meat was supposed to have died in the Mariposa base during the event of Fallout 1. Canonically, that's supposed to be what happened. And Bethesda decided, okay, companions can die. We'll have our companions dying. And a lot of people were very, very upset that dog meat could die. Because dog meat, you know, took some bullets and died because he was a dog. So when Broken Steel came out, they took the opportunity to make some small changes to dog meat. Such as the fact that he started scaling with your level. For every level above 5 that you went up 1, he went up 1 too. Meaning, by the time you were a maxed out character at level 30, this dog ended up with 15,000 hit points. But just in case that wasn't enough, Broken Steel also added the Puppies perk. So if Dogmeat somehow bloody died anyway, despite having more hit points than a super mutant behemoth, then you could just go get another Dogmeat from Vault 101. A new one would just spawn for you. And just in case that wasn't enough, the new Dogmeat is actually tougher than the original. The base health gets doubled from 500 to 1,000. So it's possible Bethesda may have slightly overcorrected on the topic of Dogmeat's mortality. Just for reference, by the way, if you take Butch as a companion, his hit points cap out at 335. Next to 15 cocking thousands. Funny other thing about the scrapyard, by the way, before we move on, which is if you go up to the, yes, this is the northwest corner of it. Very easy thing to miss this, which is there is a bus right on the corner next to this old building. And if you go into this bus, there is an ammo box. But this ammo box is not an ammo box, but rather John's treasure box. Locked hard, though there is also a random event that can give you the key to this if you get really, really lucky. This box contains 3 skill books, which may be the single biggest number in a single location in the entire game, which is kind of wild right here, and those aren't even the only skill books present. The scrapyard where you pick up Dogmeat is also, yes, the base of one of the most evil characters in the game. If you take the Contract Killer perk, then yeah, the office to this scrapyard becomes the base of the bounty hunters, who you hand over ears to in return for money. But you should never do this because 1, there's not that many good characters who you can harvest ears off, and 2, they pay 15 caps. 15 caps per murder. You can make more than that just killing a random raider and taking their goods back to Moira. But yes, indeed, it's this small shack right here. Can't be opened because it needs a key. You get the key by taking Contract Killer. Though, yeah, the one reason you might want to go in there is a skill book, it's a speech one. But as I say, there's no shortage of skill points in this game. Hardly worth the trouble of taking what's otherwise a very flimsy perk. Now, Dogmeat. Dogmeat, Dogmeat, Dogmeat. Me and you are going back to Moresti Train Yard. This is not the order I plan to do anything. But Dogmeat has a very, very useful command. I can ask Dogmeat to go and find things for me. And sometimes if something's got stuck under the scenery, say, Dogmeat can just get it anyway. So, oh Dogmeat, if you could find me the Fire Lance, the special alien blaster that I just happened to spawn, oh, I'm gonna give you so many dog biscuits, you do not even know. I don't dare fast travel in case that despawns anything, by the way, so we're just going to... Oh, hang on. We've got ourselves a trader. Is that Lucky Harith? It is as well. Magnificent, buddy. Oh, he's even got the recharger rifle, la-di-da, though cheaper and weaker than I remembered. And a varmint rifle, too. Okay, we've got all the fancy New Vegas stuff here. Oh, and our first sign, actually, of weapon modding. So, okay, weapon mods are in Fallout 3, and, yeah, because the economy in Fallout 3 is much less developed, there's not as much money floating around as in New Vegas. Yeah, the mod prices are a lot lower than they would be otherwise, and he does also sell the shish kebab, which is such a good weapon, actually. You know what, buddy? I'm going to take that varmint rifle. Okay. Night scope. I mean, it's not the best weapon in the game, but it's better than nothing, to be honest. I'll be taking that. Then I'll take a handful of ammo. Just, okay, when I say a handful, literally a handful. We're basically out of money at this point. I should point out, by the way, we do need to be a bit careful with Dogmeat for the moment, because right now I'm not level 5 yet. So he's going to get basically exponentially stronger versus the enemies he's going to be running into as we level up. But he can still die, so we should definitely be a bit careful with him for the time being. Once he's found me the Fire Lance, he's going to go and hang out in my house until he's had a chance to level up with me a bit and become an unstoppable super tank. Okay, Dogmeat, this is going to take a little bit of explaining, but try and stay with me. Approximately, maybe 12 hours ago, an alien spacecraft exploded up there, and it has scattered some alien technology. I need you to locate the technology. It is going to be somewhere around here, so please find a weapon. Go hunting for a weapon, boy. You can do it. I believe in you. Can't help but notice. Oh, hang on. Hang the cock on. He's doing it. He's found something. Dog meat, what have you found, dog meat? Where are you going? He's going down towards... Oh, hang on. Could that be... Holy flip, I think he just found it. It fell outside this area. Dog meat, did you just actually find the... Dog meat, you are the best boy. I love how he wags when you tell him that too. It's marvelous.
A fire
So,
lance?
say
The fuck is
hello
that?
to the Fire Lance, which is damage 63, DPS 430.
Jesus, what?
So, basically, it's just a tiny pocket super weapon, but with the downside that, yes, I've got 10 and only 10 shots for it, though it does actually make me think. Dog meat, just out of interest, hang about. Dog meat,
That's
I've
an
got more
interesting
work
weapon.
for you. Okay, any chance you could find some more ammo? Because the ammo might be around here too. So, okay, he's having a think. He's having a think. He may possibly have just located additional... There was also... Oh my goodness, he's actually finding more alien power cells. This is not what I was planning for today, but you know what? I'll flipping take it. This dog has just provided me with alien super weaponry. Please find more, by the way. No, dog meat, not the railway spikes. They're not that useful at all. Zero flipping DR. And no, he's just trying to give me railway spikes at this point. Okay, I think that might be a lot. So, alright, I have now got a super weapon, Mag Flippinificence. And yes, as we might be about to go into much more dangerous territory, trying to make our way to Paradise Falls, which I'm still going to do, despite this small dog and alien distraction. Dog meat, it's probably best that you, yes, wander off for the time being and nip back to, you could just go and wait at my house in Megaton, because I've got a house. Okay, apparently Vault 101's the only option. Okay, bright shiny new day. We have got ourselves, yeah, that is just a little raider station over there guarding the logical river crossing nearby to Big Town. Keep a distance from them. Okay, this is where things get interesting, which is super mutants. In Fallout 3, super mutants are generally not particularly good to deal with. They are slow, they're flimsy. In New Vegas, even a basic super mutant will kick your ass and wear it like a hat. For the simple reason that they are ludicrously dumb levels of fast. You know what, just take a shot. That was officially a sneak attack crit. Okay, we're not... Uh-oh. What did he just pull out? What did you just pull out? Because it looks big. And... where are you, buddy? Go! He has a laser rifle on him. That's not nothing. That is not nothing at all. Also, his centaur has just given up and not bothered doing anything. Okay, we might not want to go into that church over there, by the way, because there's more super mutants in that church. Also, am I about to regret saying, oh, I don't need to bring energy cells with me, I'll just leave them at home? No, I'm not, John, because laser rifles use microfusion cells, you know this. Damage 11, but bonus crit chance. Not bad, but not spectacular either. Maybe stick with a sniper rifle for now, and yeah, okay. Skirt around the church. Once again, there's more skill books in there, but then again, there's skill books everywhere. You can't bloody sit down the sofa without finding a couple of skill books behind the cushions. That is, yeah, that's Germantown Police Headquarters up there. That's even more mutant. Definitely into mutant territory. So, church, or Germantown Headquarters, heading towards the giant I really hope that's just the vicious dog that's coming at me right now. And I think it is. Fire money at them! Go away, stupid dogs! Okay, this is fine. This is all absolutely fine. I'm just going to take them out with money. Yeah, we're just firing money at them. This is like bribery. Extremely aggressive bribery. And there we go. Screw you. Okay, we need to reload the gun with more... Oh, this thing's great. I don't have anything to load in it right now, and I'm in danger. Okay, I want to start running. Okay, now we're just running. That was a lot of them. And we're running very, very low on ammo. But it's all fine. Once we get nearby to Paradise Falls, that will solve all my problems. Or I'll run into... That's a Fallout 3 rat scorpion, and I'm a very low level. Okay, everything's gonna work out. No, I'm approaching Paradise Falls from the south. On this particular... Well, that's just a bad luck. I'm not sure whether you are a patrol. I was about to say there is a B-type roaming encounter on the road nearby to Paradise Falls. It may possibly be you. I'm not sure. And also... Oh, right, yes. Rifles. That rifle might be a lot stronger than I'm expecting it to be, actually. Pop some stim packs, perhaps, and hope, because they're not instantaneous. Gun away, that faster and follow through. I can't remember, I'm now forgetting everything because I'm panicking. Just run. Make a run for it. We're going to make it to Paradise Falls. We are going to just keep eating more and more. Duke Cola. Do that. Milo cakes. Brilliant. Just down some Coca-Cola. Mole Rat is now... God only knows what's happening. If we're lucky, I think the Mole Rat is... Okay, the Mole Rat just saved my life. That Mole Rat is now attacking that Super Mutant. Everything is fine. Welcome to the Fallout 3 Wasteland, where often the best solution you've got is actually turning one enemy against another. Because that mutant is no longer...
I love that I can
me,
block
meaning as a
fucking,
result of that,
like, range now. It's so good.
I actually pulled it off.
Yeah, you can't do shit to me now.
Paradise Falls,
Oh, what are you gonna do?
over
I can just close the gap.
And yes,
Fucking,
I've
yep.
come here because I want to chat with them about a lovely... Fine, that's just a trading Brahmin. No one's going to kill me. It's all A-okay. I love the traders in this game, by the way. How they actually do trade. They circulate. If you've never actually noticed this before, you've probably seen it but never really thought about the logistics of it. But basically, yes, there are a certain number of traders who can actually go east over the course of the game, and they will actually circulate from settlement to settlement. So they go to, you know, Canterbury Common, Megaton, all the rest of it. They just basically travel around. So sometimes you just run into a doctor with a heavily armoured bodyguard out in the waste. So just sometimes you'll be saved by a passing caravan. It's beautiful. Anyway, my new best saver friends, let's have a chat about Paradise Falls here.
Right there. Nobody's allowed into Paradise Falls except on slaver farms.
Stay out of the west side.
What qualifies as slaver?
So, few different ways we can get in here, because would you believe it, you're not just allowed to walk in and have a poke around the slave pen. So, a speech change will potentially get me the option to bribe him, but I can't bloody afford it right now. Just kind of spent all my money on various other bits and pieces. If your karma is evil or below, so that is, what's that, minus 250 or lower, I believe, then yeah, you can use that to just get straight in. There is actually a hidden option that's not on this screen, which is, yes, if you actually help them with the runaway slaves as part of the detention of the Union quest, then they'll just let you straight in because you literally help them elsewhere. Alternatively, you've just got to do a deal with him.
Eulogy's got a special contract out for a few VIPs. I'm too busy, or I'd get them myself. You get them for me, I'd let you in. Deal?
And yes, indeed, no problem whatsoever.
One more thing. I got this message out there. It's some kind of stuff. I want you to check it out. A little research. You take this message, shoot it at some poor schmuck. While he's in La La Land, you slip one of these collars over his head. Be careful with that collar. It'll explode if you tell the slave to boot it over here pronto or it'll...
And there we go. Strictly Business begins together with a brand new stun gun. And yep, there we go. Top option, Arkansas from Minefield. In fact, actually, there may well be some of you who didn't even know he was an option, because if these people are dead, they simply don't show up as options. But yes, indeed, buddy, before we go over there and get shot by Arkansas, tell me about him.
Arkansas is that asshole holed up in that minefield. Killed the whole Paradise Falls crew. Eulogy wants him to suffer. And watch out for Germantown. Damn mutants took over the police station there.
So, we get a bit of a hint as to what's going on, though there is a bit more to the story than that. It's not actually included in the game, but okay, we're touching on stuff that you may or may not choose to consider canon, but shortly after Fallout 3 came out, an official
trains that I want.
But it didn't just contain maps and solutions and whatnot. It also fleshed out a whole bunch of extra lore details. one of which was pertaining to Minefield. According to the official game guide, Slavers came in and captured everybody with one exception, Arkansas himself. The reason the town's covered in mines and has got Arkansas as a sniper guarding it is because he wants to get revenge on the Slavers and has at some unspecified point in time managed to lure some of them in and taken them out using mines and sniper fire. So, alright, how about we now head over to Minefield, because there's a lot of really interesting stuff going on in there, actually, including a really weird Easter egg secret that had been bugging me for over a decade, but I think I might finally have figured out the solution to. So let's just carefully head into town, and yes indeed, just bringing Moira and mine will do for basic completion, but we don't want to do that. We want to do the full business. Alright, every single optional objective. That means going right into the centre of town. Nice thing is, though, because this place is full of landmines, once we're in town, we're not really going to run into any other trouble. The game doesn't have any random events spawning in the immediate vicinity, because if they walked into town, they just explode. And speaking of just exploding, can we see the land right now? No, that's just a pile of concrete. But the fun thing about Arkansas, he is somewhere up there on that platform. And there we go. Now it's actually loaded down. Yeah, you can see him at some point. But yes, he's going to take pot shots at me. But the pot shots are scripted. He doesn't actually need to detect me or anything. In fact, what there is like a proximity sensor around the various cars in town. When I get near enough, he starts firing. There he is. Now we've
Oh my
got
god,
him.
I love being
Not
able
that
to
I
block
want to
the
get
fucking...
it because I don't want him
block
to
that
die.
shit.
So, yeah, this can be nasty, of course, because chain reaction, that's the problem. Plus, mines hidden in the ground can be hard to see. Just a moment, even though I'm a hidden, he's going to come. As soon as I get him, give it a second. And there we go. He opens fire on the car's going to explode. When the car explodes, it takes the nearby mines with it. Even though I'm still hidden, he's neutral, he doesn't know I'm there. The bullets being fired are purely a scripted event. So, check the mailboxes, by the way. Because yes, don't forget, temporary magazines. They exist now.
I'm not
And
getting the
just
frames I
keep
want.
it on, nice and careful.
Damn
There
it.
we go. Incredibly
Need to
useful
fix it.
for
This is a good
bypassing skill
place to
checks.
measure
The
it.
old little magazines.
do it
Oh,
here.
he's firing again. Yeah,
These
I
are
think
not
what
the
happens
frames
is
that I
every
want.
time you enter or leave the
Fucking
proximity
annoying.
area, he fires on the car again. Even though the car is, like, you know, already on fire.
It's
I think he
midnight,
might have
shouldn't
gone
see
for
you,
lunch.
hopefully.
Because the bullets just keep coming, even if he's not there. Which is hilarious. So, okay, just
yeah.
get more mines. Check more
gonna put you to medium,
mailboxes.
right?
And the doors. Yeah, the doors, some of them are pretty hard locked. And
custom to
we'll be
medium.
discussing... I missed this mine. Lucky that didn't go wrong, to be honest. Yes, the doors are very interesting. The houses are very interesting. We'll be getting into why later. Because, yes, there's some really weird stuff in this town, but I think I have finally... That's... Okay, that car's about to
and
explode.
that's-
Okay, he definitely did fire that. He did fire that. That's true. I could return fire if I wanted to.
There's a bit better of the
right there.
frames.
But no.
That's
no,
the
we don't
frames
want to
I'm
do
looking
that.
for.
First things first. How about we, yes, make sure we.
I do want to relog, but I don't want to face the queue.
To
We might wait a
and once
bit
again,
to go.
he's
It's
just
gonna do
shooting
that.
at the cars. There we go. He explodes that car over there. I got near enough.
Yeah, see, I'm not
So,
slogging. I am
yes,
slogging
he's
frames. Like
not a very good sniper in many ways. Just not really doing anything to stop me from advancing the town. But a couple of steps further, I think he's going to touch the lovely.
See, much better. Frames are much better.
It's possible. There we go. I got to the playground. And he still doesn't know I'm here. Bless him. Now, okay. Fun thing about this, he's still just firing on various cars, by the way. He has no idea I'm in here. Despite the level of fire he's explosives. Yeah, it's kind of funny once you realise that he doesn't actually know where I am. He has no way of figuring it out. And basically, will probably never really spot you at all. Like, somehow he can't see me in the middle of the road. It's downright weird, actually. But yes, he's just firing at the cars.
Better
He's not
frames.
firing at you. So you can just basically wander around town as long as you're sneaking, and he just doesn't really care. So, as I say, the houses, they have some rather interesting things going on with them. Specifically, there are 4 houses in this town you're allowed to go
Want that
into.
off. I
Though,
want you to
yeah,
keep
some of
it
them
the
are locked
same.
up pretty tight, suggesting I wouldn't be able to get in. But no, that's not actually true. If we take
I
down
think we are gonna
Arkansas or
attempt to
pickpocket him or
relock here.
whatever, he's got a key on him that
I
opens
face the queue, I
every
face the
single
queue,
house in
you know?
town. Which is useful because, yeah, I believe it's
New
2
World.
average locks, 1 hard and 1 easy. You know what? I think it's time we need to deal with him. Ideally, get the key off him and then enslave him. Easiest way to do that
Ideally,
would be
get the
we
key
should
off
get
him
round the
and then
back of
enslave him.
if we can. 'Cause,
Wow,
yeah,
you're really
it's
good
much
at that,
easier just
actually, I
to
would
sneak
say.
up the back of his little ruin that he's
How did he know there was
based
a
in.
mine there?
And
Oh, you
oh,
can see.
that was just enough to level up as well. Brilliant.
Nice.
Okay, you know what I want?
Yeah, mines are good
Medicine.
XP.
I would love some medicine. Standard guns going in the right direction too. And we are not on a perk.
Guns always look pretty much
Okay, I
from the
think he's.
start,
Oh bloody
all
hell!
the
He's
way.
definitely realised I'm.
take
Definitely
that
realised
many
I'm
levels. It takes,
here.
like,
Just drop down into his
you know, what,
compound.
30
Okay,
levels, something?
We're now inside his
But points
compound.
each? Yeah.
What I want to do, and I don't even know if
it's like
this
20.
is
It's
possible,
like
by the way.
20
this
levels
is
is
not
cap.
the order I was
So you
supposed
only
to
really
do
need like 15
anything
levels in
today
guns.
is,
Like,
go over to the. Oh, it's got a new wibbly Amy thing. Okay,
Ooh.
that's its new reticle. Oh, that's
the
quite
reticle?
nice, actually. Well done, that's lovely. Alright, here we go. In fact, he's coming to me. Perfect timing. He is coming to me. And
Let
you,
me back
buddy.
in, like, right
I
now.
need
Let me
you
back in.
to be enslaved. Nice and easy,
Let's
please.
go, let's go.
So one headshot.
You're like, yo, it's been less than
Did
2
that
minutes.
work,
Let
or
me
did
back
it
in.
go
Let me
through him?
back in.
Sometimes guns go through
Give me that
people.
spot.
No, we're fine. Right, before he wakes up, I'll just be having that key off you, buddy. Brilliant. Oh, that was the karma noise. The game's judging me for stealing this key off this lad. Alright, hold your negative noises, game. We're only just getting started. Couldn't get the sniper rifle, though. Right, buddy.
So now I'm not super stressing my card anymore.
Drunk? Do
And
I seem
hopefully
drunk to you?
I get better frames here.
I didn't need to do that. I
Sorry
could
about
just
the delay,
ask
guys.
him
I'm just trying
to hand
to-
me his stuff.
trying to get the
I'll
best
just be
performance
taking,
out of
yes,
it.
the
It's a
sniper
monster
rifle,
of a
the
engine.
ammo, and you know
So here we
what?
go,
You're
yeah,
close.
with,
You get to go
frames
to
per
Paradise
second.
Falls naked, buddy.
Kinda
Ah,
low.
yes, Fallout 3. The
Believe
game
it's
where you
crashing.
take people's clothes off and they very often end up, yes, more covered up than before you took the clothing off. 0. Right, buddy, I have got a lovely bit of jewelry for you. And I'm really sorry about this, but you now need to go to Paradise Falls. Have fun.
Oh, sounds bad. I need my head. Where's Paradise Falls?
Okay, it's over in that direction. Don't explode any mines, by the way, and try to avoid Germantown. It's full of... I'm sure he'll figure it out. Okay, pretty sure the town is pretty safe now, as long as I stick to... Yeah, there's definitely more mines. As long as I stick to the roads, we should be...
Yeah, see, that's a bit
A-okay.
better.
There
There's
might be
the
more
latency
just
I'm
hit
looking
some
for.
grass, that is often the most
nice
dangerous
input
bit,
latency,
but
yeah.
it's fine.
Yeah.
So, as I say, in
And it looks
Winfield,
good.
4 houses. The first one in town, which is the only one with a blood
done with
splatter
this. Can
and
go
a
do
handprint
more
on it,
tomorrow.
has a really weird bloody mystery, which is the tiny house. There is a model of the house you are currently standing in inside this house. And the very first time I played Fallout 3, I rushed lockpick to 100 in order to get this thing open. And you know the funny old thing? I've just used console commands to open this, so I can show this right now. If you remember to come back here, with lockpick 100, there is nothing inside this house, aside from some basic drugs and some basic food. That's literally it. Inside a very harmless, unique acid. This is the only one of these in the entire game. And this has always bugged me. What is going on? What does this mean? And I think I might finally
thought I started my
understand.
channel. Maybe I didn't.
And the reason I might finally understand is, oh my goodness, it's our old friend again. Yeah, we're going to be talking about some behind-the-scenes stuff today. Joel Burgess. Because a few years back in 2019, he finally spilled the beans on what was going on here. And it's tied to the names of the houses. There are 4 houses in this town. Gibson, Benson, Zane, and Gillian. And Joel Burgess finally revealed what this all means, which is these are references to one of Hideo Kojima's very first games, Snatcher, a cyberpunk narrative thing. Gillian is the name of the protagonist. Gibson and Benson are both also characters. Gibson, however, is not an alive character. He is a dead character in this game, carrying a note that reads, "Search the house." And if you search Gibson's house in Snatcher, you discover a scale model of Gibson's house. That's what this thing is. It's an Easter egg referencing a specific puzzle in Hideo Kojima's first game of 1988. As for why there's nothing particularly good in it, because the box in the game Snatcher is also empty. The implication being, I believe, that somebody's already stolen whatever was inside it. And do you want to know what's even more interesting? Which is Joel Burgess really pulled out all the stops on this Easter egg. Because the corpse of Gibson can actually be located in the game Fallout 3. I'm nowhere near him yet, but if I remember, I will show him off when we get to him, which is the Capitol Post Building, a newspaper headquarters located inside the DC ruins themselves. In there, you can find a corpse that is labelled as Gibson, and would you believe on his body there is a note that reads, "Search the house," and a key to his house right here in Minefield. Joel Burgess really pulled out all the bloody stops on this Easter egg. On top of that, please help me solve the last mystery. Joel, if you're watching, please, just one more thing. What is the deal with the Zane house? Because I have been over the complete synopsis of this game, and there is no character called Zane in the Snatcher. 3 of the 4 houses are named after characters in one game. One house isn't. What's going on? What is this last mystery? So, we're 95% to the way there. But still, so many years on, Fallout 3 has got mysteries I have not figured out yet. And yes, before we head back to civilization in any capacity, what I love about the Fallout 3 Wasteland, I'm about to explode, missed another mine there, I'm sure it's all fine, is the stuff that you can't easily find, the stuff that the game rewards you for bothering to explore. So, yeah, going in the northeast direction from Minefield, it looks like there's nothing there. Alright, no compass to take no anything. You have no reason to believe there is anything in front of you. Which makes it all the more fun when you run into something like this. Just a random little nuke rocket thing gone about. And yes, indeed, that's the king of the roasters. We're just going to take him out. Nice and fast, if we can. Okay, we've definitely got some sneak attack crits on the Roach King. See, I wasn't joking, that is his name. Okay, my sniper rifle is not the most accurate thing. I'm pretty sure he's firing at me. I'm gonna be honest, it's fine actually, because yeah, under these rules, damage threshold means miniguns are not very dangerous at all anymore. And as for the rad roaches, looks like the mole rats are about to go and deal with that for me, which is just beautiful. I am not going home. You're not a mole rat. Don't lie to me. There we go. Rad roach. I bloody thought so. I am not going home until such time. How on earth is that? I don't know. Possibly you were running away from something else. I'm not going home until I have sat on the throne of the Roach King. Oh, there's bad things. There's many. Okay, just sit on the throne. I shouldn't have sat on the throne. Right, a second. There we go. Am I the Roach King? Wait, can you even hurt me when I'm sitting on the throne? Am I protected by the... I'm not protected by the throne. I've made horrible mistakes. But the mole rat is... Oh, the mole rats have come in to save me. Thank you, mole rat friends. And now load lunchboxes. Book. Fire everything. Fire everything at everyone. Screw you. And the ultimate winner is... I was on your side, you dick. Now I've got nothing. Okay, go over to literally anything. Finish him off with a gun that fires bullets if we want to be Captain Boring, I suppose. Does anyone know where all the pre-war books went, by the way? Because those are kind of valuable. Now, as I was saying, behold, I am the Roach King. Look upon my worksheet mighty in despair and ignored the red tick behind me. I'm pretty sure that's a rad roach that's just got stuck in the scenery. Okay, now the next one. Back to Paradise Falls.
Thanks to you, we finally did that Sniper, Arkansas in a car. You have no idea how many good men that prick threw to the dirt. I'm tempted not to sell them, just so we can torment them, using for targeting. Here's another car. He knows who he's rolling open and he'll be ripped in no time.
And more importantly, that lets me get inside Paradise Falls. Now, there is one thing I most definitely want to grab as I'm passing by. Also, buddy, I wouldn't recommend it, to be perfectly... Yeah, explosive collars. They do explode. But no. What I'm really after is just nipping inside the Eulogy's pan nice and quick, because that's going to get me a bobblehead. Companions now do an extra 10% damage, have an additional 10% damage resistance. Okay, we did not need to make dog meat stronger. Okay, he's already terrifyingly close to world domination. Okay, the rest of this we'll all come back to later. No need to rush. The more talents available, the better. Instead, let's get back to Megaton, because yes indeed, the whole reason we set off on this journey was Moira. Though yes, it turns out the real treasure was the alien weaponry we found along the way.
My very own landmine. Oh, just what I've always wanted.
Just what I've always wanted.
Always since I sent you out on this anyway. Now, tell me.
What's up? I rolled on Ennead. E-N-N-E-A-D.
You
Ennead.
press A. That's about it actually. Just run up to it and press A.
West
But
Coast.
Don't worry about any of this. No. Bottom option.
How you doing, Monies?
No, that's what we're going towards.
I may be a little impulsive, but not an idiot. I'll just take a look at this on my own then. You may not want to see any more explosives for a while. Why didn't you? You know your way around them. I have a couple rainy day toys of mine. And looking at this landmine gives me an idea.
Damn it, I hate that.
It's a terrible device. It does terrible things, of course. But it's easy to make your own, too.
God damn it.
And there we go. Some frag grenades. And the schematics for the bottle cap mine. Magnificent. And that gets me some stim packs for finishing the entire chapter, 100 XP, and of course, the next.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah,
challenge.
like I love
Still,
this
I
game.
would
You
say
know,
that is
yeah, it's worth the
more than
money.
enough
It's
for now.
you know, it's worth the price, right? It doesn't cost anything past the initial purchase, and it's like an MMO for free in the respect that you don't pay monthly for this. You know, I think they'll charge for expansions, but that's it. Like you don't pay monthly for this, so it's worth the money. It's worth the one and done $40. You know. Yeah, it's very good. I fucking love this game, man. It's good. Combat's great, like Dark Souls. You know, it's. I really like this game. I'm getting towards the end here. I'm about to see the new expansion. I haven't seen it yet. The Brimstone Sands, and I'm excited for that. I'm only like 6 levels away. They're the longest levels, but I'm still only 6 levels away. Looking forward to it. Gameplay's so good. It's got its problems, but I mean every game does. It's not you know, it's not perfect, but I'm definitely enjoying the fuck out of it. Been playing it pretty solid for like 4 days since the first server started. And yeah, it's pretty good. I love it. We're setting our own prices and stuff. I sell all greens for 10. I sell blues for 20 and purples for 30 and stuff. And I'm sitting on some, like, I don't know, like I bought a house for $5 grand and got like 10 grand sitting in the bank here. Might buy another house, you know, I don't know, but I got legendaries I got to buy at 60. Then a long gear score grind. And there's other stuff coming, like the WoW expansion's coming, so probably gonna go play that on the 21st and stuff. But yeah, it's I'm enjoying it immensely right now. It's a great use of your time. I think it's worthy of a couple playthroughs. This is my third 60 in as many months, like 3 months. This is my third 60 in 3 months or something like that, which is crazy. I've been just restarting on all the servers and having, you know, time of my life. It's a great game. I took a break there for a bit and played some other games for a couple of weeks while I waited, because I did get burnt out a bit after 3 weeks solid. You know, three weeks solid of playing this game. I was just like burnt out. But I'm back in it now, you know. And the Greatsword's so fucking fun.
Next time, how about we think about making some actual bloody plot progress? Maybe say, you know, in the direction of Galaxy News Radio, because
ooh, Slimefish.
There's a couple of fun bits hidden away about Three Dog that might be a bit interesting to explore. So join me next week as we take our first steps inside the DC ruins. Hopefully, you're looking forward to that. But in the meantime, I've been many a true nerd, and this has been Fallout: Tale of Two Wastelands. Thank you very much, and goodbye. If we just hide the bodies, nobody needs to know.
Yeah, I got quite a few friends playing Apex right now, or Modern Warfare.
Plan has worked. It turns out I'm a genius. The giant
I try to stay away from the shooters.
Oh, hang on, there's more yet, though. I'm still being very.
The people,
guys, where's the NCR?
some of the people, they're not so fun to be around. But I mean, you know, I was always originally an RPG guy anyway, so.
Many a Truder will come back to Fallout 3, at least for the moment, because, okay, today I've got something a bit special planned for you. Now, you may recall, last year, we moved many a Truner headquarters, which is a very fancy way of saying a moved house. And naturally that meant a whole bunch of stuff got packed up, unpacked, moved around. A whole bunch of stuff I hadn't thought about for years saw the light of day. And one of those things was my original Xbox 360. The console that I used to record the vast majority of the videos that were on Many a True Nerd for the first couple of years before I got a decent PC. And when I saw it, that got me to thinking, which is, okay, this had a hard drive in it. And in theory, just in theory, how far back does my Fallout save data actually go? Can I find data that predates Many a True Nerd? And indeed, can I find the absolute holy grail, my first ever Fallout playthroughs? And let's just say I found some very interesting stuff indeed. I scrolled right down to the bottom of all my Fallout 3 save games, and I found save 0036, and okay. In case you don't know how Fallout save file numbering works in this generation, the very first time you load up this game and you click save, that makes file 0001, and that is the only 0001 you'll ever possess. If you write over that file, it becomes 0002. If you then click create new save game, that will be 0003. In short, this down here is the 36th time I've ever saved playing Fallout 3. However, I know for a fact this is not my first playthrough, because, as some of you may be well aware, my first playthrough in Fallout 3 was actually not a good experience. I got a bit frustrated after about 2 hours because I misunderstood some core mechanics. I can't find any evidence of that file existing, so I assume what I must have done is uninstalled Fallout 3 and deleted the save file at the same time. This, however, I believe, is the second character I ever played as, and, okay, if you see the name Aria, and that rings a bell, then well done, you've been paying attention. Aria used to be the go-to name I used for pretty much every game before I did Many a True Nerd, though I have occasionally used the name since. My first FemChat was Aria, my first Dragon Ball was Aria. I can't remember why I started using the name Aria, but it was just my go-to name in pretty much every role-playing game. But okay, let's dive in and see if I could, yes, retroactively reconstruct how I played the game. We're going to be video game detectives.
Hey, Dave, what's up?
Hey,
Hey, how you doing?
Bad I was at Fallout
Good
the
to see
first
ya.
time I played it. Okay, welcome.
I'm just on that New World grind trying to get through my backlog of Many a True Nerd videos.
And, okay, Aria is apparently in danger. Caution, at minimum. Okay, for some reason, I can't remember
doing
where
pretty
I
good.
am or what's happening. It has
My
been
stream has been
over
very
a decade
iffy lately.
since
Like I've been
I played the save
I've been
file.
struggling with the Streamlabs quite a bit, getting very frustrated with Streamlabs because it's been iffy lately. It's been dropping me and dropping videos out, but it's been fine the last couple of hours. Every day I try to work on the settings, try to get it a little bit better, try to get it from stopping fucking me over. And like I look down and I've been watching my stream very carefully because I'm trying to, you know, like I got like 3 fucking TVs open right now. I got my secondary monitor, my tablet, and my fucking main monitor, and I got my tablet running my stream, and I'm watching very closely all the time because it's like hard to use the secondary monitor to monitor the stream, and the tablet has definitely helped me a lot where I can like really see if the fucking stream, you know. Yeah, it pisses me off, dude. Like the fucking service, like the Streamlabs is been real iffy with me the last couple of days. Like I've reformatted, reset all the settings, reinstalled all types of stuff, and I can't seem to get it to like do like very consistent performance. And we'll see. I just keep hoping for the day I wake up and I don't have any trouble with it. But I caught it today. Right, I watched it crash right in front of me today. You know, that pissed me off. I was like, man, I was in a bad mood for like 5 hours. I was like, man, like I shouldn't look down and like I shouldn't look down and see no streaming. You know, fucking it shouldn't like at that point your belly falls out and you're like, oh no, how long was I going without streaming? You know, and you get this like Fallout moment where you're like, oh, how long wasn't I streaming? You know, I don't like that, and it makes me really angry for a long time. So I've been struggling with Streamlabs every day with it. You know. So, but, you know, it's been okay. It only fucked with me once tonight. There was a night there when I was doing, oh, God damn, I was doing Resident Evil 7 one night, right? I beat several games for the Halloween stream. I think you were there for some of that. And, like, you know, one night on Resident Evil 7, it must have crashed, like, 10 times or something like that. That pissed me off, man. I was like, I'm just trying to finish the stream, you know? But, yeah. Oh, you don't feel well? I'm sorry, man. Well, I hope you feel better. That's unfortunate. I've been taking weird breaks, you know. Like it's hard to do this all the time. I'm enjoying it, and I haven't really stopped. I've been pulling 14-hour days, pretty consistent for like 7 months. But it's hard to do. It's hard to have that kind of dedication. And certain days, like if I have a doctor's appointment or something, it fucks me up so bad in terms of my rhythms and all this stuff. So, but I'm doing okay with it. You know, it's a grind, buddy. Always take care of yourself first, and that's the way I've approached this. When I don't feel good, I just straight up log now. If I'm not feeling too good, you know, or like, you know, I don't feel like I'm providing good content for the stream or whatever, I just straight up log now. I'm like, no, I was gonna go be tilted in the corner and lie in bed until I feel better, you know, and I have days like that. So you gotta take care of yourself first, you know. It's hard to do. I'm loving how cinematic this game is, because it's, you know, it's entertaining for me. I bet it's actually not the worst game for the stream. I think it definitely is endlessly sort of content creation sort of game. New World just sort of runs, you know, just Flows on by. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, maybe I have bad setting or something like that. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Take a look at on the other screen here. Blah. Okay. Oops. I redid all my streaming settings today for Streamlabs, so I'm hoping everything's coming through okay. Oh no. Yeah. I don't want to know about that, Dave. Don't tell me about that. I don't need to know that. I'm sorry that's happening. Yeah, I would too. Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just TMI, you know? Yeah. Birdhouse and camping tier upgrade, that's good. Alright, dinged, huh? Yeah, okay. Pump strength here. Very good. And, oh, damn, this fucking alligator quest is so annoying. Collect ebony scales, I still haven't got it. Fucking so annoying. Fucking alligators. Yeah, you. Come here. Oh, fucking dick. Ouch. Fucking tail. Ah! Oh. Oh. Ah, fucking gator. Chop. Yeah, take that. Ooh, what's that? It's purple. What is that? Oh yeah, what is that? Smolder hide. Oh yeah, okay. Oh, I thought it was like an epic or something. Crimson Guard's good, but it's bop. I don't know. It's not a bad weapon. It's worth keeping. I don't know. Fucking gator, get out! Oh, oh, you fucking. Oh. Come on. There! Chop you up, gator. Chop you up! More? Oh my god, more. How many gators do you want me to kill? They keep dropping loot. Like, what? Yeah. Alright, you, come here. Ah! Waste! Ah, that was kind of a waste. It was kind of a waste. Ah! Ah! Ouch. Oh. Dick. Haha, countered your tail blast, bitch. Oh. Oh! I'm getting better about my health bar. I don't like letting my health bar get down very low. So like I've been trying to not get hurt as much, and it's definitely been like in education and like what was actually happening. Like fuck, I get hurt a lot. It's good to keep it under wraps. Yep, perfect. Again, yep, and then run out. And just run around, get those heals up, and Yep, just assume that it's coming. Countered your tail blow, bitch. Oops. Oh. You feisty ass lizard. Motherfuckers. Come here. Yeah. Satisfying. Ooh, it's purple. What is it? Putrid Pit. It's a named void gauntlet. This one probably actually is really good. It's probably really good. So yeah, we're done with gators. Good. So now I can teleport out, I believe. That's cool. So yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. Recall to house. Yeah. No, don't recall the house. Just recall the inn. Gotta work on furnishing, and furnishing's such a bitch. Like, such a bitch. I don't know. It's fine. It's like I need some way to translate wood into furnishing like completely all the time. It's hard to do. It takes materials that are not that easy to get. Tip. What do you mean tipperoo? I want the buff. I wasn't there for it. Oh, you lagged me all bad. Fuck was that, man? I couldn't get credit. All right, fine. Anyways, yeah. So yeah, looking good. So all of this stuff, yeah, I had just enough room for that. Yeah, that's good. And I just want to dump it for now. Yeah, dump it all. Dump it. Yep. Keep it coming. There it is. Okay. And it's better. We can get back out again. So we get back out again, but you want me to go do something in? Oh yeah, that's a level 11 one. The other MSQ that I haven't caught up. Damn it. I don't know. I'm already up on this grind. So. Wait, no. I want to get the bonus. Take my shirt off. Fucking pants. Yeah, why not? Run around like nakers. Nakers. Oh, the helmet's so bad. But man, it makes you stand out though. But anyways, yeah, that'll hurt really bad though, so we're not gonna do that. I know what'll happen. Oh, I didn't get my tip. I didn't tip them. Oh, I'm an idiot. So gotta go back there. Screw it. That zombie looks fucking sweet, though. Fucking awesome. Alright, 2 turn-ins. That's gonna be good. Yeah. Almost to the top of this greatsword skill up. I'm at 19. I'm gonna cap out greatsword. That's good feeling.
Impressive. Well now, damn. Yeah. Don't underestimate Raja and his ambush of tigers.
475. They're the same thing. So yeah, that's good. It's good. Yeah, some more. Ooh, some more space. Yeah, that's good. Sweet. Pays good. Yep. So down we go. Yeah, the frame rate's much better here.
Oh, thank you.
Just gotta make sure what else here. I think this is lagging me out. The second set of like close that. I think that is lagging me out a little bit. Also close that. Yeah, like there's a lot open right now that shouldn't be. So like close that. Yeah, that. That. Close it all. Yeah, like get rid of all of that. Like you're running a lot of background stuff that really doesn't need to be there. Whatever. Fine, fight me on it. I don't really care. Oh my god, look at that fucking. Ooh, 3 turn-ins. Yeah.
Seek forever, Father Mascola.
So that's good.
In what manner may I
Sometimes the
oblige you?
Oh, thank you.
Okay,
We have the
is it-
statue.
is
At
it actually an
first, we
upgrade,
all
though?
hoped the Empress would come to realize the futility
510
of her
medium.
plan.
Nope. Oh wow. This I believe is gone, and then hey, a gypsum orb. That's cool. So that's good, but I gotta go pee again. Perfect course, I think. Excuse me.
Seek forever, Father Mascola. In what manner may I oblige you?
Exit, bitch. So somewhere here, we're gonna get up one more layer, and I'm gonna buy a set, which is not gonna be my favorite thing to do. Gonna be expensive, but that's all right. Got 10,200 sitting there. It's fine.
Ah, perfect.
Pulled in like $3 grand
Welcome
today.
to Ebonscale Reach, dearie.
Yeah, I'm up again already. I should wait till 56, but I don't know. I'm fine. Wow, that looks like an actual helm. It wasn't though. So we come over here and we go cycling through the stuff. We've got two-handed weapons of the great sword variety. GS sitting up at, oh, I don't know, 491, which is an upgrade, yes, and it's got the trifecta stats I want with the vicious and all this and that, but they want 700 gold. I'm not paying that much, I'll tell you that. 24 strength, higher damage rating, and shuriken dodge them to cast your next with a purple blade. See, this is cool, but it's not like amazing. Yeah, and that's kind of the GS score of which around which I wish to be sitting, but I'm not paying that much for an epic sword, I'll tell you that. 487, I mean, it's significantly less, but it's an upgrade. It's more in my neighborhood. It is an upgrade. 482, a gear score of 5, right? So no, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait on the weapon for like the next level. But I think I probably will bite for heavy armor of the head. Yeah, 300 for heavy helmets, a 50 upgrade. See, I knew I'd fallen behind on some stuff. Looking for strength on a headpiece here. It's an upgrade and it's got mad strength, so we're gonna buy it. Profane helm, I'll take it. And it sucks that I didn't get higher, but I didn't. You know, sometimes it'd be like that. 349, 497 with 50 upgrade, but we're looking for strength here. Strength con, chest piece. 42 upgrade on the eye level, and the price is reasonable, within reason. We should technically actually add an affix of strength. Apply filters, right? Yeah, and that way we're looking... I actually kind of want to go back and take another look at the head armor. Because like that's not that bad, actually. That's not really that bad. It's not that bad compared to... probably will actually buy that. I bought the other one, which was stupid. I could probably just resell it, right? I could resell it. So, yeah, so that's good. So then we come over here and then we take a look at armor of the heavy armor of the strength affix, right? Chest, right? We take a look at hand. Tainted for 495. Yeah, 495 is huge though. But right, well, I mean, but it is 10 eye level higher. Yeah, I think I will buy that. Yeah, this is okay to spend this money. It's okay. Hand, leg. 481 for... I'm looking for pure strength, but I mean that's sitting down there. 449. It's not that much better. Looking for this 480, 486 jump, right? It's a con strength, but I mean you're not getting through. Maybe he will get 300 off me actually. 481. I don't know. It's fine. It's in the neighborhood, right? I think we're okay with it. We'll run it. Yeah, that's fine. It's an upgrade, and that's mainly what matters to me. The profane boots with strength ends for 30. Take that. That's pure upgrade. Take it for fuck cheap too. And then we're gonna get off this. We're gonna get off this topic and take a look at amulets. Got brilliant sapphire rings for sitting for 1800, and the eye level is inferior compared to what it is that I want. I want strength, but I'm not seeing it. This is not that much of an upgrade, so we back off of earrings. That's fine. Mine's good. So then we've got a cheap diamond amulet with higher eye level with con and strength on it. I'm looking for that higher strength, and I'm not paying $950 for it. I'll tell you that though. An upgrade though for the con strength and physical damage absorption and stuff for the price it is an upgrade. I mean it's not bad. It's the price is actually not so bad. Amulet ring we sitting real expensive at $850. This current eye level of ring is higher than this. There is not much better that we can do. There's 426 over a 350. It's a significant fucking upgrade, but it's at way too high of a fucking price. Now, if any of these were reasonable, such as that one, but I mean, even this one is like really, I need a higher tier, which is sitting here. I believe it would be cheaper to buy a level 60 ring at that level than to currently try to push for it right now. So we got this nice amulet that is an upgrade because it's got strength on it. The boots with the strength, boots with the fur. 481 pair of pants, 495 pair of gloves, 486 helmet, and this one, it was a nice helmet. I mean, it's a nice helmet, but it's not good like that. Yep. So and then yep. So that one we resell, but and then the medium, BOE sells, but the BOP, right? 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 And then those two sell. The rest of these are all BOE. They're BOE. That BOE Crimson Guard is nice, but I can't keep it. And all the rest of that should sell. So then, oops, and then we come over here and we sell the minimal amount of weapons that we have. This fire staff for whatever. I'll take 20 for it, please. And then this this epic putrid pit, take 30 for that. Because I actually want to make my sales and make my money, you know. I'm not gonna fuck around with some conjecture on that, because it's just not that worth. It's not worth that to me, you know. Heavy helm, profane helm. This one I bought for a little more. Cause this got strength on it. I mean, yeah, but see, I'd rather get the 90 gold back than lose it all, like lose more money than I already did. So these guys, I think I will sit 20 on these because they are worth 20. And that's good, so buy, and I believe we're good. We're up a bit higher in the eye level and stuff, and she looks different now. A little bit more different. Her eyes are more standoutish, but yeah. Maybe she'd look better. There's nothing really stopping me. I thought the helms would look cool. Yeah, they do, but I don't like this helm. I don't think it's too good. So we're gonna change skin to, oh yeah, Legion's Galleon stuff. Yeah, no. I think so. We'll just hide headgear. Confirm, right? Yeah, and then she looks pretty cool, you know. She looks badass. She's alright. So.
Hello there! Because it has perplexed me since I arrived.
Because it has perplexed me in my blah blah. Perplexed me in my blah blah. So now, stone cutting, right? Yeah. So that's not bad. Ooh, superior territory supplies. Okay. Anyways, believe we're all set here now. There is one more. One more. Where are you? There you are. Ting tong, ting long.
You come here. Yes. Support me in my work defending the settlement.
Okay. Got another daily to go out there southeast and stuff. We're gonna hang out in Evan Scales. Good place to level. It's, pays good. Halfway through 55. It's not bad. Oh. And go back at it. No, that was there. There's some XP. Sweet. And yeah. Here we go. Yeah, the frames could be better. Like, I've seen them better. I've seen the frames go pretty high. I just don't know what would be... I don't know how I would get better frames. I don't know. Gotta go up the cliff face. Up there. Whatever that was about. The fuck was that, man? Okay,
But for some reason, Ari is in danger. I'm gonna give myself props straight away for getting as far as having cloud armor on only 36 saves, and of course, the autosave. I had a terrifying level of faith in the autosaves back in these days, apparently. Oh, I think I may have just located the problem. There's a death claw over there. Okay, so I can see something's going a little bit on the wrong side. Oh, that's a... Okay, problem. Never mind, problem. Problem kind of solved. Welcome back to Fallout on console. Somehow even more broken. Because yes, fascinatingly, this is the only save file I can find with Aria's name on it. So I didn't at any point finish this playthrough, or rather I decided to start again, play a different save file at some point. For some reason, yeah, this one just got abandoned. And we're gonna try and figure out why. I mean, it could have been that death claw. Could that death claw have been enough to make me restart the entire game? I don't know. But, okay. Oh, Moira. Okay, Moira's been waiting for me to return with test data for over a decade. I'm so sorry. Okay, here's what we can do. We can use a combination of, yes, data from the stats tab and the quest log to try and figure out what I have and haven't done. Here we go, main mission. So it would appear that I did manage to, yes, just complete Walk of Life. Then we were able to escort Dr. Lee inside the Citadel, and then we got to Vault 87, search lab-like caverns for a way into Vault 87. So okay. Go over to the map here, figure out what we've got going on. And I never made it there. Okay, so I need to go here, but I never actually made it. I got the information from the computer, and obviously, yeah, that's Smith Case's garage, so obviously we've made it in that direction. But we never made it to the lamplight at all. In fact, did we go north? We did! Okay, this is interesting. Hang about. The map is overwhelmingly not explored. Okay, well, here's interesting. There's a manual marker. I didn't set that today, meaning John from over a decade ago set that. But where am I get to? I have no idea. Okay, map markers. That will be useful. We can use map markers
the combat's
to determine
fun.
what
It's
I
like pretty
have
fun.
and haven't
Like,
done. So,
pretty fun,
Vault 101,
I'd say.
Springvale, Springdale School, obviously.
Pretty enjoyable.
Looks like at that point, probably, yeah, we know we've done a bit of Wasteland Survival, so been super duper mad. This looks packed, but it's not really. Looks to me like I probably... Okay, how did I get to Rivet City? Could I have just gone around the coast without tagging anything else? Presumably, yes, though... Think about one, can't I... Oh, okay, yes, that marker's just gone missing because now it's blocked off because of the post-Waters of Life. GNR Building Plaza right there, and then this is the various buildings around the mall. So, okay, haven't really done much diving into the Wasteland ruins at all. Most of my exploration is down in the, south flank, obviously. So here we passed by Andale, know about the nuke plant, but never actually went there. Passed by Fort Independence, just a random power station. Rob code down to Tenpenny. Okay, various missions could have sent me to Tenpenny, so I probably tried to make it to Tenpenny. Then we've got, Jocko's Pop and Gas Stop. Girdershade. I did make it to Girdershade together with Evergreen Mills. Okay, so I was not making my life easy. That area can be a bit on the tough side, so okay. Various locations there, but I'm more interested in, my run to the north. So, passed by Agatha, got to Minefield, probably said there by Moira. Yes, here we go. In fact, I've got the order. I did things for Moira. So, became radioactive, went and got the food, and then... Oh, I got the medicine too. I was nice to Moira. Yes, indeed. Go to Minefield. So I went to Minefield first up, became seriously injured, and then I started testing mole rats, but I never finished it and never turned a 10. But I didn't stop there. It would appear I just, for some reason, started going in a massive straight line in that direction, just literally beelining up to the top of the map. Went over to here, Temple of the Union. Okay, probably... Given a hang about Washington Monument, Museum of Technology. Museum of History, National
Always
Archives.
fill my fucking stream with that shit.
Okay,
So
no, I did not pick up a mission at the Lincoln Memorial. I've never been there. Instead, I just ran into the Temple of the Union and Caleb Smith said, hey, get rid of the super mutants, but I've never been there, so I haven't been able to verify there's no mutants, it's actually slavers. Power plant, resort homes, up to County Reservoir. These are not big major locations, no mission would point me here. For reasons best known to me, oh. Radio tower and train tunnel. I know precisely what I was trying to do. I decided I wanted to do the pit, for reasons best known to me, despite the fact that, yes, the other DLCs did not care about in the slightest. Ignored Not of This World, ignored Aiding the Outcast, even though that one's much easier to get to, but yes, for whatever reason, though, actually, okay, I saw the riverboat for local flavour, but despite actually investigating it, I decided not to go. Maybe I couldn't afford it, I don't know. But yeah, I kind of started going towards the pit, then just sort of changed my mind. Though, by the looks of it, yeah, it's one of the last things I did before this run got abandoned. And we did disarm the atomic bomb, good for us. Obviously, following in his footsteps, we just made our way straight to GNR, so no distractions at that point. Though I think I saw up above, hang about, yes, blood ties. So, very early on, I was given Deliver Lucy's message. I just never bothered. Yep, Arafu's on the map, but I never went there. At some point, somebody gave me an introduction to Replicated Man, but how much did I do? I've searched for at least some clues. And the woman from the railroad did approach me and say, tell Zimmer he's dead, but I never made a decision one way or the other on that one. Oh yeah, at the start of the game it was pretty much all just straight lining. I popped into Tenpenny Tower at some point, but straight into Scientific Pursuits, straight into Tranquility Lane, straight into Waters of Life, in fact. Basically, aside from Power of the Atom, I didn't do a single submission. I was just straight up beelining the main missions. Still, I tell you what, I wasn't doing too bad on the old equipment front, so, okay, let's figure out exactly what the build was, because I suspect this is not going to be good. Also, oh my goodness. Oh, those 360 textures, I love it. Okay, Tesla armor and matching Enclave officer hat. I'm guessing I was, yes, I must have just been getting into energy weapons, given I'm holding some form of a plasma thing. Basic plasma rifle, pretty decent condition, so, okay, I was trying to boost my, yes, energy score. Beyond that, the loadout is, oh wow, very random and all over the place. So, classic Chinese assault rifle, still got a baseball bat. Fisto is here, lovely, carrying a flamer and carrying so much fuel I'm blatantly never using it. Still carrying a hunting rifle, which of course, yes, this being 3, not New Vegas, was terrible. Just absolutely terrible. Don't even bother with that nonsense. Laser rifle too, so, okay, I missed the memo they were using the same ammo as the plasma, so that was a bit pointless. Also 2 Rippers. Might have been a new acquisition, given I never got around to merging them together, and actually that's... Okay, hang on. Hang on. A sledgehammer too! Oh my. John, why are you not using the terrible shotgun? You've got the terrible shotgun. Wow, I cleared out Evergreen Mills. Okay, so where's that death claw? Buddy, me and you have to chat. Oh yeah, you better run. You better... And also fling yourself into space. Okay, the physics is very, very wonky. Okay, I feel like my... Excuse me. No, 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 no. No, you flipping don't, actually. Just... Okay, also don't forget, John, this is Fallout 3. Back when armor didn't really, like, do anything. You're going to explode now. And 1, and number 2. Come on. Oh, yeah. That Fallout 3 blood explosion. I love it. Oh, now you decide to show up. Now you've decided to show up, do you? Just waiting until I'm vulnerable. Okay, well, that's absolutely... No, 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 my revenge!
Did he heal?
Okay, my revenge went wrong. I'm increasingly suspicious that John Oliver, yes, 12 odd years ago, may have literally come to the conclusion, hey, this game appears to be really badly broken, and I assumed that maybe starting a new file would help fix it. But no, John of the past, you didn't realise that this is just how Fallout 3 works, unfortunately. Alright, the big one here, and I will say that's a pretty sensible build. Alright, possibly, I cannot remember. I might have, like, looked up what the stats did after my very first playthrough, so I'll admit that's a bit high on the old endurance front, but that is a competent enough build. I'm not actively embarrassed. Oh, though I did go for a slightly wild, distribution of skill points. Okay, I think young John may have just been scared of numbers that weren't round, and this has probably just been created by, say, a skill book that I found, because everything else seems to have been aggressively rounded to the nearest 5. So, yeah, I was really diversifying between every weapon class, even taking explosives up to 50, though. Lockpick was apparently my pride and joy. Right there, that appears to be my... Is that my highest stat? No, small guns is 77. Completely ignored...
It's an epic?
Well, I ignored unarmed.
Well, damn.
That melee weapons did not get up to 39 by itself,
cool.
so...
That'll sell.
Okay, pretty high repair as well, actually. Repair, science, I just kind of got everything to 70-ish, and for some reason just didn't really consider 100 might be a good idea. Black Widow, Bloody Mess, Commander. Interesting. So, actually, you know what? That's thanks to Vats defense in Fallout 3 was such a good thing to use, albeit limited by poor AP. So, that's not terrible. Oh, there's a straight-up mistake. I bet I took Daddy's Girl really early on before I realised that in Fallout 3 you are swimming in so many skill points. You never take a perk that just gives you skill points, because it's a waste of a perk. Complete waste of a perk. Educated Finesse, 2 intense trainings. Okay, can't remember what I boosted, but could well have been intelligence after I realised how strong it was. It's entirely possible that those didn't start at 9 or 10. Life Giver into, yes, obviously power armor training, got rad regeneration. Strong back might have been, yes, a bit overkill. And yeah, toughness giving the equivalent of a 10 DR is honestly not bad. That's actually okay. Not as good as in New Vegas, obviously, but pretty damn solid all things considered. Yeah, only 42 locations discovered, plenty of kills, lots of lockpicking. Was really enjoying the lockpicking. Not so into the computer hacking though. Maybe I didn't get how the minigame worked as well. Seriously spamming those stim packs. I was, taking a lot of damage apparently, and, okay, not doing a single chem, as it turns out. Though yes, we do have a handful of mysteries unanswered here, such as, why did I decide to do the pit, and only the pit, and then sort of just change my mind once I actually got there? I have no idea, and more importantly, what happened to this playthrough. Why did I stop playing and go over to a different character instead? A mystery perhaps that will never be solved, because, oh, this was just the warm-up. You see, I found something a lot more complete over in the world of New Vegas. So, welcome to Fallout New Vegas, and yes, indeed. So, it turns out we need to begin the investigation immediately. This here is Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition on the Xbox 360. It is the only version of New Vegas on the 360 I ever owned, because I didn't get it when it first came out. I got Fallout 3 a fair bit after it came out, because my first copy was a second-hand edition after the DLC was already released. So probably that save file that you just saw was from somewhere around 2010, give or take. However, this being the Ultimate Edition, it must come from after February 2012. However, I started many a true nerd and Fallout later playthroughs in New Vegas, which I already knew fairly well at that time, around mid-2013. So, we must currently be in a universe somewhere around probably mid-2012. And I know what you're thinking, John. Just go into the Xbox's hard drive, there'll be date stamps attached to all the files. No, something broke with my Xbox's clock long ago. Every single file in there thinks it's from 2005. which definitely isn't true because neither Fallout 3 or New Vegas existed in 2005. This, however, is where things start getting a bit confusing, because I have located Aria, and I am pretty sure this is in fact the first Aria I ever played with. And you're probably thinking, hang on, John, that clearly says save number 1239. You did not do 1239 saves on your way to level 15 with your first character. And that's probably true. However, what I believe has happened here is, at some point, I used Aria's save file to, I don't know, record some extra footage, check the location of something, and then I saved over it, meaning, as I was discussing earlier, the numbering system skips forward to whatever you're up to. And speaking of which, by the way, I know roughly when that was done. Because directly below that, number 1198 is Evil John at level 28, clearly at the end of their playthrough. I must have been double checking something while I was recording the finale of Fallout New Vegas Kill Everything and accidentally overwrote the file number. Meanwhile, just above, that's John, level 26, system save. That is John from New Vegas No Kill, moments before beginning her final mission. So, okay, moments of many a true nerd history here, but for whatever reason, this I believe is the original Aria I did my playthrough with, and there's a reason I'm confident about that. If we do go down to the very bottom, then the earliest save I've got is 0210. Now that is early enough to be consistent with my very first save. However, as you can see from the stats up there, this Aria is much further along in her journey. Level 34 clearly has done at least one bit of DLC, so it's the same Aria, just the numbers aren't in the right order. And unlike the Fallout 3 universe you just saw, there was no universe where I started playing Fallout New Vegas, then just gave up, uninstalled the game, deleted the save file. This, I believe, is actually my first ever playthrough of Fallout New Vegas, and, okay, I was travelling around with Boone, so I figured out pretty fast that he is an unstoppable murder machine, a nuclear bomb that walks like a man. Okay, so, pretty standard opening here. Ghost Town gunfight, obviously resolved in favour of Goodsprings itself. Straight up the road to Prim, where I decided to, okay, sort those guys out in favour of the NCR. So, I was NCR stooging right from the get-go. Oh yeah, straight up the road to Ranger Jackson, sorting out problems for him, though. Okay, I'm going to say I'm impressed. I did booted at that point. Either I used the stealth boy, or alternatively, I was a badass, because clearing out that camp is not easy. At a low level, not easy at all. That camp, I was coming into this having played quite a bit of 3, so I understood the core mechanics a bit better than I did for, yes, the character you just saw, over into Cold Heart, and, okay, I'll have made it to Novak. I did not find the note on Manny's terminal, so I did come fly with me instead. Pretty standard positive ending, decided not to murder everybody. While I was passing through, that'll be when I picked up Boone, and passed through, yes, lucky old son, resolved in favour of the followers on the way past. Straight up to Bold City, decided to resolve that peacefully too. Okay, so a pretty standard run to date. So after that point, it looks like, yes, I took some time out to go and do some NCR side stuff. So back in your own backyard, medical history, restoring hope. So, okay, Boone put me on the righteous path of aiding the NCR, which I'm going to guess is why I, a humble level 15, am standing right here near Bitter Springs. By any chance are we doing this for you? Oh yeah, climb every mountain, no not much, Bitter Springs Infirmary Blues, I forgot to remember to forget. So okay, Boone basically dragged me all the way over here to deal with his personal business, and by the looks of it, I was just travelling with Boone, did not give a damn about anybody else, including Benny, by the looks of it, and Return to Sender was just too big an action. DLC completely ignored across the board to date. Understandable, I'm only level 15. Unlike Fallout 3, this was not the end of her journey. I've got just a handful of snapshots from later in her life, and some of them raise some interesting questions, shall we say. So, say hello to the next point in Aria's life we have any record of, which is Aria at level 34. There are questions that could be asked at this point, such as, why did you come in to this bar and or brothel and murder literally everybody, apart from that one guy right there who decided not to murder, despite the fact that he's a bit of a party? Why is everybody dead? Like, including, yes, the various owners. The door to the bank is open too. Was I robbing the place? I don't know. I mean, there's not even that much money in the bank. It's not really worth robbing the casinos in this game. Why did I murder everyone? Even the flipping civilian staff who don't fight back? Why did I murder Fisto? I mean, it wasn't for money, because if it was, why was I not taking, you know, the 10mm gun?
It's a funny premise.
The 10mm
Why did I
guns
do
are
this
worth
12
a
years
lot.
ago?
Weight to
What
value
was I
ratio.
thinking?
Oh, you killed old Ben as well. Okay, so...
Oh, that's when Final Fantasy XI came out.
It looks like we
or
kind of
something.
recruited a bunch of people to work here, and then came and stormed the place. There's no mission that would make you do this. There's no real reason you'd ever fall out with these guys. Just for some reason, Arya, after her, you know, lovely start, just helping out the NCR, helping Boone move on from his tragedy, she just decided to do this. And I don't know why. Which brings us here 4 levels later. This is the final moment of Arya's life that we have recorded. So, yes, we're just outside the Northern Passage, and I have good reason to believe that we've just completed Honest Hearts. Because, yeah, just look here, we're swimming in Honest Hearts goodies. We've probably literally just pulled these out of the reward chest, and then dropped a save beyond the tunnel. And this here is where Arya's save file comes to an end. There's nothing after this point, so... one has got to assume I completed this DLC and then just never got round to finishing it, because as far as I can tell, this save file never made it to the end. So, okay. So after wrapping up the business with Boone, it would appear that I, yes, diverted over towards the Boomers, despite the fact no one had told me to do that yet, because bear in mind at this point, we had not gone inside the strip. Benny had still not been avenged. And on top of that, Abba Dabba honeymoon, of all things. Okay, I was apparently determined to explore the entire map before actually going into the strip. Okay, we picked up Edie at some point, and okay, various bits of Edie following me around. In fact, actually, you know what? That will have been added into my log at the point the mission actually began. So probably I picked up Edie way earlier and just travelled with her for a fair bit of the game, where eventually certain keywords triggered certain data, and by accident we began bits and pieces. So okay, in fact that might have been what finally bothered pulling me into yes, Freestyle, at which point I decided to go and see April to get Edie sorted out. I completed the full Brotherhood mission, including all 3 filtration parts, before dealing with Benny. Fascinating. Including doing Eyesight Blind before Crazy. Or possibly, well, I might have ended up doing the 2 at the same time, but then again, Crazy isn't here, so apparently I just sort of ignored that. I'm not sure how, but I did. Let Alice McLafferty know Henry Jameson's employment has been terminated. I mean, to be honest, he was the only person in the bar that didn't end up dead. If that's what I was trying to do, it did not go well. And after being further distracted by playing Cupid, going over to Sunset Sarsaparilla, and bloody hell sorting out Feeble Will by App doing the peaceful resolution, yes, we finally got round to Ring-a-Ding-Ding. Okay, so I took the long way round to get to that. Then while I was on the strip, yeah, we started talking to Yes Man. Decided to, sort out Beyond the Beef by making them be not cannibals anymore, exposing Mortimer by using... hang on, what did we actually do? Okay, we got rid of Philippe and cooked the meal myself using the recipe. Lovely. And beyond that point, we started, playing every side. So we let Mr. House upgrade the Securitrons straight over to I Hear You Knocking. We started doing submissions for the Legion as well. Absolutely lovely. House always wins too, so okay. obviously completed the first stage of the mission at the weather station in everybody's favour. Put a timeout to talent pool. Obviously, things would go boom as an instant completion. We'd already taken care of the boomers at that point. Finger of suspicion, yet more submissions for, yes, the Legion as well. And then... okay, the whitewash, which presumably led me in the direction of West Side for the first time. Though it would appear
He's like analyzing
I
his
decided
old
to,
saves.
yes, tell the truth to Boyd about Corporal White and not cover it up. So presumably Arcade wasn't with me at the time. Then he freed Joanna, so bye-bye love, was sorted out. Hard luck blues. Okay. I mean, Vault 34 is terrifying, even for me these days, so... alright, not sure how we did that, though. Okay, we did kind of decide to doom the dwellers to save the farmland. But there's no good solution to that mission, so what can you do? Finally got round to dealing with Veronica, though. Oh. Okay, Veronica might not have the best ending. She decided to leave by the looks of it, tried to join the followers of the apocalypse, and everybody ended up dead. Then I decided to... okay, at that point, so many people ended up dead, I went and did, yes, Old World Blues. So, the first bit of DLC I ever did in New Vegas was Old World Blues, as it turns out. Kicking off with climbing the antenna, then going into, yes, the X8 high school community, getting around to Infiltrator last up. And obviously that's the one that was worth the most to me, because I'm still wearing the suit to this day. Absolutely lovely. Looks like, yes, I did enough submissions to sort out Old World Blues peacefully, so I was just able to get the think tank to back down and back me, which is lovely. And then, okay, and Old World Blues goes pretty much straight into Honest Hearts at that point. Obviously, Honest Hearts is pretty linear, all things considered, aside from the very end, which is Flight from Zion. So, okay, we decided to do Honest Hearts by fleeing rather than fighting. We backed Daniel, not Joshua Graham. But that was it. Those were the only two. So we did not do Sierra Madre Grand Opening. We never did Dead Money. Never did Lonesome Road either. Okay, meanwhile, based on, yes, the active missions and the order they're in, it would appear that I only recently picked up Cass, but never got around to actually, yeah, doing her mission. Beyond that, it does kind of look like I got, yes, paralysed by an inability to make a decision about factions. Because I took Render up to Kaiser, up to the point where he says, kill Mr. House, then no further. Yes Man, to the point where we need to kill Mr. House, then no further. I brought, yes, Don't Tread on the Bear and Beware the Wrath of Kaiser, right up to their limits, but didn't cross the line with either. Although, interestingly, despite King's Gambit being active, I don't see any evidence of GI Blues in, yeah, the completed or active missions. So, possibly I just never got round to speaking to the Kings in this universe. I decided to go off and do DLC adventures instead. Beyond that, I seem to have, yes, just focused on being as liked as possible by everyone. With one intriguing exception, which is Great Khan Wild Child. So, I mean, we definitely saw we'd done some of, yeah, their submissions. So, I don't know. It's not a fight that the NCR told me to do. So, not far enough down the NCR route for them to send me to go and assassinate the Khan. So, okay, at some point, for some reason, I started murdering some Khans, and I don't know why. Can't help but notice. In this universe, I've done one and only one chem. I do not know what chem that was. I would love to know, which is the one and only one drug I did in this entire playthrough. Special-wise, oh my. Okay, so I did not realise that during this playthrough that perception doesn't do anything. Like, I assume that I was assuming at the time this was helping out my VATS build. But no. No, it was not. Okay, so there is definitely some intensive training and some implants going on here. Transfer, yes, age-adjusted perception 10. There is no reason to ever have a perception 10. That is ridiculous. And yes, as we're now level 38 with intelligence 10, not difficult to have 100 across the board. Decided barter wasn't worth bothering with. Melee weapons as well, down at 17. And survival, yeah, if you're not playing a hardcore mode, there's just not much benefit to it, to be honest. So, okay, pretty easy to hit 100 across the board in this game. Gotcha. Poke-wise, what do we have? Oh yeah, I was going for a VATS build, and I bet I thought that perception was helping. 2 ranks of action girl, adamantium skeleton. Obviously, yeah, some that just come in as a function of playing, together with a few other bits and pieces. Black Widow, bloody mess, all perfectly fine. Any surprises down over here? Oh, blimey. Okay, I didn't just go to wall-to-wall. I properly completed that. I got the extra perks and everything. Oh, I even learnt the contract, presumably just before starting to shoot them. Math Wrath, Meltdown, Nerves of Steel, all very good perks to be honest. Got the Scribe counter as well, hilariously. Steering Imperialist, pretty good, maybe a bit of a waste there. Strong back again. Okay, young John was obsessed with carrying too much stuff. Just manage your inventory better, John, it's fine. Ah, that'll be why I wanted strong back. Apparently I just could not make up my mind what weapon I was going to be using, though. John. Okay. Didn't bother using any of the hotkeys, apparently. Lovely. Just carrying around giant piles of weapons that can just merge together, just to save a tiny bit of space. There you go, John. I've saved you some already. Light Shining Star, literally just got that. So, Christine. Okay, that's a good rifle. Glad we've got that. Still using Elijah's advanced gun from, yes, Old World Blues. Carrying some stuff I could probably do without, though. Okay. Maria is solid for its weight, and I've got 1,000 bullets, so why not? Lucky suits my build, to be honest. There was plenty of luck going on there. Okay, that's the Saturnite Fist superheated I used to, yes, murder everyone in the Atomic Wrangler, which, okay, I must have done after I came back from Old World Blues. Alright, something went wrong with my brain when they put it back in because I decided to murder an entire casino for reasons that are not clear. Beyond that, that gun and this machine, you know what? It's not a bad loadout. There's just too many guns here. Alright, what did we or did we... Oh, I never went to Jacobstown. 2 DLCs, so many missions done, and I never went to Jacobstown at any point. And I did not go into Quarry Junction. Okay, that was a bit scary, apparently. Didn't bother with any of that, though. Oh my. Searchlight. Never been to Searchlight. Well, that is interesting. I'm guessing by the looks of it, yeah, when I wanted to get to Cotwood Cove, I started at the back and then just walked in a straight line and ignored the cliffs between me and there, probably going via Echo at the same time. Fascinating. So okay, I think if we've got to come to a conclusion here, this New Vegas playthrough, possibly I never finished it also. New Vegas on the 360, where everything's made out of small cardboard boxes in the distance. I love it. Yes, I possibly never finished this playthrough because of choice paralysis. I just didn't want to side with any faction and upset the others. I just wanted everybody to be happy and get along, and I couldn't find a way to do it, so I stopped playing and moved over to a different file. Fascinating. As opposed to Fallout 3, where it would appear that, yeah, my first playthrough was possibly abandoned because a bloody teleporting Deathclaw refused to play by the rules, and I thought the game had broken. But no, that's just how Fallout 3 is. And thus we come to the end of our little look back into the old days. My very first playthroughs of my very first Fallout games. I've never shared these. I just saw the console in the box and thought, I wonder if the save files are still there. And they are. There are some unanswered questions, a handful of genocides that don't really have any reason to ever have been done. Young John just decided he wanted to punch an entire casino to death for no well-explained reason, possibly suggesting young John could have benefited from a bit of therapy it definitely couldn't have hurt. Still, I will say at the bare minimum, with the exception of a clear misunderstanding as to what perception did, and isn't it just appropriate that my biggest mistake was perception related, I'm not too embarrassed by this. I think this is, yes, pretty much okay. Obviously, this was just a little one-off. I thought it would be interesting to look back together. We'll be back to some more traditional Fallout fare next week. Hopefully, you join me for that. But in the meantime, I've been Jonas, and this has been a look into my first ever playthroughs of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
8 years ago. 1.8 million views. Jesus. I never actually watched this one. Let's go see what he says.
It's a fascinating and a very important game. Fallout 76 is a fascinating and a very important game for anybody who loves Fallout. And that's specifically because this is the worst Fallout game in history, both by critics and players. The response to it is going to inevitably have an impact on Fallout 5 and potentially on all of Bethesda's future outputs. This is a huge deal, and yet nobody seems interested in trying to figure out what went wrong with Fallout 76. Oh, there's been plenty of discussion, but it always seems to go for the very easy answers. Bugs, frame rate issues, connection issues, missing features for the PC version, very poorly handled merchandise. And absolutely, those are very bad things. And yet games with those exact same issues had a much warmer critical and player response than Fallout 76 in the past. You see, I reckon that all those easy answers are distracting us from a much more interesting conversation. You could wave a magic wand today and fix all the bugs and the frame rate issues and give everybody a free canvas bag, and Fallout 76 still wouldn't be a great game. But, on the other hand, if we could figure out what was wrong under the bonnet, where the core gameplay has gone astray, and we could figure out how to fix it, well, let's just say the Fallout community is uniquely well qualified to forgive a game for being buggy if the gameplay is great. So I want to figure out what went wrong. I want to discuss the decisions that were made about this game that could have been made differently. And most of all, I want this to be a constructive discussion. I want to figure out how, or if, Fallout 76 can be fixed. So, let's get started, shall we? So, first, a bit of franchise context. You see, Fallout games have a habit of coming out in pairs, where a radically new take on Fallout comes out once per decade, but gets a companion built in a very similar engine about 2 years later. Fallout 1, followed by Fallout 2, Fallout 3 by New Vegas, and now Fallout 4 by 76. Now, the relationship between these pairs of games can be fascinating and probably well worth a video essay all to itself. But right now, a good starting point for our discussion is that Fallout 76 inherited a set of gameplay mechanics from Fallout 4, but 76 also found itself in a bit of a tricky position, because while its inherited game engine and limited development time meant that it had to utilise and recycle plenty of Fallout 4, just as New Vegas had to use much of Fallout 3 as well, Fallout 76 made the huge shift from single-player campaign to online multiplayer service. Now that's a tricky transition to make under any circumstances. And then they chose to include forms of PvP. Survival mechanics made their first appearance outside of an optional side mode. Settlements were replaced by new build anywhere counts, leveled weapons and armor, a much stronger focus on audio logs, environmental details, storytelling, the first ever immediate post-war settings, player launch nukes. That's a lot of stuff to shove in. And I don't think any of those are inherently bad things, but I am reminded of an old poster that did the rounds in the UK about a decade ago. Individual systems that look fine on paper and might have worked independently can end up clashing with each other, just like these three cogsworths. There's actually a really simple example of the opening moments of the game with how Fallout 76 introduces the VAT system. You see, I've normally got an issue with VATs in Fallout 76. Sure, they had to remove the ability for it to pause or slow time in an online game, but it serves its purpose, allowing a more tactical style of combat where the player is focusing on managing action points, chance to hit, and a critical meter instead of focusing on manual aim. And much like Fallout 4, specialized VATs character builds are extremely viable. Once the critical perks start unlocking during the mid-game, VATs builds can become extremely strong. So I was somewhat surprised when the initial reviews came in for Fallout 76, and a common complaint I saw was that VATS wasn't enjoyable and didn't work well. And then I realised what the problem is. You only get one first impression, and Fallout 76 gives VATS a terrible one. You see, people are going to leave the vault, try out VATS, if they have a bad experience with it, they might never bother with it again. Unfortunately, the vault is surrounded by Liberators, a new robot enemy. They're a cute addition to Fallout 76's impressively large range of enemies, but they have a problem. VATS just doesn't seem to work on them. Right now is a high-level character that I've specialised towards VATS, and even then, I'm struggling to hit these guys at fairly close range. And to this day, I'm not quite 100% sure why that is. I assume it's because the game gives a reduced chance to hit the head, because normally hitting the head gives you bonus damage, and as these things seem to be made up of 90% head, therefore they're just hard to hit. But adding the fact they move around a lot faster than the vast majority of enemies, so the chance to hit swings up and down very rapidly, the fact there's a bunch of bushes around the area which they can easily become obscured by, reducing chance to hit to 0, and these guys are basically a nightmare in VATS. But here's the same character taking on other low-level enemies, and as you can see, that's vastly easier. I don't think there's actually anything wrong with the new VATS, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the idea of a small enemy that's easier to hit with certain control mechanics and less easy to hit with others. But if you fill the game's first area with only that enemy, people are going to assume VATS doesn't work. Decent enough ideas individually, put them together, and it breaks. Cogs. But we're getting into specifics a bit early here. Let's start off at the very highest level that we can. The core gameplay loop that Fallout 76 inherited and iterated on. So in Fallout 4, the gameplay ultimately boils down to exploring a location, finding materials there, crafting weapons and armor using those materials, thus becoming stronger and more capable of exploring new locations, and so the loop continues. Fallout 76 inherited this, but it's made a change, a very, very big one in fact. Because in Fallout 4, you unlock modifications for weapons and armor by taking perks, where each perk unlocks new mods
I want
for
to
a
play
vast array of
76 from a
weapons,
differently,
melee,
totally
guns,
different point of view
explosives,
now.
and energy.
It's kind of weird.
This made the loop work, because it meant there was always plenty to craft. And if you found a new gun, you probably already have some mods you can craft to improve it. Therefore, you naturally replace basic weapons with more advanced ones as you found them, and you always had a use for all sorts of different components. Fallout 76 replaced the perk system with the weapon scrapping system. This meant that when you found a new weapon, you didn't know how to craft any mods for it. But taking the weapon to a workbench and scrapping it gave you a chance of learning a single mod for that specific weapon. This created a lot of problems. You see, in Fallout 4, finding a new weapon is an event. Let's say you find your first plasma pistol. Now that's a cool moment, because until you come across a legendary variant, that plasma pistol can just be your plasma pistol. If you've already got the perks of science, you can start modding it right away, and if not, just take the first rank of science next level. In Fallout 76, that scenario plays out very differently. When you find your first plasma pistol, it's useless. After all, your existing loadout likely includes some common weapons you can found plenty of, scrap 90% of them, and thus you'll have heavily modded the one you're using. But that plasma pistol isn't modded. So the most sensible and common reaction to finding a new gun, a sexy piece of pre-war military technology, is to smash it with a hammer under the assumption that it might be useful to you if you find and smash 20 more of them. And this isn't just theory. This actually happened to me. I really wanted to go over to energy weapons in 76. In fact, when I stumbled across my first gamma gun, I got a bit overexcited, took a science perk or two, all ready to move over, but the laser pistols I kept finding were vastly worse than modern type weaponry. So So I smashed the very weapon I wanted to use and just kept smashing everyone I found, like some form of militant Luddite. And then, eventually, so goes the theory, if you smash enough weapons that you actively would like to be using, maybe you'll learn how to make a better receiver, and the weapon will be worth bothering with. Now, if this sounds slightly mad to you, that's normal. The whole process is slightly surreal, and it doesn't make much sense, because, to be clear, you can break down 20 of the same basic gun, and each time learn how to make a slight variant of it, even if none of the guns you broke down had that variant on them. And by the way, this process will take a while, because Fallout 76 added in a lot of new weapon components, and many of them are functionally identical, especially true for barrels. So many pointless barrels. Now, before we go any further, we need to understand what's actually going on here under the hood. And that means it's time to talk probabilities. So every time you scrap a weapon, the game starts rolling dice in the background. You see, there's a list of mods for each weapon, each of which has a probability of being unlocked. Some likely to be unlocked, some very unlikely. The game rolls dice against every mod you haven't unlocked yet, and then awards you a new mod based on which dice roll gave the best result, assuming any roll succeeded. And so when you're down to the last few mods, you might get no successes, and thus gain nothing on that scrap. From the player's point of view, therefore, on average, you will unlock common and thus weak mods on just about every weapon scrap at the start of the game, and as time goes by, some more powerful and rare mods will start appearing, as they'll have less competition in the unlocked lottery, because you've already unlocked some basic mods and removed them from the pool. And once you're down to the last few mods, an average player will probably end up scrapping multiple weapons without unlocking any mods before happening to get lucky and unlocking the final few. Now this, to my mind, is not a good system, and it highlights the risk of randomness in a game. Randomness can be a great part of a game, of course, but you have to be very careful.
What? I don't know what you're doing. Stop it! Stop it! I can't change or do anything. I don't know what you're doing. Stop it! Stop it! Stop! Oh.
About mods can be extremely frustrating. In this system, the source of frustration is obvious. You can scrap a gun 10 times and get no mod unlocked on any of those scraps. But you have no way of knowing if you've actually unlocked all the mods or if you've just been unlucky, because the game never tells you whether or not there are still mods to unlock. But it gets worse, because some mods that do exist in the game can't be unlocked by scrapping at all, and there's no consistency for which ones you can or can't. You can scrap most weapons to learn for example.
God damn it, you froze up controls on me mid-match like that. It wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I was so far over. Where was I,
Plasma weapons can unlock basic splitter and flamer variants by scrapping.
That was just crazy. You locked up controls on me. Fuck me there. What was that?
Sledgehammers can unlock heavy rocket and heavy spiked variants through scrapping, but for entirely obvious reasons, the heavy spiked rocket can't be unlocked that way.
Whatever, like,
so
why am I way the fuck over
we
here?
have a lottery where the player doesn't know what the prizes are, or whether there even is a prize left, or what the odds of winning might be. This is bad randomness. And that's not just theory, we're only just getting started here, because this quickly starts spiraling into unintended gameplay consequences. You see, the practical result of this at launch was that for many players, some weapons were rendered effectively useless, because the low probability of unlocking decent mods at first meant that you could never find enough of them to learn the mods to make them good. This actually happened to me. I was a pistol user that had a pipe revolver as my day-to-day weapon. A gun so basic that you know the schematic automatically at level 1. Conveniently, enemies frequently drop this weapon as well, so I had just about every mod for it fairly quickly. So when I reached a high enough level that single-action revolvers started to spawn in, I planned to switch over. But the unmodded single-action revolver was inferior to my modded pipe revolver. And because it's not a common drop, I never found enough of them to get any good mods, because the lottery means that on average, you'll work your way through plenty of trash barrel mods before you get anything good, like a simple damage boosting receiver. And then the Western revolvers started spawning in, and the same thing happened again. And this wasn't just me. We know from Bethesda this is a widespread problem, because in the patch of January 29th, they made Licensed Plumber, the perk pertaining exclusively to pipe weapons, weaker, commenting that it was overperforming, and they were worried that it was seen as a mandatory pick. In short, a lot of people were taking the perk for pipe weaponry, meaning a lot of people were using pipe weaponry, rather than switching over to the more powerful guns that in Fallout 4 would have replaced the pipe revolver fairly early early on in the game. Now you're probably thinking that it sounds pretty insane that there's a genuine problem that I can't find enough guns to smash apart, to learn enough about them, to actually use the gun, but don't worry, the rabbit hole goes much deeper yet. You see, unlike in Fallout 4, you can build guns from scratch in Fallout 76 once you find or buy the plans for them. This is fairly useful because weapons are leveled, so being able to get a level 20 variant the moment you hit level 20 is convenient. But the game doesn't distinguish between weapons you've found and weapons you've crafted. So for weapons that aren't commonly dropped by enemies, some people have ended up crafting weapons purely so that they can smash them, which does admittedly sound like something a serial killer would do. There are a lot of problems here. One of them is the system doesn't make sense. Sure, mechanically on paper it's simple enough, but it's not intuitive. Why does breaking down a weapon 50 times cause you to slowly learn more mods for it? And this is where we get into what this video is all about. You see, it's very easy to criticize, but what's more interesting is trying to see how this might reasonably be fixed. Now hopefully, my proposed solution shouldn't shock Bethesda too much, because it's pretty much a variant of a system in a little game called Skyrim. You see, in Skyrim you improved your ability to do something through practicing it. If you did lots of smithing, you'd slowly get better at smithing. Now this is a nice solution in terms of being both intuitively sound and mechanically elegant. Getting better at making something by making lots of them is easy to grasp, and a system where you insert raw materials and time and receive improved skill and a refined item you can either use or sell to the blacksmith who's standing right there is a very smooth process. And honestly, this wouldn't even be much of a shift for Fallout 76. Once we've got to the stage where people are crafting weapons just to break them down, then we're already pretty much there. Just migrate the point where mods are learned from the scrapping to the crafting. The system works basically the same way, except you're no longer being incentivized to pick up and drag heavy guns back to base. Instead, we bring much lighter junk, build guns, and then either sell or scrap them when we're done, giving us more flexibility on whether we want our new guns to be converted into money or scrapped to recycle some of the components we used to make it. We can also remove some of the randomness by adding a chance to learn mods to, modding the weapon. So if you want to learn a new type of scope, then you craft a scope for that gun, and that would generate a chance that you'd learn a new scope mod.
Yes.
I like this idea because, first, it makes sense that building a particular type of modification would give you insights into how to build variants of the same thing, and second, it breaks up the monotony of just making the same basic gun over and over again. And this is why I think building to learn is a much more interesting system than scrapping to learn. Scrapping is a single flat process. You press a button to scrap and it's scrapped, and behind the scenes the lottery begins. A repetitive action leads to a random result. But building is a more complex process, where we can start doing fun things to weight the chances of unlocking mods, so we can start interacting with the process to increase the chances of getting what we want. One of your odds of unlocking more rare or powerful mods rose if you crafted higher level guns or higher level mods, thereby investing more materials into them. What if we gave bonuses to characters with high intelligence or luck? What if we factored in how many crafting related perk cards have been taken? The change would also solve another problem, because it's time to revisit those cogs, and that means it's time to talk about weights.
Looks like you really earned your stripes. I tip my skinning knife
Fallout
to
has
you,
always
friend.
had a carry capacity system. It's been in literally every game. Historically, it's worked very well. It fits nicely into Fallout's role-playing side as a variable limit calculated off your character's strength stat. It's a subtle way to discourage people from treating Fallout like a straight-up shooter by stopping you carrying around endless guns. And in terms of character balance, I've always found the additional carry capacity as a nice compensation for melee and unarmed characters, who in older Fallout games especially, were often more vulnerable in combat. Now, Fallout 76 should be a natural fit for the carry capacity system, because the survival mechanics and the need to carry food and water adds new, interesting choices about what you should and shouldn't carry with you. And I say that with confidence because it worked brilliantly in Fallout 4 Survival Mode. In case you never played Survival Mode, it was Fallout 4's highest difficulty, and rather than just increasing enemy health and damage like Skyrim's Legendary Mode, it added a whole bunch of interesting new mechanics. One major change was that Survival Mode massively reduced your base carry capacity, meaning that you had to be very careful about what you take with you. Better armor might be heavier, and the better ones of your guns might have significantly their weight. For the first time ever in Fallout 4 Survival Mode, I modded my weapons to be slightly less powerful, and less accurate in order to get their weight down. And then there was the question of how much food and drink should you take, bearing in mind you might be able to scavenge some out there. And of course you have to leave some empty space to carry resources for further crafting back home when you're done. The tension eases later in the game as you unlock armor mods to increase carry capacity, but the first 20 or so levels in Fallout 4 Survival Mode are some of the most fun I've ever had with the franchise. Now that worked in Fallout 4 because what you were gathering was exclusively junk items, with deliberately low weight so you could get a decent haul of them home. But as we were just discussing, Fallout 76 still wants you to bring home junk, but now it wants guns too. And some guns are heavy. If you're a rifle user in Fallout 76, the base weight of the weapon that you'll have to routinely carry home to scrap is about 7 pounds. And that means you'll be over-encumbered. A lot. And Bethesda clearly knew that was going to happen because they modified the rules for being over-encumbered
hell yeah,
to be
sure.
extremely
Okay.
generous. You
I'll
can now
take
run
it,
at normal speed, the fastest movement
I did
short
not
of
expect to
sprinting,
find an update
even
here.
when over-encumbered at a cost of AP. This throws out
Well,
Fallout 4
shit, there
Survival
goes
Mode's
that
careful
money.
planning
I
of
guess
what
I should have
to take
just
with you to
waited. I
ensure
mean,
you
I
have
don't
enough
know.
spare
Oh,
space
cool.
for
I like this
looting.
armor.
Because being over-encumbered
It's
is
like
so
the best she's
inconsequential
had.
that when I go
This
over
is like
the
the best
carry
armor
limit,
she's
I never
had.
stop
Fuck
to
yeah.
drop something.
Cool.
Instead, I think, well, may as well be way over the limit then, and start grabbing literally everything. And clearly I'm not alone in that, because Bethesda recently patched the game to introduce a hard cap to your inventory of £1,500 over
lightning
the
beetle.
over-encumbered soft cap. Though in all fairness, this was also related to an item duplication exploit. So, how do we make carry weight work in Fallout 76? It's a difficult question, and I think we should start with a little bit of history. Back in the old days of Fallout, the game took a very brutal approach to carry capacity. A base carry weight of only £25, plus a further £25 for each
I will
point of
actually
strength
go
your
over
character
land.
possessed.
I don't
So a
know.
strength 1 character
It's
only got £50
easier
total.
to do
Yeah, old Fallout
this.
wasn't kidding around. On
Wait,
average, though,
wait, no,
a typical
no, it's
character
not.
with
It's
strength
not
5
easy
would
to
have
do that, no.
£150. And since then, every generation has got a little bit more generous. Fallout 3 went for £150 base, with a further £10 per point of strength. The same average character would now get £200. Fallout 4 added another £50 onto the base carry weight, though the slightly lower number of available special points meant slightly lower average strength. A typical character would likely be looking at about £230 or £240 total. The increase in Fallout 4 did make sense though. It was most likely to offset the fact that Fallout 4 was the first Fallout with a major crafting focus, as well as a modular armor system. Combat armor in Fallout 3, for example, weighed 20 to 30 pounds, depending on variant, whereas a full set of combat armor pieces in Fallout 4 weighs up to 45 pounds with the heavy variant. Though I should also flag that Fallout 4's armor crafting system allowed for significant boost to carry capacity above these levels. But then there was a change. Fallout 76 lowered the base carry weight of Fallout 4. Very interesting for a game which, as we've established, wants us to do even more carrying than Fallout 4 did. The base is now down to £155, with only an extra £5 per point of strength. Half the benefit per strength point than in Fallout 3 and 4. Being an average character, we start the game with £160, a figure so low it's impossible to achieve in Fallout 4, before working their way up to £195 by the end of the game. To be clear, Bethesda changed the carry weight calculation so that you need to be strength 11 in Fallout 76 just to have the same carry capacity as a strength 1 character in Fallout 4. Now that's a very illuminating decision, I think, especially when we pair it with the newly added presence of weight reduction perks. These are perk cards that reduce the weight of a particular type of item. Medicine and drugs, explosive throwables, certain ammo types, or certain weapon types, excluding rifles. Rifles don't get it. Everything else gets it. Shotguns, heavy guns, pistols. Melee doesn't, but melee users are going to have strength 15, so they don't need it. Seriously, Bethesda, why don't rifles have a weight reduction perk? Sorry, that just really bugs me. My point is, Fallout 76 has a very odd relationship to weight. You start off with relatively low carry capacity in a game where not only do you have more stuff to carry around than you used to have, as now food and drink are important, with the return of gun condition, spare weapons are now more important, and on top of that, certain items have had their weight massively increased. Like stim packs now weigh £1 each. They have literally never had weight before in a Fallout base game. Even in Fallout 4 survival mode, they only weighed 0.1 pounds. So I think what we're seeing here is a system that was pulled in a few different directions. You see, if you were planning to make a game that was a hardcore survival experience, some of what I've just described is exactly what you'd do. Lowering the base carry weight is in fact exactly what was done by the definitive J Sawyer mod, a New Vegas mod created by New Vegas' own project director, Josh Sawyer, that reduced the base carry weight from 150 pounds down to just 50. Fallout 4 Survival mode likewise reduced the base carry weight from 200 down to 75. So as Fallout 76 is in part a survival game, reducing the base carry capacity and the amount of carry weight gained from strength is to be expected. The addition of a very high weight with stim packs points to the intention of a more hardcore experience too. After all, you can't just spam stim packs if you can only carry a limited number of them. That's just a game that wants players to think very hard about what they should or shouldn't take with them, and have to make tough choices about their loadouts. But then the carry weight modes come in, and they tell a very different story. And I think what we're seeing here is a compromise. Sure, they wanted to make a survival experience, but it's likely there was also a reasonable concern that some Fallout 4 players were probably used to and expecting to be able to carry around a good-sized arsenal. And we do perhaps need to keep in mind how well Fallout 4 sold. At around 15 million copies, that's nearly double what New Vegas did. And while we don't have precise data for sales of the original Fallout games, Brian Fargo in 2017 estimated around 600,000. There are a huge number of players whose only exposure to Fallout is Fallout 4, and that had to be in some people's minds when they were making decisions about Fallout 76. And so I suspect a compromise emerged. A reduced carry capacity and other moves towards a hardcore survival experience, but with the addition of the perk cards, which could reduce the weight of medicine by 90% or your chosen weapon class by between 75 and 90%, unless you're a rifle user, for you I suppose. This is the same logic, I suspect, that left the map completely covered with stash boxes in every train station and gas station, so you can regularly scrap and stash your junk, removing the need to tactically plan a looting run. And because of this compromise, this is a very messy system, because I don't think it really suits anybody. People who want to not worry about carry weight at all still have to waste significant amounts of perk cards and special points on reducing weight, as every weight reduction perk card has 3 ranks. So if you want your armor and chems and grenades and junk and weapons to be extremely light, then I hope you enjoy 15 levels worth of perks just to fighting your own inventory. Meanwhile, people who like the sound of a hardcore survival Fallout experience, like Fallout 4 Survival Mode, like myself, and I freely admit we're probably in the minority, well, I feel conflicted about these perks. I'd rather they weren't there, but it's point enough to not take all 3 ranks of packages. But let's focus on one thing we can all agree on here. Taking a perk should be a fun thing. It should be something interesting that changes your game, ideally in a way that facilitates your chosen playstyle. I'd say examples of good perks are Black Widow and its variants, which both impact combat and open up new dialogue options. New Vegas' and Stayback and its Fallout 76 equivalent Enforcer are great perks because they add a new and distinctive effect exclusively to shotguns. Penetrator in Fallout 4 is a great perk because it opens up brand new options for VATS characters in combat and is locked to only characters with extremely high perception. Taking a perk to make the weight of a stim pack drop from 0.7 pounds to 0.4 pounds is not fun. It is basically bookkeeping for your inventory. From the point of view of most players, reducing the base carry capacity and then adding a bunch of perks to reduce item weight boils down to creating a problem and then asking the player to spend their time solving it. So, what's the solution? Well, there are 2 I can think of, but they both boil down to the philosophy that trying to please everybody means you'll please no one. The first one is the easy one, and I think it would be an improvement, but it's not my preferred solution. Get rid of every single perk that reduces the carry weight of items. Offset that by increasing both the base carry weight and the bonus weight you gain per credit point. And as you've just freed up a load of perk cards, take the opportunity to add in some fun new ones. There are plenty of great perks in Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas that didn't make it into 76. Let's get some of those back in. But that's not what I think we actually should do. And you're going to call me crazy here, but I think we should lower carry capacity further, and I'd also be tempted to get rid of the carry weight perks too. Bear in mind, this is my version of Fallout 76, where we've already got rid of gun scrapping. But I say, if we're going to do a survival game, let's do it properly. Before I get into the details of how I see this working, I need to take you back to September 2018, which is when I first got to play the preview version of Fallout 76 and chat to the dev team about it. and I asked them, did they foresee that players would take on specialised roles in a team, or if they thought people would play it generalists. And they replied generalists. And this, I think, is why. In a world where you can just keep taking perks until you've got room to hold everything you need, why wouldn't you be a generalist? You don't need a designated team healer if everyone has a giant pile of their own stim packs. But to paraphrase The Incredibles, if everybody's special, then no one. In a world in which nobody has much incentive to specialise, because you can comfortably be a sniper, and a shotgunner, and use explosives, and heal yourself, and craft everything, well then, everyone's going to do everything, and then everybody will be broadly the same. But if we massively reduce carry weight, then I think we end up with a whole bunch of positive outcomes. So let's focus now on what it would mean for how players interact with each other. This change strongly encourages specialisation, teamwork, and communication. For players in teams, this means people taking on distinct roles and choosing specialist perks in that direction. Everybody fights, sure, but they also have a single secondary support. Let me give you an example. Because stim packs are so heavy, you don't want to carry many of them around, and that makes everyone that you do have precious. So what if everybody handed their stim packs over to a designated healer? Someone who would take all the first aid perks so that they could use a stim pack, and it not only healed 100% of their health, but everybody in their team too, in a great big healing burst. And you can already do this. It's a charisma perk, but you rarely see it, because in a world where everyone's carrying around 30 stim packs, why would anybody bother? This would need a lot of other changes to support it, of course. The perk card system was specifically designed to allow people to fulfill multiple roles, as the You Will Emerge video make it clear. There is a fairly easy fix to this though, because I think Fallout 4 had the right idea, where perks were tied to special stats, including perks that could only be taken if you maxed out a particular stat. This meant that the elite perks like Penetrator, Pain Train, and Gun Fu were exclusively for characters who specialised in that direction, and that made different character builds very distinct. Right now every perk card has a level requirement and a special commitment. This means that even characters with very low special stats can utilise the most advanced specialised skills in the game, just by virtue of getting up to the right level. And that doesn't seem right to me. So I say, just add on a minimum special requirement. This shouldn't even be controversial. Every previous Fallout game has many perks gated behind levels, skill points, and special requirements. If we're feeling particularly ballsy, we could even scrap the special commitment completely. If you meet the special criteria, you own the card, then you just have the card active at all times. And this would get rid of the nonsense of having to routinely equip and then unequip lockpicking, hacking, and crafting perks, which I end up doing a lot because the vast majority of them have no combat benefits. Getting back to weight specifically, that would need more work to rebalance as well, absolutely. We'd need new perks for characters to be great cooks, for example, where they could make meals and fill an entire hunger bar off a single food item, or new perks that allow characters to maintain other people's weapons out in the field. In my version of Fallout 76, we don't just magic items lighter using perk cards. We accept that we can't do everything, and instead get really good at a handful of things, to better utilise the small amount of stuff that we can carry. And though I've been talking about teams so far, I think it will actually work really well with single players too. Because the game right now is too easy. Too easy in general, and too easy to just do everything for yourself specifically. This is one of the reasons that 99% of the time, players meeting each other just give each other a wave and then move on. Why would they communicate? They don't need anything from each other. But imagine a world where you're a skilled healer, but you don't have any water or food left, and you see another player. Because in my system, there's always going to be some form of scarcity, and that means you have a very real reason to communicate with other players, to ask to trade goods or services. Maybe they have one of my new perks that lets them do field maintenance on your weapons for free. Maybe they have the Philanthropist perk, which we could update to work on all nearby players, not just teammates, where he agrees to drink a purified water while you're standing next to him, which gives both of you the benefit. Maybe you've got one of my new first aid perks, which lets you heal another character for free on a cooldown, which you could offer in trade.
Yeah, there was so much
first
Fallout
aid
they
healing
could
as a
have
skill
done.
action was a thing back in old Fallout. Let's bring it back. It might even increase the chance of solo players choosing to temporarily team up, rather than just wave and move on. And as for solo players who are absolutely determined to work exclusively alone, well, no one's going to stop them, and they can have the most difficult hardcore experience of all. Hunting as they go, drinking from streams, maybe having little choice but to embrace cannibalism. It'll be a real challenge for them, but I suspect there's plenty that would actually love a Fallout game to be a real challenge. Now these are just ideas. They would need a lot of work, testing and iteration. But my point is, I think it would be a lot more interesting to have a hardcore survival world where people have unique special skills like communication and trading are more important. Anyway, I'll pick up with my fantasy version of Fallout 76 later, because we're not done discussing the other side of the wasteland yet. We need to discuss the stash limits. In modern Fallout games, there are various locations that you can make your home, and these homes have always had storage containers in them. This lets you store anything you want to keep, but not carry with you. Fallout 76 had this system too, but with a new twist, the stash box. This is a magic Resident Evil teleporting chest that lets you store or retrieve any item, not just at your base, but at any box scattered throughout the world. Now, this does sound rather useful, but there was a problem with it. At launch, it had a £400 limit, since increased to £600 and now £800. This meant there was effectively a hard cap on how much stuff you could store, and that caused all sorts of problems. Let's just do a quick fire round here. 1. Legendary weapons and armor returned in Fallout 76, but many of the legendary effects are extremely situational. Assassin's gear is literally only useful in PvP, for example, and there are similar variants for ghouls, soup mutants, scorch, robots, bugs, everything, providing more damage or protection in extremely situational circumstances. This means there's a good chance you'll pick up a load of gear that's extremely useful some of the time, but not most of the time. But as weapons and armor weigh so much, it's not really feasible to store them, so you end up dumping potentially valuable legendary gear. 2. Now that weapons are leveled, you can on occasion find or be awarded weapons you're not able to use yet, so these have to be stored somewhere until you hit the appropriate level, further using up space in the stash box. 3. Bobbleheads and magazines have now been changed to be surprisingly heavy consumable, and the magazines, like legendary gear, grant powerful but extremely situational benefits, like 15% bonus against a specific cryptid, bonus damage or damage reduction in PvP, double swim speed, and many other very specific things. So you either use up space storing them, or end up throwing away or selling items that provide very powerful bonuses. 4. As the number of weapons you're modding at any given time tends to be fairly low, certain junk begins to accumulate fast. At level 30, I was sitting on a giant pile of gold and silver that was taking up weight and not doing anything for me, but I didn't want to get rid of it because I knew that one day it would be useful. These days, it's a giant pile of rubble and asbestos I'm sitting on, but I don't dare to throw it out in case I need it down the line. In short, there's a lot of stuff that you want to put in the stash, and while it has become increasingly manageable as the stash limit has increased, I've still had to throw away stuff I'd rather keep. And I personally find that a bit sad, because I've had to throw away the quest rewards, and the first legendaries I ever found in the game were thrown away onto the altar of the stash limit. Back in Fallout 4 survival mode, I made a trophy room to display weapons and armor that have been significant in my journey, but that functionality's gone in Fallout 76, so my trophy room has tragically not returned. Now, the official reason for this is that Fallout 76 is an online game, and that means the server's trying to deal with loads of people and their inventories simultaneously, so too much stuff would lead to technical problems. This, I think, is a bit of an unsatisfactory answer, because the limit that's imposed on the player is a weight limit, but weight has no intrinsic relationship to the amount of data that's being stored. Technically, 16,000 steel is £800. That's the full stash. But that's not much data at all. Meanwhile, a single pipe weapon has a weight of £4, but that has a level, a max condition, a current condition, a receiver, a barrel, a grip, a sight, a magazine, and a muzzle. That's presumably a lot more data. And there's a very simple solution here. There are only 40 types of base resource in Fallout 76. All the game needs to remember is how many of each that you have. So why does that count towards your stash limit at all? Keep the stash if you must, but resource components should be free. Because even if you have thousands of each resource, it's still just 40 lines in a table with a number against each. That way, the stash is dedicated to do actually interesting things. Now, so far we've been discussing weight in purely literal terms, but there's another side to it as well, because weight in carry capacity and stash limits is a mechanism that controls how much junk you have and how fast you can gather it. And junk is the true economy of this game. Caps are meaningless, they come and go, but junk does everything. It builds your house, it builds your guns, it builds your armor. Junk is critical. It was in Fallout 4 as well, but in Fallout 76 it's a whole new level. In Fallout 4, you utilise junk primarily to modify your armor and weapons and maintain your power armor, which is the only form of maintenance in the game. It was also used to build your settlements, but settlements also came with their own structures and assets you could demolish to build with, so mostly you didn't need to commit your own junk there unless you wanted to make something really fancy. In Fallout 76, the demands on your junk are much higher. Now you need to craft guns from scratch, and thanks to the weapon leveling system, you do that every 10 levels as well. Under the current system, you might also end up mass crafting guns just to scrap them, and your weapon has condition now, so it needs to be maintained. And unlike Fallout 3, you can't repair one weapon with another of the same kind. It needs more advanced components from junk as well. Armor pieces need maintenance too, more junk. Also, you can craft your own ammo now, junk. And have you seen how much junk building and maintaining power armor costs? Because that went up from Fallout 4 hugely. So you need a lot more junk, which makes it very interesting that Bethesda lowered the component yields from many common junk items. For example, in Fallout 4, a desk fan yields 2 gears, 2 screws, and 2 steel. In Fallout 76, that's been lowered to 1 gear, 1 screw, and 2 steel. Typewriters in Fallout 4 offer 3 gears, 2 screws, and 3 springs. In 76, that's down to 2 gears, 1 screw, and 1 spring. And so on like that across many common junk items. Now, there are compensations to these changes, but they're pretty insignificant. In 76, high intelligence is tied to a bonus to scrapping yield, but with so many junk items now yielding just 1 of each of their components, even with high intelligence, you won't get any benefit. Also, some junk item weights have been reduced, but it's extremely inconsistent. Typewriters are down from 5 pounds to 4 pounds, telephones stay the same weight, however. In short, the properties of junk items have been modified, so you could carry home slightly more junk than before, but the volume of actual usable components in that junk has been massively reduced. In fact, let's do some maths here. Let's assume that the average weight of junk is about 20% down, and their component yield is 50% down, which seems about fair from what I've seen. That means per pound of junk rolled back to base, you're getting 40% less components next to Fallout 4. Now sure, you can take 2 ranks of attack rats to offset that and get back to Fallout 4's component to junk weight ratio, but that still means 40% more time looting than Fallout 4. Now that's frustrating, because between slowing down the rate of component harvesting and increasing the need for components, the inevitable conclusion is you have to spend a lot longer looting. And the cogs are back again, because this change has thrown a really big spanner into the Fallout 4 gameplay loop we were discussing at the beginning. You see, in Fallout 4, for most of the game you were gathering junk to make permanent upgrades to your weapons. In short, if you went out and returned with any junk, you were guaranteed to be in deep profit, and thus close to your next upgrade. But in Fallout 76, going on a looting trip involves an outlay of materials. Fast travel costs caps now, so you've spent money up front to go to a looting spot, with no idea ahead of time whether or not someone's going to have looted that spot before you got there. Firing guns use up ammo and gun condition. That gun might need maintenance as a result. Depending on the gun, that could be expensive. And if it uses a rare ammo type, I hope you've got plenty of lead to craft more. And that armor's not going to maintain itself either. Well, unless you've got the perk where your armor magically maintains itself, but you know what I mean. The problem here is that Fallout 76 risks turning us into post-apocalyptic accountants, where we have to try and calculate if a trip is going to be junk profitable because plenty of enemy-heavy areas won't be. And do you know what the weirdest example of that is? There is no enemy I consider less worth fighting than a Scorched Beast. Yep, the big bad that we have to defeat to save the world is the one enemy I will always resolutely ignore because they just jump for no real benefit. Their sonic attacks just chew through armor condition, so especially if you're on your own and thus it's just targeting you, there's a good chance you'll need to pay out significant amounts of junk and repairs at the end of the fight. Plus they're extremely tanky, that's a lot of bullets and gun condition. And what do they give you if you kill them? A fairly minimal amount of XP, some internal organs you can cook which are barely any better than other meat from basic starting area enemies, and some body parts that contain ultracite scrap. But throughout the early and mid-game, ultracite is worthless. As in, there are literally no weapons or mods that call for it until the late game. This process makes your first Scorched Beast kill a bit of an anticlimax. And by the late game, when it is useful, I honestly find it faster to just harvest it from the Ultra Sight ore in the glassed cavern. But the crucial point is, they don't drop anything you need. By contrast, Skyrim's dragons worked as enemies, because if you could kill them, you got a dragon soul, which you couldn't get from anywhere else, and which was immediately useful in the early game, granting access to special unique abilities. But not Scorch Beasts. They cost me junk to fight and don't reward enough to be worth bothering with in return, so I guess I'll just leave the world-ending threat be. And so it was that the cogs doomed us all. Okay. So why did Fallout 76 change to this system from the one in Fallout 4 if its most immediate consequence was to slow down the game? I think this might be a casualty of the transition from a single player to an online game. Because in a single player game, it's easy to assume that if the player does plenty of quests and doesn't rush, they should feasibly be able to access all the biggest, sexiest toys by the end of the game's story. That's how Fallout 4 works. Every weapon and armor perk is available by around level 40, easily reachable even if you aren't chasing 100% quest completion. Now that's fine for a single player campaign that might last 30 hours or so, but that doesn't work for an online game which Bethesda have openly stated they want us all to be playing years from now. And people won't be playing in 2020 if they can sit down with the game and within a week have access to every gun, every mod, every item for your account. When a game wants to be played for years rather than weeks, it has to take a long time to complete. Now there are lots of ways to make a game last a long time. A compelling competitive multiplayer, high replayability, high difficulty, lots of secrets. But there's another way, of course, which MMOs can be particularly susceptible
I cannot
to,
move.
And that's
I cannot
grind.
move. Oh my god.
And I think that's what weapon scrapping boils down to. It's a deliberately slowed down mechanism of unlocking weapon mods. It also explains why there are so many new and seemingly useless barrel modifications. More stuff to unlock takes more time. It's why guns and armor have condition now, and why repair costs for them are so extreme. It all slows the game down. Now to the player, that sounds bad, but from the other side of the fence, it probably sounds good, because a slower game keeps people logging in every day. It's habit forming, and that's definitely something that Bethesda have in mind, because that's exactly why the daily asset challenges exist, to get you logging in every day. It's very likely the same reason why junk yields are lower these days. It's why Scrapper, which used to provide useful uncommon resources, now barely makes any difference at all. It's also, I think, why leveled weapons exist, because, honestly, they probably shouldn't. We've never needed them before in Fallout, and what do they really add? Sure, it lets guns become more powerful as you level up, but we already have weapon-specific mods locked behind level-gated perks that make guns more powerful, together with damage-boosting perks that you unlock as you level up too. We don't need a third system to make guns get more powerful as you level up. And while there's not much apparent benefit, there are major downsides. Giving certain weapons hard-coded minimum level requirements to use them creates all sorts of problems. For one, it just doesn't make any sense that an experienced revolver user can't use a particular type of revolver until one precise arbitrary moment, and then they just can. It leads to quest rewards that you physically can't use, which happened to me with the Voice of Set, which I received about 15 levels before I was allowed to use it. And, most pressing of all, Fallout already has a better system. In Fallout New Vegas, you can try to use any weapon you wish, but if you don't meet the requirements in strength or skill, it's very hard to use well. The sights sway like crazy, and the swing speed of melee weapons is low. Now that's a great system, because it creates a natural and organic improvement in weapon performance over time. As you invest in the appropriate skill, the weapon slowly becomes easier to use. Whereas in 76, at level 29, you can't use the weapon at all, and at level 30, you're a master with your first shot. And this is such an easy fix too. Strip out all weapon levels, adjust the weapon base damage, weapon damage perks, and weapon mods to compensate and embrace letting players use wildly inappropriate weapons incredibly badly. In fact, let's take this further. Let's bring back critical failures. This was a system back in old Fallout where things could go very badly wrong. You could shoot your ally by mistake, stab yourself in the foot, drop your weapon, all sorts of things. So I say, let that level 2 player try to use whatever weapon they wish, as long as they can accept the consequences of, for example, trying to use a missile launcher without a single heavy gunner perk. And we could have some real fun with this. Kickback so strong it does damage and cripples their arms, maybe even knocking them off their feet. Weapon jams, swinging sights, misfires, dropping the clip when you're trying to reload, just straight up falling over under the weight of the weapon. It's more organic, it's more fun, and it's got a strong Fallout pedigree. And while I'm stripping out systems, what about weapon and armor maintenance? You see, the big question I try and ask about any game mechanic is, how does this make the game more fun or interesting? Because back in Fallout 3, maintenance did have a purpose. Weapon condition was directly linked to damage, and most weapons were found or bought in less than perfect condition. Put simply, a repair specialist could get a weapon to a higher condition than you might be able to acquire from anywhere else, resulting in higher damage. It was a viable approach to combat, being the guy who showed up with the best conditioned gun. But in Fallout 76, I don't know what the benefit is. Sure, you can invest heavily in intelligence and take weapon artisan and own weapons with 200% max condition, but that doesn't have any benefit as far as I can see. A weapon boosted beyond max condition seems to do exactly the same damage as one in low condition. So as far as I can tell, thorough maintenance doesn't give you any benefit. It just means you get to ignore maintenance for longer. Meanwhile, over in luck, there are perks to make weapons and armor have a chance to maintain themselves. And the moment we have multiple perks that exist purely so the player doesn't have to bother with the game mechanic as much, then maybe that game mechanic shouldn't be there. Maintenance, I fear, is just another system designed to be a junk hooper. Design weapons that break regularly to force players to loot for even more junk. It feels suspiciously like grind by design. So my first instinct is to just get rid of it. Go back to Fallout 4 system where weapons don't have condition. But perhaps we can do something more interesting than that. After all, in my Fallout 76, we don't bring guns back to base to scrap them. So what if we use them for day-to-day maintenance instead? If you find a shotgun out in the world and you're using the same shotgun, the quick loot menu could prompt you to maintain an instantaneous action that removes that weapon from the world and restores a bit of the condition of your own weapon. Naturally, we can have perks to make field maintenance more effective, maybe jury rigging could return, to allow any kind of pistol to repair any other say, but all this field maintenance should only be able to get your weapon to 100% condition. At a proper workbench, you can still use specialist perks to boost weapons to beyond full condition, and you should be rewarded for doing that. Improved accuracy, improved range, improved damage. The reason I like this system is that it introduces a tactical choice into junk use. Sure, you probably can just keep your guns and work more with basic field maintenance, or you can choose to spend your junk on a full tune-up and have the benefits of an extremely powerful weapon for a time. You're choosing to invest junk into a buff rather than being forced to spend it by a timer. So those are a couple of ideas I think we could use to make crafting and maintenance a lot more interesting, while still maintaining the need to gather junk to some degree. Unfortunately, I think Bethesda's actually taking this further in the wrong direction at the moment. Licensed Plumber and White Knight used to hugely reduce the amount of junk needed to maintain pipe weapons and armor respectively. As a result, many people took these perks. So many that, like I mentioned before, Bethesda took note and weakened them in the end of January patch. Now, to my mind, this is backwards thinking. If you've added in weapon and armor maintenance to your game, and a huge number of people have chosen to upgrade their characters to do as little maintenance as possible, then the solution is not to change the upgrade system to forcibly increase maintenance requirements.
More trust
It's
than
to
the
ask,
angry
did we make
Earth
a
has
mistake?
ever put
Is the
into
community
any
not enjoying
human.
maintenance? Is it too much? Should
Much
it be
as I
there
dislike
at all?
this plan,
So why
the
did
decision,
Bethesda
much
nerf
as I
White Knight
dislike
and
this
Licensed
plan,
Plumber,
much as I
rather than
dislike,
taking
you
their
must
high
make
usage as a
offerings,
clear
much
sign
as I, you
something's
must
not
make
right with the
offerings to
current
the
state of
denizens
the
of this
maintenance
place.
mechanism. Well, here we get to one of the biggest underlying factors in many of Fallout 76's design decisions,
I
which I've
haven't
briefly
talked
touched
to
on
him.
already. The problem
I
of
haven't.
converting a single-player game into a multiplayer.
I would like to
There is perhaps a reason that immediately after confirming Fallout 76 was an online game, Todd Howard reassured everyone that you could play it solo anyway.
First, of course you can play this solo, all right?
That statement is an excellent demonstration of arguably one of the biggest problems that any online Fallout multiplayer will inevitably face. Fallout has always been a single-player experience. Even next to other single-player games, it's a particularly single-player experience. The setting is a blasted wasteland, covered in empty homes and ruins, with some games in the franchise, Fallout 3 in particular, leaning into that setting and embracing an atmosphere of desolate, haunting loneliness. You literally play as the lone wanderer, the sole survivor, the chosen one. taking that franchise and turning it into an online multiplayer live service was always going to be tricky, and I suspect this is why there wasn't the same level of backlash against the Elder Scrolls Online. Sure, the Elder Scrolls was single player up to that point, but it didn't have this idea of the single survivor alone in the waste at its core. And so we get to the compromise. Fallout 76 is a radical online reimagining of Fallout that does things no other Fallout game has done that could appeal to a brand new audience. But the existing Fallout community is primarily composed of fans of single-player action RPGs and also features a significant group who already think that the most recent Fallout games aren't RPG enough. And that means that the online multiplayer survival game also has to appeal to single-player action RPG fans. Now, is trying to make this compromise work an impossible task? Maybe, maybe not. But I think this context is very important for understanding how Fallout 76 ended up the way it did. Let me give you an example. It's time to talk about survival.
Fucking blight. I can't believe I forgot my meds. I don't even know.
Fallout as a franchise has a very odd relationship with survival mechanics. Thirst and hunger have always been there, in the background. Fallout is a universe where even if you don't need to keep going, everybody else does, and it's the driving force behind many of the game's plots. Fallout 1 kicks off because the Vault is terrified that it's running out of water. Fallout 2's inciting instance is the threat of famine caused by dying crops and livestock. Fallout 3 is all about providing clean water to the world, and multiple major settlements have a man sitting outside them begging for clean water because rants from untreated water are making him sick. Fallout New Vegas was the game that finally embraced these mechanics and brought them into the game, but only in the optional hardcore mode that the game explicitly stated wasn't a recommended part of the default play experience. Fallout 4 then went even deeper with its survival mode, adding in not just food and water, but also disease and various gameplay rebalancers to create a more brutal experience. But again, this was really an extra hard side mode, added in post-launch and not really considered part of the default experience. My point is, Fallout 76 finally bringing the survival mechanics into the default game experience didn't surprise me, and I don't think it's a bad idea at all. A post-apocalypse setting is a natural fit for survival, and trying to find a way to survive in a hostile wasteland is a common Fallout theme. Even better, this is something that Bethesda had a trial run at already. They'd done survival modes in Fallout 4 and Skyrim, probably learnt a lot from that, had a chance to gather player feedback. Maybe this was even the plan all along. Use Fallout 4 survival mode as a testing ground for ideas that could potentially become part of the main game of 76. And there is honestly a really good game concept right here, because I loved Fallout 4 survival mode, and what made it work was that it embraced survival and reworked the entire game to suit being a brutal, hardcore survival experience. You see, a survival game isn't just about drinking water and eating food occasionally. It's about, surviving. For that to mean anything, then there has to be a chance of not surviving. Giving someone a food meter is meaningless if food is plentiful. In fact, it's worse than meaningless. It's just additional faff. This, I think, is why New Vegas is often regarded as one of the best games of all time, but nobody ever really talks about hardcore mode. Because in New Vegas, food and water and beds are everywhere, so eating and drinking and sleeping isn't a question of surviving, it's just a chore that slows down the game. It's also interesting that New Vegas' Jade Sawyer mod significantly reduced the amount of purified water and food available in the world, suggesting the state of hardcore mode in the New Vegas base game was likely a consequence of the short development time, and had they had longer to work on it, it might well have come to look more like Fallout 4 survival mode did. And in Fallout 4 survival mode, the question of whether or not you can survive is real. Perhaps the most important change is that all forms of manual saving are disabled. Instead, you save by sleeping in an owned bed. This makes the game incredibly tense. Survival mode also disabled fast travel, so you had to plan trips carefully, because you couldn't just walk home if you ran out of water. And then there was the adrenaline system. As you killed enemies, adrenaline went up and you did more damage. But sleeping, which was the only way to save, reset your adrenaline to 0. Oh, and the compass effective range was massively reduced, so you couldn't see nearby landmarks and the red ticks of enemies didn't show up at all. So you set off from your base with food and water to explore Boston, but maybe you take a wrong turn somewhere because you don't have any of those helpful compass markers to guide you. You fight off a few enemies, your adrenaline is rising, your damage output is high. You can hear there are enemies nearby, but without the compass, you have no idea where they are precisely. Food and drink is getting low because this trip is taking longer than you thought. And then you find a sleeping bag. You could drop a save, but you'll lose your adrenaline. and you're still not 100% sure where you actually are. Yeah, Fallout 4 Survival Mode was amazing, and if you've never played it, I strongly recommend it. It's a completely different experience to the base game. And the key to its success was, to my mind, that it embraced survival and accepted that that meant a game which was tense, difficult, nerve-wracking on occasion, something close to a survival horror experience. And that could have been amazing with friends. But then we hit the compromise. Up to this point, Fallout had never had survival mechanics as part of the default experience, which means many existing Fallout players might not have been familiar with them, and Fallout 4 Survival Mode was brutally difficult even for experienced players, which could have been off-putting to newcomers. And so it was that most of the things that made Fallout 4 Survival Mode work were stripped away, leaving Fallout 76 in a bit of an odd position, a survival game where the survival mechanics have basically no chance of threatening your survival. This is perhaps the best example of the danger of compromise. When it came to survival mechanics, Fallout 76 tried to please everyone and ended up pleasing nobody. Let's examine precisely what went wrong though. As we've just been discussing, a crucial factor in a survival mechanic is scarcity. The thing you need to survive has to be somewhat hard to find, otherwise it's just a chore, as was the case in the default New Vegas hardcore mode. And in Fallout 76, there is basically zero scarcity. Water is everywhere. You begin the game with the ability to build a water purifier, so you've got purified water straight away. It spawns regularly in first aid boxes. The Overseer has little stashes all over the wasteland, and those just generate free food and water. But worst of all, it just magically appears, because the quest rewards in this game are odd. Because many quests are generated from you reading notes or listening to audio logs from deceased people, there's no quest giver to hand out the rewards, so they just sort of appear out of thin air, and purified water is a very common thing to receive. Food has a different weird problem, which is advanced cookery in Fallout 76 is completely pointless. This one really bugs me, because when I heard there were loads of recipes in Fallout 76, I immediately knew I wanted to take any perk card I could find related to cooking, locate a chef's hat, and become a master chef. But there's just no point. Let me give you an example. If you can find the recipe for it, which by the way is located in a late game area, you can cook the cram burger. Just mix 1 boiled water, 1 serving of cram, 2 Mirelurk eggs, and 2 potatoes, and voila, 1 cram burger, which gives you 20 extra carry weight, restores 60 hit points, and fills 20% of your hunger meter. Or you could kill a rad stag, which can be found within 30 seconds of the start of the game, cook that meat with no extra ingredients, without any recipe, which will get you 20 extra carry weight, 60 hit points, and 20% of your hunger meter. Literally identical. Or, if your priority was just filling up your hunger meter, you can take the ingredients of the cram burger and eat them individually to get a better result. The cram alone is worth 15% of your food meter. The 2 eggs can become omelettes for 10% food each. In fact, they're actually 10% food each even if uncooked, if you don't care about disease risk, which you probably shouldn't, because disease cures are extremely common. Then you add in the potatoes and the boiled water, and the ingredients of the cram burger are worth, combined, 45% of your hunger meter and 15% thirst as well, thanks to the boiled water. And this happens a lot. Cooking food actively makes it worse, and some of the first animals and plants you come across and their auto-unlocked basic recipes are the best stuff in the game. Say you want to boost perception. Sweetwater Special Blend is a consumable you have to complete a quest to unlock, and then to craft it, you need boiled water, bourbon, bloodleaf, and honey. Or you can go and find a pumpkin. There's a pile of them just down the road from the start of the game. Mix that with boiled water, no recipe needed, and that's also plus 2 perception. Only 18% thirst, but it also comes with 12% food, so better overall. Even when there are benefits to cooking, they're incredibly minor. You can prepare a dog steak for 2 boiled water, 2 mongrel meat, 2 mute fruit, and 2 salt for plus 3 endurance, or just take a single one of those mongrel meats and grill it for plus 2 endurance. All you really need is dog and radstag for the entire game, which makes it very convenient that if you fast travel to Flatwoods, 3 dogs spawn immediately behind you with a radstag nearby, and more mole rats, chickens, and brahmin ahead if you need even more meat. And this is how I ultimately dealt with hunger. Every time I got hungry, I just travelled to Flatwoods, because everything you will ever need is right there in the tutorial town. This also has a knock-on effect to character building. You see, in the early game, all the endurance perks are related to survival mechanics, making early game endurance pretty much useless, because I've had to dump purified water because I had so much of it that it was weighing me down, and the stash limit meant that I couldn't store it. This was a problem I ran into myself. I wanted to take a couple of extra points of endurance for the extra hit points, but I didn't, because the early game endurance survival perk cards are so much worse than what every other special stat offers. This is a really easy fix, by the way. Just move some of the weapon type perks out of strength over to endurance. For some reason, strength perk cards include unarmed, melee, shotgun, and heavy guns. Why are 4 weapon types tied to strength but none to endurance? Just move unarmed and heavy gunner perks to endurance. Anyway, my point is, this is the opposite of scarcity. This is abundance. The game is asking us to keep a couple of meters topped up in a world where the resources needed to do so are literally everywhere, and that there is the danger of compromise. They wanted to add in survival mechanics but didn't dare have them in a form that might prove difficult to manage, presumably out of concern that they might be frustrating to some players. But they're frustrating anyway. Having to babysit survival meters where acquiring the relevant resources simplicity is just, unfortunately, another way in which the game has been slowed down. Acquiring food isn't a challenge, it's just a bit of extra grind. When it comes to survival mechanics, it's probably best to either embrace it fully and create a brutal experience where survival is a real challenge, like Fallout 4 survival modes early and mid-game, or just remove it completely, like every previous Fallout-based game, because in its current form, it's pretty much just faff. Now, so far we've been talking about survival in strict terms of hunger and thirst, but there's more to it than that. As I've said before, for survival to mean anything, there's got to be a chance you don't survive. The possibility of failure is important. Fallout 76 runs into problems here, some by design and some as a consequence of technical decisions. You see, tension and fear are really powerful emotions for games, especially survival and horror games. And mechanical decisions that games make can heavily impact how strongly we do or don't feel those emotions. To give you an example, Fallout 4 is an area called the Glowing Sea. It's a very nicely distinct biome, a murky, lonely alien hellscape with low visibility, and also potentially the first time you run into various monstrous enemies. I think it's a really cool bit of design work. But I was never scared when exploring it, until I played on survival mode, because taking away your ability to save or navigate effectively feels oppressive. My point is that certain mechanical choices or restrictions can reinforce or undermine the atmosphere that an area is aiming to evoke. Fallout 76's equivalent to the Glowing Sea is the Ash Heap, a grim, ash-covered nightmare where just being in the area without the appropriate breathing gear can make you sick from the toxic air. There's no water here and no animals either. It's desolate, it's occupied by twisted, snarling humanoids, sometimes scorched beasts circle overhead, and if you enter the mine shafts, the aesthetic they're going for is pretty obvious. You're supposed to feel like you're descending into hell. If you've been following the plot meanwhile, this is the first time you'll leave the lush green forest with its plentiful food and water. In a survival game, this should be a slightly scary moment. But it's not at all because of the various choices that Fallout 76 has made. The first is how death works, which is that death has basically zero consequences. You don't lose any XP, or progress, or gear, ammo, weapons, anything. All you do is drop your junk, which you can just go and grab because the game generously allows you to respawn at any location of your choice and immediately continue. This means that brute forcing is a perfectly valid tactic. If you just keep throwing yourself at a group of enemies long enough, you'll win sooner or later. None of this ever really came up for me, even though I played the entire campaign up to the final fight solo. It was all very manageable by myself on my first go. This is another side of the single-player multiplayer compromise, I suspect. The game's difficulty is balanced to ensure that a single player can complete the game alone without it being frustrating, meaning that when I did travel around with a team, the game felt extremely easy. And as for the other things that might make the game a bit more tricky, if you forget to bring food or water, don't worry. Unlike New Vegas' hardcore mode or Fallout 4 survival mode, you don't start to feel slowly increasing negative effects as hunger and thirst set in. Instead, you're absolutely fine until the hunger and thirst meters are down to their last 25%. The game is perfectly happy for you to totally ignore its own survival mechanics 75% of the time. And when you do finally hit that bottom 25%, don't worry. Fast travel is not only enabled, it's the most generous iteration of fast travel possible, as it's instantaneous, and thus unlike fast travel in Fallout New Vegas hardcore mode, you don't gain any additional hunger or thirst while fast traveling, so you can just teleport back to Flatwood, grab some fresh food, drink some water, and teleport straight back out to the Nightmare Hellscape to continue. But if you don't fancy that, don't worry. Thanks to the new camp system, you can bring your base to you. So you can summon in a house, water purifier, crops, a cooking station, your stash box, a bed, even turrets to protect you. Now, I don't think the mobile camp is a bad idea, but I do think this is a really good example of those cogs in action. A survival-focused Fallout game is a perfectly good idea, and a Fallout game where Fallout 4's settlement system is upgraded to allow you to build anywhere is a perfectly good idea. But a survival game and a mechanism that lets you magically summon in a base with access to food and water at just about any time, those two things are pretty fundamentally incompatible. Now this is a really big topic, so I'll discuss the camp in its own section, but for now, I'll say that I think it's great we can build a home wherever we want, but the ability to routinely call up your camp to you undermines the survival mechanics so absolutely that changes have to be made to make it less viable to just summon a giant house and all its amenities to you. For now though, we need to move on to a mechanic that lives hand in hand with survival, and that is difficulty. As I said during the last section, failure is a really important part of a game. When we're talking about difficulty in games, what we're often really saying is, how high is the chance that I could fail or die, and how severe are the consequences for that failure? Are you set back at the beginning of the level? Maybe there are regular auto checkpoints. Some games have Iron Man permadeath modes, where death is the end of that save file. Are you penalised for death? Do you lose XP? Do you come back weaker? Fallout 76 goes for a rather extreme position here. It has some of the most generous death mechanics I can think of. The game's difficulty is already pitched fairly low. When out of health, you have a grace period for other players to revive you. There's a legendary gear tug that lets you resurrect yourself when you're on the ground. Some players have reported that Born Survivor, a perk that auto uses a stim pack if you're under 20% health, can trigger while you're down, though this may be a bug. And even if you do die, you can respawn straight away in the immediate area with no penalty aside from the dropped junk you can immediately grab. And this is one of the biggest overall changes I would make to Fallout 76. It needs to be harder. A lot harder. And let's be precise here, I think the game needs an exponential difficulty curve. Because right now, this game is really weird in that regard. I've said it's easy, and it is, with survival and death mechanics so generous that hunger, thirst, and death itself are effectively non-considerations in the game. Lone players can brute force their way through anything simply enough. Right up to the point where you hit the final mission, at which point the game hits you with the most insane difficulty spike I think I've ever seen in a game. Up to this point, the most complicated puzzles in Fallout 76 are perhaps the multiple choice fire safety skill in Charleston, where you have to search for firehouses and documents that hint at the answers, and the patriotism exam in Camp McClintock, which involves some simple combinations of speaking to NPCs, reading notes, and reading terminals. Most of the time, Fallout 76 isn't interested in the puzzle. The quest marker guides you through the game instead. And then, in order to launch the nuke, you need a numeric launcher. The game gives you a password made up of letters and points out code fragments that associate letters with numbers. Sounds nice and easy, eh? No, it's not what you're thinking. You don't just convert the password to numbers by finding the code fragment pieces. That doesn't work. Instead, the game gives you one lead to follow, which informs you there's a cipher, but nobody knows what it is. That is literally all the information you are given in-game. What you are supposed to do is take the letters in the password that the game gave you and remove them from the alphabet, and now form a new rearranged alphabet with the password at the beginning and the remaining letters following. Now you take the code fragments you had and convert the letters on them into different letters by laying the new alphabet alongside the old one. So now you have 8 new random letters. Those 8 letters are actually an anagram, so now make a word out of that. So that word now has to be converted into numbers by taking the new arrangement of letters, converting it back to the newly rearranged code fragment letters, and then using the code fragment pieces to turn that into an 8-digit code. And that is the code you need to launch a nuke. And the game tells you none of that. Hilariously, almost nobody seems to know this. It's so random and unexplained that most people just go online and find the code at the start of each week when it changes. I've spoken to level 100 players who have launched multiple nukes who have no idea how to work out their own codes. Sorry, that was a bit of a tangent, but the endgame code cracking really baffles me. Now, the map in Fallout 76 is very conveniently divided up into 6 distinct biomes. Now, this can be useful because it's a good way of indicating to new players that as long as they stay inside the forest, they should be mostly safe. So I'd say the current difficulty in the forest is fine. In fact, the forest region in general is a decent enough introduction to the game. Plenty of food, plenty of water, keep things easy for new players, absolutely. The problem is what happens when you leave the forest. It should be a major step up. There's a bleached, toxic expanse to the north and a grey, burnt, smoking wasteland to the south. New players should fear these areas. Entering them for the first time should be such an immediate increase in difficulty that you could die a few times while still learning about the new enemies and location. But there's more important shift I'd like to make here. These areas shouldn't just be more difficult, they should be more distinct. Because right now, they're very aesthetically distinct. In fact, in terms of having some really well-designed biomes, I'd say it's up there with Skyrim as one of my favourite worlds in a Bethesda game. But in terms of gameplay, the different areas feel too similar. So let's talk about how we can modify the map to create a world that's more difficult and more interesting. Now at this point, I'm going to start throwing out some slightly wild ideas, so forgive me for the following Fallout 76 fanfiction, but this is how I might make each area of the map work. Now I really like the idea of the ash heap, but then I realised that if you wrap a bandana around your face, you're immediately immune to all of the negative effects in the area, so it's basically just a reskinned version of the forest. And I think we can do better than that. The area is supposed to be choking under clouds of ash that automated mines are churning into the air. So let's use that to create unique difficulties. In the mines themselves, thick smoke reduces visibility. So I'd say let's put that across the entire area. And let's disable your compass to create the feeling of being lost and disorientated in the smoke. You've got your map, sure, but while you're in the smoke, you're not marked on it. You have no idea where you are. You'll have to navigate from landmark to landmark. And we're not done yet either. Remember the fog crawler from Far Harbor? That was a really cool idea. A monster in the fog that was scariest when you couldn't see it. So I'd introduce a new enemy, the ash crawler. It stalks you, follows you. You can hear it chittering away in the smoke, but it stays out of sight. Oh, and VATS won't be able to penetrate this smoke to find it either. VATS range will be reduced to match up with visibility in this area. And even though you know it's there, the ash crawler doesn't attack. Yet. It might though, if it senses an opportunity. If you or one of your team is protected by other enemies, it might attack you right when you're most vulnerable, and as time goes by, more of its friends show up. The noise gets louder, maybe they start getting more confident, and a few of them attack just to see how they do, retreating after giving you a prod if you fight back. But now you know they're angry, and they're coming, and it's just gonna get worse every second you're in the smoke. Of course, in my version of Fallout 76, I want to reward investment in varied playstyles. So we could say that if you've invested in sneak, they gather more slowly. Maybe they gather faster if you make a bunch of noise. But eventually, when there's enough of them, they will attack in full. But only when they think they can win. Now, mechanically speaking, the idea of the ash crawler serves a few purposes. Firstly, they're an organic time limit. Staying in the ash heap is dangerous, and eventually you either flee or face an extremely tough fight. Second, they also work to reinforce the desired atmosphere of the biome, one of being lost and scared in the smoke. Navigating without a map and compass will be a shock to players used to a lovely quest marker telling them where to go, as will the added stress of being hunted. And third, the ash heap is actually a fairly small area. Shrouding it in smoke and making navigation a nightmare would make it and the world feel bigger. Moving on, the Toxic Valley is a bit of a difficult one because the Toxic Valley in general is a really weird area. Like how the main plot never sends you there, and despite being fairly small, it's still pretty empty. I could potentially see the advantage of removing it from the game entirely and moving the forest further north to give room to expand the ash heap. But let's assume it stays, because I did have one idea to at least make it a bit more interesting to navigate. So Fallout 76 introduced this dynamic weather system. It's actually really cool. You can see rainstorms moving across the map, and it's actually ready for players under them. They are, however, underutilized. So how about this? The Toxic Valley, being a dumping ground for toxic chemicals, is constantly plagued by acid storms. These storms visibly move around the map, and you don't want to get caught in them. Just being in the vicinity means you start taking rads that get worse as the storm gets closer. And the storm, of course, moves just a little bit faster than you can sprint. So you'd better keep an eye on it, figure out what direction it's moving in, and get out of its way. But if you do get caught inside the acid storm, you'll be taking damage over time constantly, and you're not alone either, because some creatures have evolved to live inside the storm, the corrosive death claws. But of course, like the ash crawler can't leave the smoke, they can't leave the storm either. So if you do get caught inside, maybe just find a place to hide and wait for it to pass you over. This isn't my favourite idea, but it does at least give the Toxic Valley something distinctive aside from its aesthetic. And it might be nice to have some rare materials exclusively available in the storm, so that some mad bastards go on expeditions inside it. Moving on to the next region, I think the Savage Divide in particular, a huge mountain range that separates the east and the west of the map, is a wasted opportunity. It should be a nightmare, so that becoming strong enough to break through it and make it to the far side of the mountains is a huge achievement, if only because that's what the game's story says the Savage Divide should be. All the lore says it's a heavily occupied nightmare, swarming with super mutants, raiders, and monsters, which could only be safely crossed by large convoys with Brotherhood escorts. In fact, there's a lot in the lore about this region we could actually use. The game specifically says that the reason nobody assaults the raider bases there is because they've set up defences, manned barricades, sniper nests, that sort of thing. And yet in the game we don't see much of that, and some of the defences we do see aren't manned. I'd say make this area super mutant central, as they were supposed to be one of the major threats to crossing the Savage Divide. Make trying to get into the mountains like an uphill assault against a super mutant army. I want roving patrols, mutants with missile launchers on the towers. I want behemoths on the road. I want suicider ambushes coming out of the tree cover. If, that is, you try a direct assault at all. Because I think it should be potentially just as viable to try and sneak through at night. You'd still need to take down a lot of mutants through silenced weapons, melee sneak attacks, maybe even decoys, but it should be doable that way as well. As for the Maya, the story says there's out-of-control mutated plant growth in the region, possibly caused by a Vault-Tec experiment gone wrong. And yet in the game, you see only the odd handful of Stranglervine-infested enemies. I think the idea of a heavily overgrown swamp that's been completely consumed by a virulent hive mind growth is the perfect area for non-stop waves of enemies throwing themselves at you. A zombie horde of Strangler-infested foes that never stop coming. But, being plants, can be scared off by fire. So you can fight if you want, or just desperately try to keep them at bay with enough flame weapons as you rush to your next destination. At first, maybe it's just Strangler Ferals and Strangler Mole Rats, easy stuff for most characters. But as you stay longer, and the hive mind starts to panic, expect the enemies to get worse and worse, until Strangler Deathclaws and Strangler Mirelurk Queens are hunting you down. Now, in case you hadn't noticed, the one thing I really want to do here is have each biome feel distinct. The Maya is a fast-paced bloodbath. The Ash Heap is a tense survival horror standoff. The Toxic Valley calls for planning around an unstoppable, slow-moving natural force, while the Savage Divide is a military assault. And that brings us to the final area, the Cranberry Bog. And to my mind, no player, no matter what level, should just be strolling around the Cranberry Bog. This is the final area of the game. It's got more fissure sites than the rest of the map combined. Fissure Site Prime is right there. This is literally the Scorched Beast's home. And right in the middle of it, you've got Watoga, the most advanced automated city in the world. And I think this place should be a total war zone. Constant Scorched Beasts circling overhead, but they're not just interested in you. The robots of Watoga are constantly spawning in and charging out of the city to defend it. It's a never-ending battle between monsters and robots, between Scorched and the wildlife, between the automated Brotherhood turrets and anything that comes into their range. When you get to the Cranberry Bog, you run for your objective and hope that not that much gets in your way. So all of that is about making each area distinct, unique, and much more difficult. Or, at the bare minimum, in need of a specialised approach beyond shoot all the things with my highest damage gun. And while we're talking about the map, I did have one other idea. This one's a bit extreme, and I don't think it would necessarily work, but still. We could Morrowindify Fallout 76. Kill the map. Compass markers at extreme short range only, no quest markers at all. So how would this sort of thing theoretically work? Well, let's take the final departure quest. In Flatwoods, you get told to head north to the Morgantown Airport. Well, you can use your compass to find north, you know, like an actual compass is supposed to be used for, and then follow the road north out of town. On the way, look for road signs. Locations are actually very well signed in Fallout 76. And maybe once you get near to the location, you can have a quest marker to guide you to the exact right spot. This would of course need a total rewrite of much of the game's script and audio logs that pertain to quests, as now they need to give you instructions and directions you can follow. But what I like about this is it would encourage players to communicate, because if you're not sure where something is, you'll need to ask other players for directions. This would also mean more players navigating by easy to follow routes, like roads and train lines, providing more high traffic areas to potentially set small camps up for people who want to try and trade. But most of all, it frees us from the tyranny of the quest marker, that little bastard that we have all spent far too many years running directly at. But to be honest, that one's more of a thought experiment. I think that might be going a bit far. Anyway, as for the map as we have it right now, I have visited, I believe, every location on the map solo, and played every event solo. And I don't recall any area or dungeon representing a major issue, aside from some lower level encounters where particularly large packs of super mutants stretch my ammo and explosive supplies a bit. In fact, to me, it feels like Bethesda pitched the difficulty quite low even in the later areas, to create an experience of broadly the same difficulty as, say, Fallout 4 on normal or hard. Now that's an acceptable difficulty when there's one human on the map and AI companions of variable usefulness, sitting on a sliding scale with Ian repeatedly murdering me with my own guns on one end, and Craig bloody hell leave one for me Boone at the other. But for me, this low difficulty is connected to one of Fallout 76's biggest problems, specifically as an online game. The players aren't having meaningful interactions with each other. If you really ramp up the difficulty, players are more likely to cooperate. Imagine a world where 4 low-level players join forces to try and cross the Savage Divide together. Imagine a world where there were roaming bands of enemies so tough and so numerous that cautiously scouting a new area was a good idea, and where you might decide that retreating or sneaking around an enemy group was the right idea, or an enemy force guarding an objective was so tough that one member acting as a decoy to draw off some of the enemy while the remainder stormed the back entrance together was the best bet, where stealth and silenced weapons were good ideas. In short, a world where running in all guns blazing only gets you so far, and where varied and creative tactics could work better. Of course, running in all guns blazing will always be a viable tactic when you can immediately respawn and rejoin the fight. So for death mechanics, I think that death should send you back to the last camp you visited, even if it wasn't yours, just the last time you encountered some form of civilization. And to work alongside that, I'd also add in some restrictions to make moving your camp around, and thus just summoning it to you, less viable, or at least more expensive, though I'll discuss that in detail later. I'm getting into specifics here. I want to get back to the wider point. If Fallout 76 is going to be an online multiplayer game, and it is, that's not going to change, then, like I've discussed, it's inevitable that Bethesda are going to want to make the game last a long time. That's just the model of these things. But when we take some of the conclusions and observations I've made so far together, we get a bit of a contradictory picture. I'd say it seems extremely likely that the game's junk economy has been modified to slow down progress, and yet game difficulty in general is quite low. Call me crazy, but why don't we just pull some of these levers in opposite directions and see if we end up with a more interesting experience? And this is where my version of Fallout 76 starts to come together. You see, I've already decided that weapon and armor maintenance consumes less junk, and the removal of level weapons reduces the need to craft. But remember, I've also taken some carry weight off you, so you won't be swimming in junk either. I just aim to slightly reduce the amount of looting needed to function effectively. So in terms of Fallout 76's length, I've just sped up the game pace by removing some of the grind. So now we pull the other lever. More enemies, more difficulty, some radically different challenges in each biome, calling for more preparation, more teamwork, better tactics. Okay, that's now slowed the game down again, but the key thing here is the substitution I just made. In my version of Fallout 76, you spend less time gathering junk, scrapping weapons, maintaining armor. In short, you spend less time looking at menus and running through low-level areas that have reliable junk. And I am very tired of running through Morgantown High School collecting plastic pumpkins. And instead, you're spending more time engaged in difficult fights, scouting out enemy positions, modifying your loadout to suit the unique threat you're about to face. This strikes me as a simple choice. If you could choose between a game that takes a long time to complete because of grind, or a game that takes a long time to complete because of difficulty, which would you prefer? I'm oversimplifying here, of course. There's lots of decisions and creative methods to make a game last longer, and some of these are fairly simple conceptually, if not always easy to execute. Let me begin with a counterexample. Remember the combat zone in Fallout 4? It was actually in one of the game's trailers, with the player standing right in front of the cage, watching the fight. It looked like it might function like the Thorn in New Vegas, a place where you could go, bet on fights, maybe fight in the arena yourself. It looked cool and interesting, but that's not what happens in the game. People who dug around in the game files found unused areas and dialogue that clearly indicated it was supposed to work like that at one point, but for unknown reasons it was cut before launch and never restored. Instead, you go in, everybody shoots at you, and you kill them. That's a wasted opportunity right there, where an area that could be something different and interesting instead just serves as another room full of raiders to shoot. Fallout 4 has a few of these unfortunately underutilized areas. The robot racetrack at Easy City Downs is a prominent example. But Fallout 76 is absolutely full of them. The gun range at Clarksburg doesn't function as a gun range. The Mistress of Mystery headquarters has a Batman training room that doesn't work. There's a water park with slides that you can't ride. White Springs features a golf course that you can't play golf on. There are multiple fairgrounds where you can't play any of the carnival games and none of the rides can ever be repaired, which is especially disappointing after Nuka Worlds. In a perfect world, these areas would do something. Gun ranges would feature competitive scorekeeping. Carnivals could be restored to working order. This represents a huge amount of ongoing work, of course, but it would make the world so much more interesting and distinct. And once players get used to the idea that areas hide these fun little extra secrets, people will explore more thoroughly, more slowly. It'll make the game last longer without having to resort to grinds. In fact, more generally, there are a lot of areas in Fallout 76 that feel underdeveloped. You see, I reckon there's a recipe for a decent Fallout area. It should be a visually distinct and interesting area, which offers 2 layers of storytelling and a reward for visiting it. What I mean is, Fallout locations have 2 lives. What was happening before the bombs fell, and what was happening immediately before you turned up today. And sometimes those 2 stories can interact.
A lot of walking.
Take Helios 1 in New Vegas. The immediate story is that the NCR wants you to increase the power output by fighting your way past some robots. The pre-war story, which you can entirely miss if you're rushing through, is that the building was designed to power a secret satellite weapon which was being tested in front of military personnel shortly before the war. Dig into that, and one of the characters there today will reward you for covering up that fact. Or you can claim the weapon for yourself. 2 stories, layered on top of each other, interacting with each other in interesting ways, with a choice of rewards at the end depending on how you resolve the situation. Now this is an important bit of design, because a compelling story can make a small area really interesting, and encourage the player to explore it fully, to discover what's going on, or what did happen long ago. Now let me tell you the story of a location in Fallout 76, Barclay Springs. It's a town in the Maya, a decent sized settlement with a large reservoir, a spa, a hotel, a building that looks like a castle, a town hall, a clinic, and various apartments. Naturally, I assumed that an area this size would have something interesting going on, so I started exploring, and I came across a few terminals. And very interestingly, 2 of them mentioned General Atomics robots strangely malfunctioning. And I also found some satellite dishes hidden around the town. Intriguing, I thought. A mystery to solve. What dastardly secret does this town hold? What experiment was being done? The answer's nothing. It doesn't go anywhere. The dishes are just there for the dropped connection event. If the event's live, you go up to them and you press A. And some robots just malfunctioned, I guess. It's not explained at all. But this all struck me as very weird at first, because a lot of effort has been put into this town. There are buildings with interiors that aren't used for anything, terminals and stories that don't go anywhere. It's just a really weirdly underutilized area. And it's not alone. There are a whole lot of areas that seem strangely empty when you find them, because of a slightly odd choice by Fallout 76, that if an area is the site of an event, a type of temporary quest that all players present can collaborate on, then that should be all that happens there. The problem with that design choice is it means 99% of the time, when the event isn't happening, these areas have nothing going on. And this affects a lot of areas. All of the Hornwright testing sites, the Vault-Tec Agricultural Centre, all of the relay towers, the mine used in load bearing, the Landview Lighthouse, all of these areas are pretty much empty unless you happen to show up when the event is active. but new players have no way of knowing when they arrive at an area if it's an event site. They just see an uninteresting area with nothing going on. And that's a very bad thing, because if players start subconsciously expecting that there's a good chance there's no interesting story to uncover, they'll stop thoroughly exploring locations they come across and stop going out of their way to explore more of them. And that's really bad, because players should be immersed in the world, they should find compelling stories, and they should be rewarded for properly exploring the map. And that's where we hit another problem of Fallout 76's world design, which is, even if you do try to engage with the world, learn about it, explore it, the game won't reward you for it. Let me give you an example. When I started playing Fallout 76, I wanted to go and meet some cryptids, because they were new and cool. So the very first town you get to in the game is called Flatwoods, and there's a West Virginian cryptid called the Flatwoods Monster. So naturally, I wanted to find it. Now, if you search the town thoroughly, you can find a pair of audio logs that tell the story of the Flatwoods Monster via a radio. The story states that a boy from Flatwoods goes camping at a nearby lake, hears a strange sound, follows it to a mine shaft, and then falls into an underground area where he encounters the monster. So I put on my detective hat and started hunting. You see, there's a handful of rivers dotted around the area, but the only thing that could be called a lake is right here, so off I went. And I walked around the entire thing. No campsites, no strange noises, no mines nearby. Alright, back to Flatwood, where I found another lead. A note mentioning a mine shaft. Fine, it's not near water, but it is a mine. And off I went again. No strange noises, no Flatwoods Monster. And where did I eventually find the Flatwoods Monster? Just south of the power plant in the Mire, the other side of the map from Flatwoods. I haven't been able to find definite proof of what causes him to spawn where, but the vast majority of recorded instances I've seen have put him in the Mire. And that's a real shame, because if you've got a Flatwoods Monster in your game, and you leave a trail of clues that hints at its location, then players should be able to find it by following those clues. Otherwise, what's the point of bothering to read the lore and explore the world if we're not going to get anything from it? Back in Fallout 3, some of the biggest and most interesting locations in the game were off the beaten track, where players wouldn't find them unless they went looking. Oasis, for example. In Fallout 76, the opposite is true. The game seems scared that any players might miss something, and thus anything significant is aggressively flagged. Let me give you an example. The first time I was exploring Vault-Tec University, I came across a terminal entry mentioning a student who was doing research into cryptids and had set up a tiny shack in the woods to study them. Reading that added a map marker of the shack. And I was thrilled. This is exactly what I wanted from a Fallout game.
There's an interesting 76 story having to do with this weird serial killer out in like Virginia somewhere. And you find where he's supposed to be, and it's like this effigy with these dead bodies everywhere, and it's like kind of disgusting. There's some other weird Mothman shit like that they did that's like sort of weird over by the big open field and the theme park, one of the theme parks, and damn it! Ah, get off it! Oh, go! Oh. I'll get it. Ah! Come on, kill him! Kill him! Yeah, there's one. Oh, fuck! Ah! God damn it! Oh. Get off him. Oh, I don't want to die. Oh, God. Get it up. Yeah. This pain in the ass. You were such an annoying mob. You're still so annoying. Like, fuck that mob. He was so annoying. He was so tanky. But fuck him. Anyways, that's a shame. Hey, I picked up a ring, did I? Yeah, $4.95, huh? Dex, silver strength, yeah, I'll take it though. Yeah, I think that level is what you go for with that. Sure. he's got a point. Like, there was some parts of Civ 6, but like, yeah, like there was this murderer who like killed a bunch of people out in the swamp somewhere. You find it not that far from where you spawn into the game. He's there. In a bathtub, or I'm sorry, it's like a pool or something like that. There's like a pool, and he's in there, and his dead body's there, and you find like his corpse and all thing. It turns out this is kind of a mythos in the game, and there was 5 or 6 little points like that where it was like that. There was a story, like the Yeti hotel and all that. There was weird stuff like that. It had good depth like that, but it wasn't. It wasn't this like very common thing though. It was like sort of like off on the side. You could stumble on it, but it wasn't like part of the main story. You could easily miss it. It was sort of like thrown in. A lot of 76 felt thrown in. I thought they could have been a lot like far more deliberate with it. I think they should have embraced like kind of more of a notion of like light quests and stuff like that that do take you back to the same places and level them off with you. So that, you know, it felt more like kind of like an expeditionary Fallout than it did, you know, like at this point, I think you easily could like get some Bethesda devs together and come up with a good Fallout idea. That's far better than 76. It was like definitely lackluster. I think kind of. It was big, but it didn't really. Like it didn't like when you felt like you wanted to see things. You were always off on some direction after something, and I never really followed the storyline. I just explored in that game. And it had good sense like that. You go north and south up down the coast. It had its ups and downs, you know. There was good stuff going on. It becomes this problem later on where like it's not like this game where like everything has loot. Everything in this game is loot. It's kind of cool. That game is, I mean, it's like that too in that game, but that game has like a whole recycle system built into it that I think they were always trying to do with like ESO and Fallout 76 and stuff. They want you to just keep like, you know, like playing their system, their little gambling recycle system where you might get something that you might not. And they wanted you to just keep playing that. And it was good to a degree, especially the legendaries, because they were procedurally generated. So, like, you had this idea that, like, man, there was some crazy legendaries that still probably haven't been discovered by mankind yet in 76. It's got this interesting weapon system like that, where there's so many different affixes and crazy stuff that can happen on a crazy gun. And the weird procs, the procs are always the same. It always has, it always shares some fucking like major. Wow, you just went down like that, huh? Just like that, huh? Just, you bit it, huh? You're just done. Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, what is it that you want me to do here? It's like defeating Ancient Guardians. So that's interesting, but that, like, I mean, you know. I don't see any. Did I kill them all? I don't see fucking any, man. I like the plates sometimes. It does look really cool sometimes, you know. It does look cool sometimes. Reminds me of the good sides of Bloodborne a little bit, you know, like Elden Ring. Elden Ring was good, you know. It was addictive. It was definitely sucked me in for a bit. It was pretty good. Kind of wish it had sucked me in a bit more, you know. It got hard towards the end. There's still parts in that game that are like fuck hard, like really hard. It never felt that bad. Here, see, yeah, see, I'm looking at the Guardians. It often felt like a small. Ah, why is he almost killing me? Come on, man. Yeah, see, you're like so goddamn aggressive. You're so die. Ah, you fucking. Ah. Fun as hell, but I mean, like, boy, you gotta be patient. I'm starting to get the gist of the combat a little better. It comes in like phases, like his cooldowns and yours. So it's like, you motherfucker. What was that? You just did nothing, like stood there. Yeah, like that. It's like almost free to block. It's like not free to block, but yeah. Shut up. Fun as hell. I do like the fencing aspect of it. You can kind of lose it if you're not super aggressive, but it's still pretty fun. Damn, I'm like up that alley. Oh, like I cleared this, huh? I cleared this. I'm done with this. Cool. So, but there's no like travel nearby. I guess I'll go clear that one to the east since there's nothing else to do here. I have to run to a town. I might as well do this one with the quest to the east. But this seems like a pretty quiet place. I have to go pee. Man, I've had to pee so bad all night. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Alright. So, now, yeah. I mean, I got to run down this road, yeah. But at least I'm out of the scary zone for this, at least. And back sort of in a more comfortable area where, like, this stuff doesn't stomp you in if you get more than one or whatever. Like, these things, they're low, way lower level.
Read the lore, and now I'd got a cool secret on my map. So eventually, I went off in that direction, and as soon as I got anywhere near the shack, the game generated a new miscellaneous quest for me: investigate the shack. This appears for all players, even if they have no reason to know the shack is there. In its bid to stop players from missing out on anything, the game has undermined the entire concept of exploring. After all, if that's how it works, why bother? If there's anything there, the game will just let me go through a miscellaneous investigation quest anyway. And this isn't a one-off, it happens a lot. Go anywhere near the Tiger water plant and investigate the trailer will try and pull you to the start of Ecological Balance. Reach the outskirts of Monongah, and your character will somehow magically know that one particular house has a secret in its basement. On reflection, this might be the most aggressively intrusive quest marker in Fallout history. It's not just showing you exactly where to go, it's pulling you into areas you haven't even visited yet. And this is really, really bad because it makes the game so much less interesting. It's exciting to find a hidden thing that kicks off a quest because it feels like a reward for exploring. One of my favourite moments in Fallout 76 was when I was exploring the mansions around the forest lake, and I found a distinctively dressed corpse in the basement of a random house, completely out of the way, an area that no quest had told me to go to. And that kicked off the Mistress of Mystery questline, which felt great because the only reason I found that body was because I was exploring. I felt rewarded. The game would massively benefit from more stuff like the Mistress of Mystery, in fact. It's a big, interesting, story-driven questline with unique rewards and a really distinct feel to it, thanks to little touches like the secret entrance to the Bat Cave and the AI welcoming you home when you arrive. Sadly, while it's one of the game's high points for me, it's also the exception. The vast majority of locations don't have that sort of cool hidden secret buried inside, and if there's anything of interest nearby, the game will flag it via miscellaneous
I really
quests.
like the basement
And that's
of the...
bad for the game, because once people start getting into the habit of expecting points of interest to be flagged to them, then they'll just rush areas, they'll get through the game more quickly, and then they'll stop playing. And part of that is the current state of the events, which are an uneven bunch. I like the more frantic ones like Load Bearing and One Violent Night, but there are some really basic ones mixed in. What you're seeing right now is footage of Tea Time. It's a very simple event where there are 3 pipes, creatures are going to attack the pipes, you stop the creatures attacking the pipes. That's literally the whole thing. Now that's pretty simple, but here's the problem. This here's Uranium Fever, and it's the same thing, but with 3 uranium processors instead. Meanwhile, this is Guided Meditation. Same thing, but with speakers. Death Blossoms is the same too, but people launch nukes more regularly than that event triggers, so I couldn't actually get hold of any footage of it. So, if we want Fallout 76 to have a good long lifespan, I think these are the crucial areas. The game needs to be harder, the map needs to be more interesting, individual locations need to be worth exploring, and in general, exploration needs to be rewarded. All of that I think could help people get a lot more immersed in the game, but there's still one missing element to give people a connection to the world, and that is the story. This is a difficult one for me, because I think the storytelling in Fallout 76 is a real mixed bag. As a starting point, it is absolutely 100% possible to tell a compelling story using only environmental details, audio logs, and terminal entries, even if you know that the story ends with everybody being dead. And I know this because one of my favourite stories in all of Fallout history is Vault 11 in New Vegas, which is exactly that. The first thing you find in that quest is a pile of skeletons, a discarded gun, and a tape that makes it perfectly clear that this is the end of the story and everything went to hell. But it's a great story anyway, because it's interesting to figure out exactly what went wrong, how it escalated, could it have been avoided, was it anyone in particular's fault, what went on here? And some of Fallout 76's storytelling is good stuff that contextualizes the world. One thing I really like is the game mostly doesn't overtly state why the world's biomes are as they are. Why is the ash heap like it is? Why is the mire overgrown with these strangler vines? Why is the Toxic Valley so polluted? If you want to know, you have to dig through the game's story yourself. The reveal of what happened in the ash heap, for instance, is locked in a tunnel at the top of the skyscraper in Charleston, and no quest mark will ever direct you to it. It turns out that Hornwright, the CEO of a mining company obsessed with automation, found a way to use auto mining machines to spray particles of whatever they were mining up into the air, where they will be collected by automated drones, which were originally designed to help clean up air quality in general. After the bombs fell, the auto miners kept working, but the drones broke down. And now we have the ash heap. Now that's really cool. So are the political stories of power struggles in the Charleston capital, and lots of other faction-specific lore. So, what's the problem? Well, to answer that, we need to talk about storytelling in general. There's an old idea in writing that you should try and figure out if the story you're telling is the most interesting part of the character's life. And if it isn't, maybe you should be telling that story instead. So the story of Fallout 1 is the exact moment that the super mutants have first started emerging into the world. Fallout New Vegas opens as a battle to decide the fate of the Mojave, and the NCR itself is about to begin. Fallout 4 starts as tension over the presence of synths is boiling over into violence in the streets, and features the Brotherhood arriving at the end of the first act. These are good moments to see the story, with conflict and threat and factions. But in Fallout 76, the exciting stuff happened over the last 2 decades, and it seems to be mostly done now. which is frustrating because some of Fallout 76's story is really cool and it sounds like a great setup for a Fallout game. You've got a faction made up of first responders, police, firefighters and paramedics who are just trying to do the right thing and help everybody, but we know they've made mistakes. They've taken on untrained volunteers and got people killed. They've also fired live ammunition at teams sometimes, so whether the targets were protesters or looters is unclear. They mostly meanwhile have plenty of manpower, but they're undersupplied. And then we've got the army, rapidly reformed into a chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel, who have eyes on what manpower and resources the responders do possess. Defection goes both ways between the two, but the Brotherhood have the power armor and the big guns, and over time, they're trying to absorb the responders, what they would call an alliance, and the responders conscription. On the far side of the mountain, we have the Free States, pre-war isolationist apocalypse preppers who, understandably, were the best prepared for the end of the world and possess some of the most advanced tech as well as good training, but they're massively low in numbers. They recently resettled and fortified Harper's Ferry and, perhaps unsurprisingly, the Brotherhood are interested in their bunkers, their tech, and their well-trained and intelligent members. But the Free States are fundamentally distrustful of authority and regard the reformed US Army as exactly that. So they've started to build up a stockpile of weapons. They've seen what's happening to the responders and they won't let it happen to them, even if it means war against the Brotherhood. And yet the Brotherhood are the only faction strong enough to run convoys between Harper's Ferry and the responders for increasingly well-fortified raider territory, and the Free States need those supplies. And finally, in a secret bunker, the Enclave is watching all of this, operating in secret for a handful of elite embedded agents and assassins. Now that's a great setup for a traditional Fallout game. We've got conflict, factions, you can pick a side and decide which group represents the best bet for the future. And this is what I find frustrating about Fallout 76. It feels like they could have taken this exact map and the exact story they've already written and made a really good single-player campaign out of it. But instead, zombie dragons show up and also there's a zombie plague. And the problem here is when you introduce a literal zombie plague into your story, that kind of gets in the way of the faction drama, which many Fallout players are probably most interested in. The Free States may be distrustful of the Brotherhood's long-term intentions, but, you know, there's literally zombie dragons outside, so suck it up. Which is exactly what happens. It's not even an interesting Vault 11-style tragedy, where it turns out they were their own worst enemies, and if they'd all just worked together, they'd have won. The Brotherhood fights the dragons, and they die. And the Responders and the Free States work together and fight the dragons, and they all die too. I mean, I guess technically the Raiders didn't help, but I'm not sure they'd have turned the tide single-handedly. Anyway, everyone's dead, and now Fallout 76 begins, but it's such an odd choice to set the story there, as well as the well-publicised confirmation there were no human NPCs and everyone was dead, because it means we know what happened to everybody. They died, and we know how they died. The Scorched killed them. The Scorched killed the Brotherhood, and the Raiders, and Flatwoods, and Morgantown. I guess the Raiders got a few kills. They murdered Madigan and wiped out Charleston, but, you know, everybody's still dead. Now, the story of how somebody died can be sad and horrifying and really effective. The Keller family transcripts are my favourite audio logs in all of Fallout, and some of them in Fallout 76 are really well done. One where a responder has locked herself in a room she can't get out of and just slowly starves to death particularly stands out to me.
I can hear them clawing at the door. I locked myself in a storage closet, but I don't think the door opens from the inside. It's okay.
But that's the only story Fallout 76 has to tell, and it starts becoming almost comical when the game flashes up the objective to search for survivors or hunt down the source of a radio transmission. In fact, the game actively has 3 different robots say something to the effect of, well, I bet you're surprised I'm a robot, and to be honest, no. After the first 2 times it happened, I wasn't. Part of the problem is we don't know these people. Maria Chavez, one of the responder leaders, comes up maybe 3 times before we find her corpse. Now, I'm sure she was lovely, but I'm not sad because I don't know anything about her. And if the game does try to characterize someone a bit more at length, like Abby or Johnny Marino, I find it hard to get invested in their personal story, knowing full well that they're already dead. So is there a solution to this? Yes, though it's not an easy one and would have worked better if it had been in from the start. But if Bethesda want to put things right with the community, this is perhaps the biggest single thing they could do. I think Fallout 76 would have benefited from being released like a Rockstar game. Single player campaign up front and then less structured multiplayer a few weeks later. I think that would have been much more warmly accepted, and with a nice manageable campaign that lone players can play, there would perhaps have been less nerves about ramping up that multiplayer difficulty. Thematically, that could have worked really nicely as well. The campaign's set during the faction tensions, before the Scorched Beasts show up, maybe 10 years before the current events of Fallout 76. It's also a great fit for a single-player campaign built around factions. You can travel around, meet all the different groups, there are full dialogue trees, you join the one you want, even the raiders, there's a proper faction reputation system, the works. And in the end, your faction ends up using a nuke against another faction. The Free States against the Brotherhood, the Responders against the Raiders against the Responders, that sort of thing. But the ending is that the nuke accidentally triggers the emergence of the Scorched Beast, which you could foreshadow with talk of mysterious earthquakes or whatever, because then the single-player campaign ends on the message, oh no, if only they'd all worked together, and by the way, here's a multiplayer mode set after everyone died, so you can all work together to fix it. The other benefit of this would be then we'd actually know the characters who are all dead, because we worked with them in the single-player campaign. There's an actual connection. You could even track down yourself, your own single-player character. That certainly sounds a lot more fun than following the Overseer as we do in Fallout 76 right now. In fact, in the current version of Fallout 76, you have to hunt down and euthanize the Overseer's husband, a character we know almost nothing about. Wouldn't it be a bit more interesting if you had to hunt down and euthanize a Scorched version of your own single-player character? Anyway, that's just a little detail. No matter what form it takes, a single-player campaign could be a really big step in winning back some community goodwill. So, we've spoken a lot about things that are wrong and little ways that we might be able to improve them. Now I want to start pulling some of that together, a vision of what Fallout 76 could be. And to figure out what Fallout 76 should be, I think we need to start right at the very beginning. What is Fallout 76 actually about? Many Fallout games have really benefited from a single, clear objective. And Fallout 1 is perhaps the strongest example of this. You know precisely what you're doing from the moment the game opens. You're after a water chip, and that's reinforced every time you open the Pip-Boy. Fallout New Vegas opens with you being shot in the head, and then talking to a doctor about how you were shot in the head, and all of the main quests for the first act are dedicated to tracking down the guy that shot you in the head. And Fallout 76 looks like it's gonna have precisely that level of focus. So let's just take a quick look-see at the game's introduction.
You must rebuild. Not just walls, not just buildings, but hearts and minds. And ultimately, America itself.
Okay, great. Now let's hear what the Overseer has to say to you inside Vault 76.
You have been tasked with nothing less than the rebuilding of America.
Right, so we know what we're doing. We're rebuilding America. Now that's a great idea for a Fallout game. Fallout 3 was ultimately about a mission to build crucial infrastructure. Fallout New Vegas is about what society should look like. Fallout 4's Minuteman quest is broadly about building a tiny group of settlements into an alliance that can, together, stand up against external forces that want to take advantage of them. So a game set in the immediate post-war period, building the first infrastructure, founding the first societies, acting like frontier settlers in a post-apocalyptic America, that's an interesting place to take Fallout. And based on all the marketing and the trailers and the game's own introduction, that sounds like it's going to be the core of the game. So you're all ready to rebuild, and then you just don't. The main plot totally ignores rebuilding. You spend your time travelling from one faction's ruined base to the next, but you never rebuild them. Morgantown Airport is never resettled. The AVR Medical Center is never restored to working order. The Free States bunkers lie silent. The Brotherhood bases and camps remain empty. And this is particularly frustrating because Fallout 76 has perhaps the most impressive architecture in the entire franchise. The monorail elevator, the space station, the water park, multiple fairgrounds. We see these huge broken down things and we want to make them work again. Because you told us to rebuild, and in Fallout you commonly can fix things to make them work, like Project Purity, like Helios 1, like the USS Constitution, but you just can't. You've got these stunningly beautiful giant superstructures, and they don't do anything. And this isn't just a missed opportunity, it's a much deeper problem. And to understand why, we need to dig into what makes architecture in Fallout distinct. Fallout settlements are interesting, I think, because they're built out of things that aren't supposed to be settlements. That makes them interesting to the player and distinct from each other. From the repurposed vehicles that mark the edge of Junktown, to the Unity's repurposed cathedral, the bomb at the heart of Megaton, the ship that houses Rivet City, the baseball stadium that became Diamond City. And since Fallout 3, this has become particularly important, because in a 3D Fallout game, it's crucial that settlements have large and easily recognisable profiles to draw in players, like Novak's T-Rex, Prim's roller coaster, Tenpenny Tower being much taller than it strictly needs to be, as the interior only actually includes 4 floors, the smoke from Nipton, Bunker Hill's monument, the Lucky 38 shining in the night, and at the core of this, there are 2 key facts. 1, it makes sense to build in and around existing structures. If there are a good number of well-built, still-standing structures available, you would use those rather than build something new from scratch. And 2, if given a choice, players will probably choose to build in and around existing structures because that's how Fallout settlements have always been done, even when we weren't the ones building them. And perhaps most bafflingly of all, Fallout 76 acknowledges this, because that's precisely what all the factions of West Virginia did. The Responders set up bases in the airport and the fire station because they're solid and easily defensible. The Brotherhood of Steel occupying fortified tough old buildings. The Free States chose to resettle Harper's Ferry specifically because they could use and fortify the existing structures. And yet the moment you're let loose and asked to rebuild America, you do the exact opposite. And that's not by choice, it's because Bethesda have imposed rules that specifically block players from doing the exact thing Fallout has always encouraged us to do, including Fallout 76. In fact, let me tell you a story. The first time I saw the giant satellite dish in the Savage Divide, I wanted to climb it, but there was no way to get up there. So I figured I'd just build my own way up there. But not only can you not build under the dish, despite the fact that it will provide protection against the elements, you can't build anywhere near it. The no-camp barrier around the satellite is extremely aggressive. It's like they wanted to make absolutely certain nobody could get on top of it. Even though a camp built under or even on top of a giant satellite dish would be Fallout-y and distinctive and fun, it's not allowed. And this means that most camps will be built on empty land with nothing to build around. The vast majority of them end up looking pretty much identical. Simple single or 2-story wooden shacks possessing a selection of workbenches and a bed. This isn't Rebuilding America, it's 20 odd hermits scattered across a wasteland. Now this is an annoyance, sure, but it's also a symptom of one of Fallout 76's biggest missed opportunities. So why aren't we rebuilding America? To answer that, let me tell you about something that happened to me. See, when I heard about Fallout 76, my immediate thought was that I wanted to be a shopkeeper, because it's something I've never been able to do in a Fallout game before. So rather than adventuring to earn money, what if I was an artisan? What if I gathered and crafted and sold things? I've always liked playing Fallout in a pacifist style. This felt like the logical extreme. But when I started playing the game, I immediately ran into problems. Because of the anti-camp barriers, I can't set up a camp in a prominent location, just outside a major quest location where traffic will pass through. So any shop has so few customers that it would just be you standing in an empty room 99% of the time, even if we overlook the fact that the number of players in any session is far too low to realistically create any form of service economy. But even if I could find a spot where I could slap down a camp extremely nearby to a major location, and even if there was a significant increase in the number of people allowed in a single session, I can guarantee
Christ,
that it would
how
see
much aggro
almost no
can I
traffic, because the
handle?
map simply isn't designed to have any
Fuck,
form
man,
of
stop
central
throwing mobs
hub.
on me
On the
over and
contrary,
over and over
the
again.
world seems to be intentionally decentralized. There's no resource gathering hub because junk is spread around everywhere, and there are over 20 workshops, all with multiple resources, and they can only be held by one person at a time anyway. There's no need to gather around any of them. There's no shopping hub because there are more automated vendor bots scattered across the map than I can count, and in a world where most quests are automatically generated without a specific quest giver, there's not even a hub where people frequently visit to acquire or turn in those quests. And as a result of that, and it's hard to tell whether this is intentional or not, every settlement is a ghost town. Blackwater's been busted just after launch, but these days it's deserted unless a new player happens to be passing through. And I guess you could argue this is good. A Fallout game should be a harrowing, lonely experience picking through the silent ruins of humanity. And that's definitely a part of it, but games need contrast too. Earlier I was discussing this as a weakness in Fallout 76's storytelling. When every story ends the same way, and then the Scorch killed us all, the stories get more predictable and less interesting. We need variety. Give us desolate waste, sure, but we need moments of bustling life too. The hub, Megaton, the Strip, Diamond City. The existence of a living town is important because the contrast makes the lonely moments in the wasteland stand out more. And here we come back to the theme of building. Was the intention that we would be the ones to build the towns? But you just can't because of one huge glaring issue with the game. No one will ever build a successful town in Fallout 76 in its current form because nobody needs a town. We've touched on this briefly already, but this is where the abundance of survival supplies and of the tools to produce them starts really hurting the game. You see, everything you need, workstations, cooking stations, bed, shelter, crops, water, it's all gifted to you in the first hour of the game in the tutorial missions of Flatwoods. Now just stop and really think about that for a second. In a multiplayer online game with survival elements, any lone player will have the capability to be comfortably and entirely self-sufficient within an hour of starting the game. You will never need anybody else again for survival. The only thing you do need is someone to buy your excess stuff. So luckily, there are guaranteed robot stores available all over the place. Every responder base, every train station, every major settlement. So why would people form towns? In real life, people tend to form into groups because it's mutually beneficial, and while it may be possible to be self-sufficient, it's very inefficient to have everybody just about subsisting. A settlement needs to offer an advantage to those who live there over living alone, and ideally a service it can offer to outsiders to draw them in that the town alone can provide. That's how a town might organically form, but neither of those things is true in Fallout 76. Now earlier we discussed how fear of alienating various player groups was the likely cause of survival mechanics being made so simple as to become effectively trivial. This is the same problem, I think. A fear that the camp system could be frustrating leads to the game throwing extremely crucial plans at us in the first hour of the game. A fear that the player might not be able to sell something leads to vendor bots everywhere. But here's the tragic consequence of all of that. This is stuff that the players might have built for themselves and for each other, but nobody has because nobody needs to, because Bethesda showered us with too much stuff. So can this be fixed? In theory, yes, and some of the solutions are actually fairly easy. In fact, they're in Fallout 4. You see, in Fallout 4 it wasn't the case that level 2 characters could found a functionally perfect town with a population of 1. If you wanted a decent town, you actually had to invest, choosing the local leader perks, and then putting significant volumes of cash into your stores to let them carry a greater range of goods. If you didn't invest in those perks, then you had to rely on existing towns. But if you did invest, and we're talking thousands and thousands of caps here, you could create a settlement that was superior to any other town in the game. Now, straight away, it's pretty obvious how we could immediately increase the chances of a player settlement becoming a hub. Let us build our own vendor bots. And to be clear, just about anything will be better than the current AI vendor bots who seem to be part of an elaborate scam. You see, I once sold a redundant bit of legendary gear to one of them for 8 caps. I then happened to glance over at his apparel screen and he was selling it for 100. Why is a robot imposing a 1,250% markup? What is he doing with the profit? He's a bloody robot. Now, on this point we have some really good news. Bethesda just announced this is the exact direction they're moving in, and craftable vending machines will soon be added to the game, so players can set the price of an item and then any visitor can buy it. Now this is a good start, though there is an obvious issue. A vendor bot can both buy and sell. A vending machine only sells, making it arguably less desirable if the visitor has selling to do as well. Now player-run buying is more tricky to arrange, but not by much. Just allow a player to specify what items they want to allow the vendor bot to buy, either at a very high level, aid, junk, or more precisely, purified water, copper, that sort of thing. The amount of caps in the bot's inventory is simply whatever the owner chooses to give it, plus whatever's added to that amount by any sales it makes, and as for the prices, either let the player set the buying price of specific items, or, in the case of shops that buy anything, or items with huge numbers of variants, like weapons or armor, set your desired profit, how much below the game-assigned actual value you're willing to pay. Both of these systems, however, have one major issue. We know where the vendor bots are, responder bases, train stations, but nobody knows where your base is, and the anti-camp barriers mean it's probably out of the way, and nobody knows what you're buying or selling there. So, a couple of further amendments to make this system work. Firstly, I'd say that any camp with a shop probably wants to be visited. So let's add those camps onto the map, maybe with a tiered system of icons, so multiple shops with large inventories or plenty of camps are flagged as major trade hubs. Secondly, we need to let players advertise their shops. If you've got a strong instigating weapon, somebody's going to buy that if they know it's there. Or, under my system, you might desperately need a particular resource, and so you're willing to pay more money to anybody willing to sell it to you, but nobody knows you need it. I propose that we could build radio towers and broadcast simple messages, flagging the presence of a desirable legendary you're selling or the high price you're willing to buy a particular component for. We could even put these messages on everybody's map screen to help get the word out. My point is, it's not enough to just let us buy or sell. We need a way to let every other player know where we are and what we offer.
Yeah, there
and
was
this
a lack
could
of
trigger a
trade
virtuous
statistics, which
circle.
did really
Once people know
fundamentally
there's a
break.
good player-run trade hub on the map, well, why not build your own camp nearby? And once you have people actually congregating somewhere, you've got the foundation for an economy and a town. We can also do a lot more with workstations. Sure, players need basic workstations to do scrapping and basic crafting, but isn't it odd that the chemistry workstation you got the plan for in Flatwoods at level 3 is the same one you're still using at level 100? A system of tiered or upgradable workstations could further help encourage players to visit well-established camps, or even set up their own camp next door, beginning the organic growth of a town. We could say that high-level players could set up upgraded armor workbenches that allows everyone who uses it to repair or craft for less material. Or maybe an upgraded weapon workbench that can repair to beyond maximum condition automatically. Or maybe even apply unique mods, like the Scorch Killer mods. And I think this is in line with Bethesda's thinking. You see, there are plenty of charisma perks that incentivize people hanging out together by giving a benefit to the whole team from one person taking the perk. I'm suggesting basically the same thing here, but on a camp level. Let people who spend time and effort building their camp be treated like players who spend time and effort creating a charisma-heavy support character. Let them pass a benefit onto others who visit their camp, and just watch as people start to form mini-communities, because they'll actually have a reason to do so. This could also be a really cool option for post-endgame stuff. Let us try to found our own settlements and see if we can attract people to live there. Two small notes though, Bethesda. In terms of the anti-camp barriers, just take them down. Let us build in fun, interesting places. Fine, don't let me build right next to Vault 76 or Flatwood, though bafflingly you totally can build just outside Vault 76 and completely block the path there. But do let us build in as many places as possible, and I promise the interesting towns that people make will be worth it. And second, allow camps to be built closer together. Right now, even if you're on the same team, there's a weird no man's land between camp boundaries, meaning you can't even be a neighbour to your own teammates. Let's get rid of that as well. If people want to build their camps next to each other, let them be neighbours, let them build little townships. Honestly, I can't see a downside to it. Now, all of this will be a step in the right direction, except there's one big problem. Arguably, the biggest problem in Fallout 76, the core issue that keeps coming up in every system, and that is permanence. So let's talk about how Fallout 76 works in the background. As Bethesda stressed from the very beginning at E3, you never see a server list when you play the game. You are instead assigned at random to an appropriate server, joining or being joined by your team or friends if there's room. This means that if you play in the morning, take a break and then play again in the afternoon, you won't be in the same session. Or, if you are, you'd have no way of knowing this. Now this, as many people know, is very open to abuse. Get pinned down by a Scorch Beast you don't want to fight, quit to menu, rejoin, new world, no Scorch Beast. Finding a building you wanted to loot is already looted, restart, it's magically regrown its loot. And server hopping was even more frequent to force shops to refresh their stock before Bethesda gave vendors certain fixed inventories. Now that's a problem, but I don't think it's the biggest one. You see, because you're going to hop between various sessions, that means when you log out, your camp disappears. If I see a really cool camp one day and its owner logs off, I'll probably never see it again. It's as if it was never there. And here come the cogs again. Is a Fallout game about rebuilding the world? A great idea. An online Fallout experience with seamless servers, so new players and experienced ones rub shoulders? Sure, that could work. But a Fallout game about rebuilding in an environment where nothing you rebuild can ever stay built because you're only ever a temporary visitor to any given version of reality? Well, obviously that's not going to work because it's impossible to rebuild America if anything you build fades away the moment you aren't there to watch it. Now, there are a few things you are allowed to rebuild and repair, and they're a frustrating hint at what could have been. Powering up Poseidon, for example, is an event that pops up and asks you to repair a power station. It's a fairly long process involving repairing cooling systems, generators, and the reactor itself, where movements around the facility is much easier if you have access to the hacking perks, though frustratingly the repairs are exclusively a case of walking up to damaged pipes and consoles and pressing A. No amount of perks, materials, or intelligence actually helps. But when you're done, something really cool happens. The power plant starts operating. The cooling towers billow out steam which can be seen from all over the map, and the power plant genuinely does start generating power. Across the local area, in workshops, you can find power terminals which, if Poseidon is operating, generate large amounts of power for free. In short, you were asked to repair infrastructure, and as a result of you doing so, there is a visible impact on the world, and a benefit to both yourself and everyone else in the area. This is cool, this is Fallout-y. It's like Helios 1, except this time the power you've put into the grid can actually be used for something practical. Except we have a problem. Fallout 76 is an online game, and if you fix the power plant, that would mean that other players couldn't do so, and that means the power plant can't remain fixed. So sooner or later, it's just going to break down again so someone else can do the same quest. But even if it didn't, it wouldn't matter, because the moment you log out, there's no guarantee you're going to rejoin the universe where you fixed the power plant in the first place. And now I think we're getting to the real core of the problem. We have 3 different elements at play here. A game about rebuilding America, a part of the Fallout franchise, and a seamless online game.
But now
And
I
I'm suspicious
only
that
need the
in their
Memphis.
current forms, they will never properly mesh because of one extremely important concept in Fallout. You see, a Fallout game comes with certain expectations. One of these is that what you do will actually have some form of consequence. That was one of the key design philosophies underpinning the original Fallout games, and in different ways, Fallout has mostly stayed true to that idea, whether in the additional random encounters of Fallout 3 that I've discussed at length previously, the faction system of New Vegas that's generally held up as the gold standard, or Fallout 4, which admirably let you gun down the leaders of 3 main factions the moment you first met them and permanently sever your ties with them if that's what you want to do. This idea that a choice should have lasting consequences, thus giving decisions weight, is for many people absolutely central to what Fallout is. And Fallout 76 is strangely lacking in consequence. Let me tell you a story from my time with the game, and the quest Mayor for a Day, which boils down to getting
but
yourself
now I
recognised
only
as
need
friendly
the
by the many
Memphis.
robots that live in Watoga, and the reason you're supposed to do all of that is so it's safe for you to live inside this futuristic modern city. But of course, you can't live in the city. Camps can't be placed there, and there's no way to make any of the huge empty apartment buildings into your base. I made the decision to do the quest, but there was no consequence for me doing so. Still, what we do have in Fallout 76 is factions. Factions are great. Everyone loves a faction system. And even better, factions are a great way of offering a consequence-loaded choice to the player. Killian or Gizmo, NCR, Legion or House, Brotherhood, Railroad, Institute or Minutemen. Pick a side and that locks you out of the other, and often leads into direct conflict with them. And as we've discussed, Fallout 76 has a load of factions you're encouraged to join, except you're not really joining them. You don't join the Brotherhood in Fallout 76 because you like them better than the alternative, or you agree with them ideologically. You join them because joining them is the only way to get past their automated security. In fact, by the end of Fallout 76, you've joined pretty much every faction, including both the Brotherhood and the Enclave. And in a rather major step backwards after Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 4, there's only one way to complete the main quest, which also happens to involve repairing an overtly murderous AI, which definitely feels like a very bad thing to do, but let's put that aside for now, because this here is a big pile of issues that are especially problematic for a Fallout game. Nothing you build stays built, nothing you repaired stays working, completed quests have no impact on the world, joining a faction means nothing, even fighting enemies is a fool's errand. The game states the Scorch Beast is your ultimate priority, but it doesn't matter if you fight everyone you see, you never bother fighting a single one until the game starts pushing boss fights on you, they keep respawning at the same rate anyway. The underlying problem here is that this is a world where nothing has meaningful consequences, and it's very hard to truly care about a world where you can be confident that nothing you do will make any difference. And perhaps the worst example of this is how Fallout 76 treats nukes. Now, Fallout games have told many stories over the years, but one thing is universal. The world nuking itself was bad. Nukes are bad. Radiation is bad. In Fallout 1, radiation was an invisible evil, slowly killing you as you move through the waste. Destroying Megaton is the joint most evil action you can take in Fallout 3. Dropping a nuke on the NCR or Legion in New Vegas will lower your reputation with them to the lowest it can go. Radiation turns humans into zombies, and those who keep their minds suffer horrendous discrimination and violence. The Keller family transcripts in Fallout 3 in particular summarise the absolute horror of watching the bombs fall.
Oh my god, it's really happening. I can see the cloud. It's so big. Mom, I'm so scared.
And even when nukes are deemed an acceptable solution to a major problem, like the Cathedral nuke in Fallout 1 or the destruction of the Institute in Fallout 4, detonating a nuke is the most significant thing you can do. Wiping out the leader of the Unity or destroying an entire faction and the benefits they provide in a single moment. These are huge, world-shaping decisions. But the nukes in Fallout 76 are different, because no one seems sure if they're good or not. The Overseer is specifically tasked with securing the nukes, and then overtly says we need to be prepared to use them on the Scorch Beast, but then chastises you if you do. The Brotherhood are instructed not to use nukes under any circumstances, and then they just sort of do it anyway. And perhaps most worryingly of all, the only voice in the game that seems perfectly content for you to use nukes is the aforementioned rogue AI that murdered everyone in the White Springs bunker, presumably with the entire pre-war government, because that was what the bunker was for. So story-wise, the game is a bit confused about nukes, but the real problem is mechanical, because launching them has no negative consequences whatsoever. I'll overlook the final quest where a nuke is used to expose the Scorch Beast Queen, because there's a long history of using a nuke of some description to deal with the final big bad guy in Fallout. Fallout 1, Fallout 2, 3 with Broken Steel, and Fallout 4, so we can hardly complain there. But most nukes are not being used for that. Most nukes are used because nuke zones are full of useful crafting materials and high-level enemies for XP and legendary farming. In fact, nukes are so good that as soon as one goes off, any player of a high enough level in possession of power armor will head straight for it. It is, perhaps rather strangely, the only time there's a high concentration of players in a single area. And after a few hours, the nuke zone goes back to normal. There are no negative consequences for launching a nuclear weapon, not for the players that do it, not for the area that it hits. So, how do we fix all of this? Well, in terms of fixing nukes in particular, this is going to take a pretty major rework. But I do have a few ideas. First, we need another mechanism to access flux, the rare nuclear materials currently found exclusively in nuke zones. As long as nuke zones are the only way to access it, people will keep launching nukes. Maybe there could be a special machine to produce it in your camp with a limit of how many of them you can build. But I'd argue it should be a slow process, much slower than the rate that you could harvest in a nuke zone. So now, we have a choice. Nuke the world we're supposed to be rebuilding to speed things up, or slowly harvest material over time. But in a Fallout game, where launching nukes is generally frowned upon and also considered quite a big deal, I think we need a whole new system to make nuke launchers into a major event. Under my proposed system, launching a nuke is a map-wide PvP special event. Everybody is informed that a person or team is trying to launch a nuke, and everyone can join in, either helping them to do it, or forming an impromptu team to stop them. But here's the twist. To sweeten the deal and compensate the team that's trying to stop the existence of a nuke zone, if they do successfully stop the launch, they get rewarded with flux, and a handful of good quality legendaries too. We could add more flavour to this as well. Modus sometimes offers an event called a Real Blast, in which the player is rewarded for dropping some bombs in a random area. But what if Modus, being, as he is, an insane killbot, offered a huge reward to drop a nuke? What if he wanted you to drop it on the sort of major player trading hub I proposed earlier? Sure, this idea probably needs some work and some balancing, but the reason I like it conceptually is because it recontextualizes nuking the world as a bad thing, a thing that people will fight to stop. And it turns a mechanism where everybody got together to explore a nuke zone because nukes were awesome into the biggest PvP event in the game, where it's actually possible for people to keep nuke free. Also, even if it's purely an aesthetic thing, let's have more lasting consequences to a nuke zone. Even if it's just some dead grass and dead trees replacing the normal assets and some low-level background radiation, at least for a couple of in-game days. Let players know that something bad happened here. But personally, I'd like to go a lot further than that. Nukes cause, Fallout. So let's actually have the world be negatively impacted. Let's have dying wildlife and trees across the map. Let's have soot kicked into the sky, making the whole world darker. Let's have vicious rad storms. You want to nuke and strip mine the world? I hope you enjoy the entire forest region dying. And all that extra radiation, let's whack up the amount of rads in your food, even purified water, slowly be picking rads. And all of this Fallout culture isn't healthy for humans either. So I hope you enjoy wearing gas masks all the time, or all sorts of nasty new diseases might just be picked up. The sort of nasty thing that might mean you need to have a limb amputated, for example, and replaced with a lovely metal claw. Launching a nuke, devastating consequences, but ones that some players might want to live with. Maybe you're content with living in a radioactive nightmare where soot blocks out the sun and you can wipe out every plant on the map. For some people, that's going to be a price worth paying for access to the nuke zones. Of course, there's probably buildable tech to clean up the fallout and restore the world to how it was, but I would expect that that would be a very slow process. This, I think, would make nukes a lot more interesting, and it would make the whole world more interesting too, where some people would live in pristine untouched nature and others in soot-blasted dead hellscapes. Except, of course, we can't do any of this right now, because a seamless online experience is pretty much completely incompatible with these ideas. A consequence within a single session means nothing if everybody involved is set up in different sessions tomorrow, leaving in devastation for the next bunch of confused players to mop up. Now, step 1 is changing the server system, of course, with a character tied to a particular world, so a character you've invested time into has to live with the consequences of their actions and the actions of their neighbours. Without that, you can't have any form of meaningful consequence to any action. To offset the fact that not everyone will be around all the time, that probably means a lot more people being assigned to a single world, though that's honestly necessary anyway to have any chance of communities organically growing. But it's not that simple, of course. We can't impose a traditional Fallout experience on Fallout 76 because an online experience is incompatible with certain big Fallout faction choices. You can't pick one of two people to run Junktown and kill the other in Fallout 76, because then the next player in line couldn't make that exact choice. You can't blow up Megaton, because then Megaton wouldn't be there for the next player. An online experience of any description sits rather uneasily alongside a Fallout game, because you can't make a choice with a consequence that robs future players of the same choice. But I think there is a solution, which Bethesda are already terrifyingly close to. What if Fallout 76 was about, and hold on to your hats here because I'm about to blow your flipping minds, rebuilding America? So, let's start bringing all my ideas together and write some fanfiction about what I would love Fallout 76 to look like. Now, I've already spoken about how I want certain areas in the game to be brutally difficult, with tougher enemies, dangerous environments, and lower carry weights to make the Wasteland a more dangerous place. But I think there needs to be a flip side to that too. We need to find a way to encourage the foundation of bustling town, and we've discussed some mechanics to help with that already. And that's because the contrast between the two is critical. In town, you should be safe. There should be plentiful food, plentiful water. There should be other players and shops and everything you expect from a Fallout town. If there are high-level players in the town, they might have already built upgraded workbenches that you can use, as well as player-built vendor bots. There'll always be plenty on offer, potentially including the opportunity to buy junk if anyone's selling it, which again is an example of player-built communities helping to counteract the difficulties of the base game. And because we have a fixed server system in my world, these camps and their infrastructure will always be there, even if their players aren't. But as you start your expedition out of town, the longer you stay away, the harder your life gets. Weapons deteriorate, food runs out, skin packs run low. So right now, you can just summon your camp to you anytime you want. And I want to maintain the ability for anybody to set up anywhere. But I think the cap cost of moving your camp needs to be vastly higher to stop people summoning their own infrastructure to them whenever they get a bit thirsty. Moving your camp should be a big decision, but something you still might wish to do in my version, because that's where you reappear when you die, so it becomes a tactical choice. You can effectively create an autosave point whenever you want, but it's going to cost you to do it. This is, in some ways, a remixed version of the sleep to save mechanic from Fallout 4 Survival Mode. Unlike that game, it's not just your camp that drops the respawn point, it's any camp at all. So visiting another camp as you pass is worth doing, hopefully further incentivizing positive player interactions. But we have a problem, of course. where you respawn is meaningless if you can just fast travel to where you were when you died. And here we need to address fast travel, and Fallout 4 once again provides a very good idea for us. I would basically eliminate fast travel in this game and replace it with an Institute teleporter style one-way system. What this means is you can fast travel back home to your camp anytime you want, thanks to, say, an emergency evacuation vertibot. But it's a one-way trip. If you want to head back out to where you were in the wilderness, you're on foot again. Now this probably all sounds very harsh, and that is of course intentional, because I want Fallout 76 to be tough enough that players embrace the most precious resource of all, each other. I want convoys of players travelling together for safety. I want people heading out on expeditions to plan a route, checking what towns exist on the map and moving from town to town to restock and create a new respawn point in case they die. I want people to set up lone camps as safe havens between towns to act as a place to resupply. A single small camp with a vendor bot that is kept well stocked with food and water could make a savvy player a lot of money, because scarcity means demand, and demand will create supply. Put us in a brutally difficult world, and players will find all sorts of interesting ways to overcome it. So how do I see these towns working? Very simply, in fact. We modified camps slightly, so that they can be built much closer together than in the current game. If a certain number of camps exist in a group, the game acknowledges that as a town, and it appears immediately on everybody's map screen. Anyone who sets up their camp next to a town is immediately a citizen of the town, and to help encourage people to join communities, the cost of moving a camp, which is high in my version, is massively reduced if it's to join an existing town. Now with every new person that joins, the town's border expands and creates a larger area of free public space that belongs to the town, that any citizen can build in to create public amenities, water supplies, farming, that sort of thing, which the town can choose to make available to all players or restrict to just citizens. After all, in a world with low carry weight, gouging passing visitors for water and food could be very good business indeed. And once someone in town has the ability to build vendor bots, that's marked on the town too, so people know they can come to trade. So right now this is just a few camps that show up on the map. Nice, but not game changing. Well, we're just getting started. One of the key factors of a town should be that towns automatically provide a benefit to their residents that's determined by the existing location or old world structure the town is built around. Oh yes, I'm not just allowing them to build in and around existing structures, I'm incentivizing it. Let's say you build a town around Mama Dolce's or Morgantown. You can get free canned food delivered directly to you if you're at home, or left in your stash if you're away. Charleston's proximity to the mines could mean citizens get free raw resources. Harper's Ferry with its armory gives citizens free ammo. Resettle Camden Park and get Mr. Fuzzy tokens. Turn the White Springs golf course into a town and get a free White Springs robot butler. We should have some fun with this too and come up with all sorts of unique benefits for all the different locations across the map. And if you want to build a town in the most insane locations imaginable, go right ahead. We could add in Far Harbor's fault condensers, so if you want to set up an oasis town in the middle of the ash heap smoke, you go nuts. Build a city on top of the monorail elevator. Help me finally fulfill my dream and construct an entire town on top of that bloody satellite dish. And now that we're all living together in permanently settled locations, we can actually rebuild America. We can build public amenities, a barricade around the side of the town, a single gate into the town, guarded by robots. And towns, I'd argue, could be the key to post-endgame content, because I think towns have access to a whole new set of structures that single towns can't access, providing new tools to all residents. These can only be built by high-level players and could be gated behind the town's population too. But once built, all citizens benefit. For example, how about a cattle ranch? If someone builds that in the town, everyone gets access to a pack brahman. And that's precisely what it sounds like. A brahman that acts like a family companion, following you around with a significant carry capacity that you can utilise. And of course, Brahmin is squishy, and if the Brahmin dies, well, whatever you loaded up is going to be lost, because you can't fast travel back home while over encumbered. Naturally, that means you'd ideally travel around with a team of people with a Brahmin each to keep them safe, and head out to ruins together to loot, so you can bring home a big haul, and I've just invented prospector convoys. Meanwhile, as each town is extremely strong at producing one specialised thing, that means there could be some excellent sense in taking a Brahmin train loaded up with food from Morgantown over to Charleston, where food is more scarce, but they're swimming in raw resources, and suddenly we have trade convoys moving around the world. But we can go further. Let towns dedicate themselves to rebuilding America. let us fix up train lines and actually run trains. The stations and tracks are right there. The monorail too. This is great post-endgame content. Sure, I'm taking fast travel away from you, but if you want to rebuild it, I won't stop you. The game has rail lines running from Grafton and the very north of the Savage Divide, through the forest, through Charleston to the Ash Heap, while the monorail runs from the south of the Ash Heap, over the mountain, through the Cranberry Bog, and up to the edge of the Mire. That's pretty much the transport network, total map coverage, and only a single train to monorail exchange. And I see no reason why you shouldn't be allowed to make it run again, allowing fast travel between any operational stations as long as you're a citizen of a town with a working train or monorail. So this is all very utopian so far, but of course, there has to be a downside. Being rich and successful in the post-apocalypse makes you a target after all. And to make that happen, I'd reintroduce the Raiders to the Savage Divide, which shouldn't be too controversial as Raiders are basically functionally the same as the Scorched. So, we can just give them some big bases to live in across the Savage Divide. They'll attack anything that comes near them, but mostly they'll leave you alone, until towns start getting big and advanced. Then, they might be interested in raiding. And a raid is a big deal, possibly the biggest battle that can happen in the entire game. You'll be warned that it's coming a fair bit in advance, and we're talking a massive, multi-stage attack with hundreds of raiders coming down from the mountain with the goal of burning the entire town to the ground. You'll see it on the map, slowly moving towards you. But you do have options. You can build walls around your town if you have the resources, of course, and military robots and all sorts of defensive turrets and traps too. Nothing to stop you laying mines if you want, or inviting another town citizen to come and help with the defense. After all, a crushing defeat will mean it takes a lot longer for the raiders to attack again.
Dude,
Alternatively, you could launch a preemptive strike, damaging their bases in the mountains, attacking their troops while they're on the move towards the town, or hitting their camps at night while they sleep. All of that will ensure their attack will be weaker when it does reach the town. Of course, a nuke dropped on them would sort out the situation nice and easily, assuming the rest of the players on the map are happy with you dropping nukes to sort out your local problems, when in my version, the whole map suffers from environmental devastation. Oh, and speaking of nukes, there's nothing to stop anybody trying to nuke a town, of course. There was my nuke launch as a PvP event, the citizens can come together to try to prevent it. But what about the threat from other players? Well, PvP is a difficult one for me. Personally, I think the official survival mode feels like a step in the wrong direction. Having everyone being terrified of each other will lead to less positive player interaction, when I think we should be aiming for more. But equally, I can see how the current glove-slap dueling system is a bit toothless. So, I propose a compromise. By default, all players play by current dueling rules, except for one thing. A player can go to a raider camp and offer to join them. And player raiders play by their own set of rules. If you're a raider, PvP is permanently enabled both ways. You can shoot anybody immediately and anyone can attack you too. But unlike other players, raiders can't live in towns, and all town defences will shoot on sight, of course. They don't even get camps, in fact. Raiders survive instead by fighting. Killing players lets a raider steal some of that player's inventory. Things like food, water, medicine, junk, ammo. Never weapons or apparel, though. They can't steal your loadout. So raiders are bad news, but they have major disadvantages too. As raiders, they maintain a permanent bounty which can never go below 100 cap, so they can't ever see normal players on the map, but all normal players can see them, letting people work around them or ambush them, as 100 caps isn't nothing. Raiders can of course see town locations, and just like attacking players, destroying parts of a town gives them components. Though, as another disadvantage, because raiders don't get camps, they have to respawn up in the Savage Divide every time they die. They need to be very careful before engaging, otherwise they've got a very long walk ahead of them.
Jesus.
Raiders can team up with other raiders, of course, but PvP stays on between them as well. Raiders don't make reliable allies after all. Raiders can choose to stop being raiders any time, by the way, but it leaves a mark on your reputation. Your label on the map and over your character will mark you as an ex-raider. You'll maintain any bounty you have when you quit, and going forward, any bounty you pick up will be double the usual amount. Now, the reason I like this idea is that hunting players with bounties is one of my favourite things in Fallout 76. It's cool and tends to stalk them and try and figure out the right moment to engage. But there are so few bounties floating around, and they're generally so low value that it's not worth the trouble to hunt them down. This way there could be a permanent game of cat and mouse happening between citizens and raiders. I also like how well it works thematically, because raiders need civilization to prey on. There's nothing to stop an entire server of raiders existing where, of course, everybody can attack everybody. But with no camps on the map, a server of raiders will basically be stuck just about surviving, scavenging as well as they can, using public workbenches because they don't have their own, completely unable to ever build anything, repair anything. The trains will never run, it's a dead end. And that's maybe my favourite thing about my version of Fallout 76, aside from the fact it's entirely fictitious and thus I don't need to bother considering how insanely difficult any of this would actually be to make work. And that's how much the world can change in my version. Right now, we have a situation where the world is basically static. Nothing lasts, even nukes don't matter. But in my world, one-person server is a nuke-free utopia, lush and alive, where thriving cities of traders and prospectors travel in comfort in a restored monorail. Another server is an eternally dark nuclear winter, where every plant on the map has died, and raiders in gas masks and hazmat suits murder each other to stay alive another few hours. You know, I'd like to think that some of these ideas are good ideas, and I hope you'd agree that some of this is in the spirit of Fallout. A game with a harsh wasteland, tough choices to make, and consequences to those choices. A game that feels a bit more like an RPG, where you can actually play a role of your choosing in the world. I won't even pretend all these ideas are practical. Some of them probably aren't. I'm basically describing a total rework of just about everything. But maybe, just maybe, this could help push Fallout 76 in a good direction, if a few of these points spark a few ideas over at Bethesda. Because I don't think Fallout 76 is a bad game in its current state, but I do think it could be better. Do I think it'll happen? Well, that depends. What we've seen so far from Bethesda in patches and dev diaries seems to be a focus in two directions. The first is bug fixing and balance tweaks. This is welcome, absolutely, but that just eases the symptoms. It doesn't cure the root problem. The other is new content. Again, welcome, but more stuff to do within a world built out of flawed systems isn't necessarily going to win many people back. I would urge Bethesda to consider taking a few steps back and looking at some of the core gameplay, the junk economy, the question of scarcity and abundance, the difficulty level, how character builds work, how camps work, and considering if there's an argument for a major rethink of how the world operates at its most basic level. This would be a huge and disruptive task, but it's not unknown. No Man's Sky went dark for a time and returned with a much stronger game that won some people back. Stellaris has rebuilt its core gameplay mechanics twice since launch already. And that's the big question for the future of Fallout 76. Will it be modestly improved over time, or is there a chance that there could be a radical rethink of how the whole world works? Anyway, I suspect I've spoken for quite long enough. Thank you for joining me for this. Congratulations for making it to the end. Do stick around if you've not already subscribed. We will, of course, be keeping an eye on Fallout 76 as it evolves. But in the meantime, I've been John. This has been Min. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John. This has been a true nerd, and welcome back to Fallout 76, because we need to have a chat. So, there's an old adage about frogs. It goes that if you put a frog in boiling water, it'll jump straight back out again. But if you just put it in warm water, and then very cautiously raise the temperature, the frog will stay put, even as it becomes less and less comfortable. Because it's happening slowly, the frog doesn't realise anything's wrong. Now, as biologists have been pointing out since the 19th century, frogs don't actually do this, because this is a very easy thing to test, and some scientists apparently just really don't like frogs. But it is very useful as a metaphor for how it came to be that despite being a Fallout YouTuber who has fairly extensively covered Fallout 76 over the last year, I've never really paid too much attention to the Atom Store. You see, when Fallout 76 launched, the Atom Store didn't really seem to be that much of a big deal to me. Even more than that, it didn't even really seem relevant to me. I accepted that an online game would need some form of ongoing monetization to pay for the service, and if there were going to be microtransactions, a cosmetic-only shop where you could earn currency in-game seemed like the best deal. It was certainly better than loot boxes. In a shop, you just pick the item you want, and either pay for that if that's what you want to do, or earn and use in-game currency, or just ignore it because they're cosmetics. The water dish seemed fine, the temperature was pleasant. but a lot's happened over the last year, and while much has been said about Fallout 76, I couldn't really find any attempt to properly tell the full story of the Atom Store, so sit down and buckle up, folks, because there's a lot of stuff to cover here. So, let me take you back in time to November 14th, 2018. Fallout 76 has just come out, and so is the first iteration of the Atom Shop, and it's pretty much entirely what we were told to expect. It's a shop full of some cosmetic items, some clothing, some hairstyles, some player icons, nothing desperately controversial. Naturally,
wow!
As the game's got a giant pile of people playing at launch day and immediately afterwards,
you
it
win.
receives fairly regular updates. Some of the first things that get added into it are things like the Starlet Sniper, the Back to Nature clothing set, nothing desperately dramatic really. The biggest controversy at the time is the pricing seems a little bit on the high side, with fairly mundane clothing costing the equivalent of about £5 and more like £10 to £12 for power armor sets. But at the time, there isn't really much backlash against this, because the game seems to be showering players with atoms just for completing challenges in game, so no one seems to be complaining too loudly, not just yet. But then something very interesting indeed happens, which is November 23rd, Black Friday. The price of Fallout 76 drops to only $40. And before the end of the month, some retailers would have it down to $35. Basically, almost half the price from what it was at launch, which I remind you was only a couple of weeks before. Naturally, this annoys some people who pre-ordered and paid full price. And there was a lot of reporting on this at the time, but I found that reporting sort of missed one of the most interesting things. There was a huge amount of focus on how this was a response to what were presumably weaker than anticipated sales, and yet people sort of overlooked the more interesting half of the equation, which is what did this mean for Fallout 76's financial blend going forwards? You see, back in the day, you just made a game and then you sold it. The money you made was based on how many copies you sold. That was it. But things have got a lot more complicated since then, with many games now built around recurring revenue, making money on an ongoing basis. As an example, earlier in 2019, 2K revealed that they made under half of their income from actually selling games. It also led to some downright odd accounting when 2K revealed they'd had one of their best financial quarters of all time in a quarter when they hadn't actually launched any video games. Yeah, recurring revenue can be an odd thing. In short, the profit from actually selling a game might matter a lot less than the revenue that follows thereafter. It's the same logic that means that in many cases, games consoles are actually sold to launch, on the understanding that once you have the console in somebody's home, they'll be buying games for it for years to come. Same basic principle here on a much smaller scale. Make less up front, make more thereafter. Now, whether Bethesda planned ahead of launch for the price to actually drop that quickly or not is something we'll never know for sure, along with whether or not it was in response to weaker than anticipated sales. What I will say is, I doubt it was done mechanically. There was a calculation here. But that calculation most likely means that if the game was going to make less money per sale, therefore, each person buying it needed to yield more average ongoing revenue. And with that in mind, we enter the most magical time of the year, the holiday season, and Bethesda had plans. Because something new appeared on November the 30th, and that was the Daredevil outfit. Brand new piece of apparel costing 1,600 atoms. Quite a lot, that's about £12 or thereabouts. But there was a new twist. It was only available for a limited time. If you didn't buy it in the next 2 days, you didn't get it at all. And Bethesda were only just getting started. Very soon after, there will be the Cowhide outfit, 800 atoms, only available for 1 day, Lightning Tattoo, only available for 1 day, Mothman Frame, only available for 1 day, a special fruit hat, 1 day, Blackbird paints 1 day, and by mid-December we would have 1 day limited access to doors, floor tiles, and a massive red rocket sign. Now, this is when the first victim gets put under the water bath, and to explain why this was bad, let's have a quick look at how atoms work and where they come from. Now obviously you could just buy atoms, but a big part of Bethesda's pre-launch marketing was that you could also earn them in-game rather than buying them. This was done through two mechanisms. The first method was challenges related to your personal character. Basically, you just went around playing the game, and the game congratulated you by giving you some atoms. So the very first time you destroy a robot, 3 stim packs for you. Destroy 10, you get yourself 10 atoms, but you may immediately notice as we actually go up to the next 20 atoms for killing robots, yeah, you need to kill 101. The thing about this, much like leveling up in many online games, is it happens very quickly at the beginning of the game and then gets progressively slower as time went on. In fact, hang on, let's just skip to the top here. Here we go, my character's level 86, I put well over 100 hours into this game, and I still haven't got to the next robot atom reward. So that will be destroying robots with a pistol. I was a pistol user. I'm only up to 823 robots destroyed, so yeah, that slows down a lot. This, I think, is why there wasn't much backlash at the very beginning of Fallout 76's life, because even though the prices were a bit on the steep side, people were being showered with atoms in the personal challenges. As time went by, those atoms started drying up, leading on to the second, more reliable source of atoms. And that was the daily and weekly challenges. So basically, every single day, understandably, you could log in and there'd be a bunch of challenges. If you did all of them, you'd be awarded about 50 to 60 atoms a day. And the weekly challenges, of course, would be more difficult, but you had longer to complete them, and the rewards tended to be a little bit on the higher side. So you get maybe 150 atoms if you completed all of those in a week. I should say, though, some of these could be very, very time-consuming indeed. Tracking down 10 different sorts of alcohol, that can actually take a while. Anyway, if you get all that together, basically from the challenges, you've got maybe 600 atoms a week or so if you log in every day and do literally every challenge. And now I think you can see how the mathematics of the situation starts to present a bit of a problem, which is part of the promise that was made by Bethesda was to buy things simply by earning atoms in-game. Because if something shows up costing 1,400 atoms that's only available for one day, you physically can't earn enough from the challenges in-game to be able to afford that. Now in theory, your character might be able to meet enough personal character challenges to get enough atoms together to buy the item without having to actually spend any money, but as those get progressively harder and slower to come by, that's only a temporary solution, and as people's characters got to a higher and higher level, it became less and less workable. So the number of timed exclusives was going up, but on December 15th, everything got a whole lot worse. That was the day the Holiday in Motors bundle was added to the Atom Store. Now the price of that was 2,400 atoms, but don't worry, it's been reduced to 1,200 atoms. What a good deal! There was just one problem. They'd never actually been in the store before. And that was followed the next day by the Coming to Town Christmas bundle, discounted to 2,000 atoms, down from 3,000, which it had never actually been, because both of these items arrived in the store pre-discounted. Now, that's obviously a bit on the dodgy side, and depending on what country you're in, there are actually some very strict rules about how items can't be marked as discounted until they've actually been sold at the original price for a certain amount of time. A couple of days later, the discounted labeling had just quietly disappeared. Bethesda realised this was not a very good idea, but they were joined by another 2,000 atom Christmas bundle, and there was plenty of Christmas cheer yet to come. 1,200 atoms for some Christmas trees, time limited to 2 days. A waving Santa, 800 atoms, 2 days. Christmas light power armor, 1,000 atoms, 7 days limited, and more beyond that too. Basically a hell of a lot of time limited Christmas items. But time moved on and Christmas came to an end, probably somewhere around late December 25th, if I had to guess. And in the new year, there was something new making its first appearance inside the Atom Store. And that was a sale. An actual sale, I mean, not the slightly confusing Christmas sale that probably wasn't actually a thing. The 2076 glasses, which had been in the Atom Store from the very first day, were now being reduced from their original price, 760 atoms, down to 380, 50% off. Now, we need to talk about this in detail because there's a lot of interesting things to discuss around pricing and discounting when you're selling purely online items, effectively selling data in what we in marketing would typically call perceived value. And this is something I know a bit about because before I was a YouTuber, as many of you will know, I worked for many years in marketing. So a lot of this makes a lot of sense to me. So, okay, perceived value. This is a bit complicated, so let me give you a really simple example. There's a very old truism in restaurants that many people order the second cheapest bottle of wine on a wine list. This is because many people don't really understand wine that well, so they don't want to spend extra money on expensive wine when they don't see the advantage of it. But they also don't want to order the cheapest wine, as they assume that's the worst one, and they don't want to look cheap in company. Therefore, the second cheapest bottle of wine. The point of that story is that people come up with an idea of what something is worth based on contextual information, such as what other similar things cost, because often we don't have enough information or expertise to know whether something actually is good value or not. And this is where we get to Fallout 76's time-limited sales. You see, in physical shops, sales are often used to shift stock to make space for new stuff, but in the Atom Store, that doesn't really make sense. There's no stock, so an online sell in this environment is much more likely to be about perceived value. Because if you compare an item at its full price with the exact same item at half that price, then the latter can often be perceived as a good value. And in a time limit to that deal, you've got some good old fear of missing out tossed in. But does that actually make sense when it comes to online microtransactions when what's being sold is data? Physical items have a cost price, a cost that it takes to manufacture it. Some items cost more than others because they cost more to produce. But why in Fallout 76 do power armor skins cost around 1,500 atoms, whereas regular clothing costs more in the mid to high hundreds, and hats only cost a couple of hundred? It's not because they cost more to manufacture, these are just numbers that were invented by Bethesda. There's no reason whatsoever why 380 atoms for a pair of glasses is better value than 760 atoms. But if you flag something as being half price, and only half price if you buy it today, then plenty of people will decide it is better value and potentially grab it. And clearly, they did. Because while this was the first sale, it most definitely would not be the last. These things completely exploded across the Atom Store. Over the course of February and into early March, there was a massive expansion of flash sales. These would start happening pretty much constantly. I should clarify, by the way, Bethesda didn't invent any of this. These are old, well-established marketing tricks that just happen to have a particular relevance to gaming microtransactions. And it's something well worth keeping in mind in any gaming marketplace, not just this one. And then another very major mistake was made. The date is January 29th, 2019, and a couple of new outfits have just been introduced into the store. The Unstoppable outfits, modelled after a team of superheroes in the Fallout universe. They cost 800 atoms each, but almost immediately, a banner was noticed on the front page of Fallout 76. If you and your teammates were dressed up as the Unstoppables, all of you would gain bonus health. In short, there was a clear demonstrable gameplay advantage that was giving some people a competitive advantage over other people. The very specific thing that Bethesda said was not going to be allowed to happen. Obviously, this bonus was pulled pretty much straight away. But despite those hiccups, February in general was actually a pretty good time for the Atom Store, with a series of updates arriving that didn't really have the large number of time-limited items that had characterized Christmas. For example, we had the Playtime update, followed by Terror in the Night, and then Rest and Relaxation. And in pretty much all of these updates, there were basically no time-limited items whatsoever.
Cleansing
there
the
was
shrine
just new
will
stuff
set the
entering
Empress
store
and her
that people
forces
could
back,
save up for if
but
that's
it
what
will
they
not,
wanted
that
to
is.
do. It was
It is the
probably
center
the best
of the
month in the
Empress's
Atom Store's
power.
history in terms of
Another
work as people had
masterwork I now
anticipated it
regret.
would ahead of launch. Even more encouragingly, when the Valentine's Day special event rolled around, Share the Love, it looked like Bethesda had learnt the lessons of Christmas and realised they might have gone a bit over the top during the holiday period. As once again, there were no time-limited items. Everything that was added, people could save up for, if that's what they wanted. So, I'd argue that February was probably the best month the Atom Store ever had. And then, February 22nd happened. And something very interesting indeed showed up, and it got almost no attention at the time because it was so damn insignificant. But it would have some very significant consequences. On February 22nd, the Mothman frame came back. Now, I know that sounds like absolutely nothing. In fact, you may have forgotten I already mentioned the Mothman frame about 10 minutes ago or thereabout. This was a time-limited item introduced back in December that was only available for a single day. It was very clearly sold as an exclusive. Buy it this day or it's gone. It is only available for one day. But on February 22nd, it came back. Having appeared as a single-day flash item on December 7th, it returned for another single-day flash sale on February 22nd. Now, we've touched on this briefly a moment ago with time-limited flash sales and the idea of generating a fear of missing out on value, and with the Christmas time-limited items and how they created scenarios where it wasn't feasible to earn enough atoms in the allotted time that an item was available to purchase. But in the return of the Mothman frame, this was taken to a new level, and it clearly highlights the phenomenon of engineered scarcity. Now, as we've mentioned a moment ago, there's no stock for data. You can't run out of Mothman frames, but scarcity is a really great driver to encourage people to purchase. Buy now, only available while supplies last, all that business. And so scarcity must be created by taking the item away. But the return of the Mothman frame demonstrates how artificial this is. Items can be flagged as being about to disappear, have a small sale attached to them to maximise both perceived value and the fear of missing out, and then get brought back later. And this can keep being done indefinitely. With no stock to worry about, that data can just keep being removed and later restored, effectively forever. And this clearly worked, because Bethesda pretty soon after this started doing it a lot. It's referred to in the store as items being sent to the vault, i.e. they're about to be removed from the storefront, a process by which a bunch of items are briefly discounted and then removed, while other items that had previously been time limited and removed then returned in their place. The first major instance of this was on April the 2nd, when many items, including some that had been in the store from the very beginning, were briefly put on sale and then removed. And as I say, this process was very heavily expanded. In fact, if we go over to the very most recent update to the time of recording, the December the 3rd update, a bunch of Free States items which had previously been sent to the vault have returned. 16 items, in fact, with 2 bundles covering some of them, but only for 1 week. While at the same time, a bunch of items are leaving with a final sale, together with 7 one-day flash sales. As I say, this is now hugely widespread. But, so far, with the exception of the Christmas sales that weren't really sales and the Unstoppables issue in January, we've really just been discussing the introduction of marketing techniques. It's not great, sure, but it's the same tactics you'd see from pretty much any retailer. But then we entered March and the water started to heat up. You see, on March 26th, the Survival Mode Beta began, a brand new mode in which people were free to attack each other without any limitations whatsoever. Up until that point in Adventure Mode, you were able to shoot other characters, but unless they actually fired back and thus formally began a duel, the damage you were inflicting was significantly reduced. But it still existed, and you were also able to attack other people's camps, again with massively reduced damage, but you were able to do so. Now, while many people were focused on survival mode, something kind of slipped under the radar a bit, which is, at the same time as it came out, changes were made to adventure mode to remove some of those systems I was just describing a moment ago. Now, non-hostile damage was reduced to 0. In short, if you tried to shoot another player, it would do literally nothing. And those confirmations the same day, the same protection would subsequently be extended to camps. In short, outside of specific PvP events and workshop disputes, there would now be 0 PvP inside Adventure Mode. It would be exclusively limited to the new Survival Mode. However, within a few months, Survival Mode would be shut down, with accompanying messaging indicating that Nuclear Winter was going to be filling the role of the PvP mode from now on, clearly indicating that Adventure Mode was now effectively seen as a PvE non-competitive mode, and that's very important because we need to go into the exact promises that were made by Bethesda about the Atom Store. Because while it was generally reported ahead of Fallout 46's launch that the store was going to be cosmetics only, that wasn't actually the message that Bethesda had been broadcasting most of the time. Instead, pre-release interviews were very clear. The Atom Store would confer no competitive advantage, which is very clearly distinct from cosmetics only. So, let's just say as a thought experiment, what if you were to remove pretty much all the competitive aspects of the game, leaving Adventure Mode as pretty much entirely a PvE cooperative world? Well, technically, at that point, giving people items that provide gameplay advantages isn't actually providing you competitive advantage. After all, we're all on the same team and there's no competition anymore, so if you sort of squint a bit, less than a month later, the first utility item was released, the repair kit. Now, the repair kit was a very simple item. Basically, as you probably guessed from the title, you could use it to instantaneously repair any weapon or any piece of armor. And the argument used by Bethesda when this was launched is very simple. These items are offering convenience, not advantage, and thus they're fine. However, I'd argue a very important line was crossed at this moment. You see, up to this point, weapons could only be repaired with scrap, and scrap was acquired by looting. As I discussed at length in my own video about what went wrong with Fallout 76 and how to fix it, the scrap gathering rate is relatively slow in this game, as the component yield per item has been reduced from 4 to 4. But thanks to Repair Kit, you can now skip component gathering for weapon maintenance. In short, less grind, more play. This also means there's suddenly a financial benefit to Bethesda if players get bored of travelling around and gathering scrap for maintenance because they can just pay to skip it. In effect, this is very similar to an XP boost item, like Ubisoft has been using recently, a paid mechanism that speeds up the game and thereby creates a financial incentive to make the default experience slower so they can sell you a solution to a problem they've created. So that brings us to April 23rd, and that's not all that was going on at that point. One other thing I do want to draw attention to, and just keep your eye on this as we go forward, the price of new items entering the shop that were time limited really started to go up as time went by. Roughly at this point, end of April into the beginning of May, there was the 4 Riders of the Apocalypse event, where basically 4 items of time-limited power armor were introduced one by one into the Atom Store, each costing 1,400 atoms, at the exact same time as the Nuka-Shine power armor was introduced into the store, also costing 1,400 atoms, also available for a single week. In short, there were some very expensive time-limited items floating around simultaneously, not wholly unlike what had happened back in December 2018. But there was one other new idea that had just shown up as well, and this one was very, very interesting indeed. On June the 10th, Bethesda launched the E3 bundle. Basically, if you bought 1,000 atoms, normally you would get a bonus of an extra 100 atoms, but during E3, if you bought that 1,000, you get yourself an extra 500, together with 6 repair kits and an exclusive clothing item, the Elder's Battle Coat from Fallout 4. Now, this is again a very important line that we need to note was crossed at this point, because once again, one of the promises made all along was, if you want to, you can just earn your atoms in game and spend them in the store. And up to this point, that did technically remain true. Sure, huge numbers of time-limited items were introduced that cost thousands and thousands of atoms that might only be available for a single day or a single week, but in theory, if you'd been saving up your atoms, you could buy them. The Elder's Battle Coat was the first item that could not be purchased under any circumstances with in-game currency, because the only way to obtain it was by buying this special 1,000 atom bundle. In short, you paid money or you didn't get it at all. Regardless, it does rather seem to have worked, because it was repeated twice almost immediately. In July, Bethesda did the QuakeCon bundle, an almost identical deal that got you the Revolutionary General's uniform, and then in August, the Gamescom bundle, again pretty much identical, but this time handing over the arguably much more desirable and recognisable Mechanist outfit. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here, because we're not actually done with June yet. In fact, we're not even nearly done with June. 2 very big things happened in the second half of June. First, Nuclear Winter began, and had a rather interesting twist to it, which is the only items you're allowed to wear in Nuclear Winter were those from the Atom Store. Now, part of the reason why the original Atom Store never really bugged me in Fallout 76 was there were a huge number of other outfits I could wear anyway. There's no shortage of outfits in Adventure Mode. In fact, I've got some rather snazzy ones I wouldn't want to trade out with the Atom Store stuff. I'd rather like what I've already got. But in Nuclear Winter, all of that changed. Either you got it from the Atom Store, or you went in the default jumpsuit. Now, that might not seem like the worst thing in the world. Again, we're just talking about cosmetics, except maybe we're not. Because let's just take a look at Nuclear Winter. Now, on both the nuclear winter maps, you may notice something, which is there's an awful lot of trees, a lot of brush, a lot of browns and greens, basically a very large amount of rural environment, which you'll spend a lot of time crawling through, not wanting to be seen. Because in nuclear winter, generally, whichever team sees you at the first is going to have a very significant advantage. Now, by default, and if you never go into the Atom Store, you're going into that environment in a bright blue jumpsuit with shiny gold trim on it. However, there are certain items that at various points you've been able to get from the Atom Store, like for example, various forms of camouflage gear, which a case could certainly be made might give you a certain advantage going up against people wearing, once again, bright blue and gold jumpsuits. But on June 25th, something very, very important happened, which is accompanying patch 10.5, a new type of bundle entered the shop, which began with the Mothman bundle. A bundle which had something very, very special about it, which is it was made up of items you could buy individually, all except for one, the best one, the smoke machine, the only smoke machine at the time in Fallout 76. And if you wanted to get hold of that smoke machine, the only way to do it was to buy the entire bundle. 1,500 atoms, only available for 7 days. This was the first time that had ever happened, where a single exclusive item was being bundled with items that otherwise you could have bought individually. But it most certainly wouldn't be the last, suggesting it was in fact quite successful. In fact, just a few weeks later, the Green Thumb bundle would do precisely the same thing. Roll forward 2 more weeks to August 6th, 1,500 atoms for the Invasion from the Stars bundle. Again, one exclusive outfit, in with a bunch of stuff that otherwise you could have purchased individually. Yeah, these things became so common, one has to assume they sold very well. Still, I'm once again getting ahead of myself here, because I've sort of skipped over July, and July once again saw a bit of an escalation in the amount of new exclusive stuff into the store. On July the 2nd, 2 bundles and 2 outfits entered the store. Every single one of them time limited to a single week. Every single one of them costing over 1,000 atoms. In fact, the combined price for all 4 was 5,300 atoms in a single week if you didn't want to miss out on the time limited exclusives. And so time moves forward to August the 20th and patch 12, and a whole bunch of very interesting stuff happened simultaneously. One, the Vault raids began, and while these technically didn't have anything to do with the Atom Store, I would say indirectly they most certainly did, because the Vault raids are fighting a very, very large number of enemies who will keep throwing themselves at you in waves for a very, very long time indeed. A reminder, guns in Fallout 76 have condition, and even though we played on the easier Vault raid difficulty, and I went in with a character spec'd with decently high intelligence, whose weapons therefore degraded slightly more slowly than they might do so otherwise, my weapon went from full condition down to broken 2 or 3 times in the course of a single raid. Now, the game never explicitly recommends that you might want to buy some repair kits to go into the Vault raids, but they certainly make life an awful lot easier, and an argument could certainly be made that an uptick in the sale of repair kits would certainly be a foreseeable result of releasing the Vault raids. On top of that, once again, the introduction of time-limited exclusive items started stepping up and up and up. On this occasion, 6 different time-limited raider items were introduced, a combined cost of 4,000 atoms, and on top of that, the Future Tech bundle was released, 1,000 atoms for another bundle, which was made mostly out of items you could have bought individually, aside from one exclusive globe. But on that, you have to buy everything else too. Though perhaps the most infamous thing that was added during that update was the train station signs. Starting from August 20th, there were little portals inside the train stations dotted around Appalachia, which if you clicked on them, took you directly to the Atom Store. Though Bethesda quickly realised that one was going a bit too far, and by September the 10th, those were gone again in patch 13. And speaking of patch 13 on September the 10th, yeah, I feel like this is the point many people feel like the water was really starting to heat up a bit, because this was the day that the fridge and the collection station were added into the game, and a utility section was added into the camp tab in the Atom Store. Now, just in case you missed this, the collection station is basically a little robot that you can set to automatically gather scrap on your behalf. The fridge, meanwhile, means that food degrades a little bit more slowly. Now, the collection station in particular, I think people have some issues with, because the collection station, as I say, was basically a way of producing scrap. Not much scrap, mind, but you've got to remember, scrap is the single most important currency in Fallout 76 by quite some way. Scrap does everything. Build your weapons, maintain your armor, build your camp, everything. Everything is done by scrap. But technically, of course, as we actually discussed before, this isn't actually really giving anybody a competitive advantage, because these days, adventure mode is pretty much just a PvE mode, and these items have no relevance to nuclear winter whatsoever. So, once again, you're not really selling a competitive advantage, you're selling convenience, which is not cosmetics, but sort of sits uncomfortably in the middle. That wasn't enough, however, to stop a quite significant backlash. People were not desperately thrilled by the fridge and the collection station, because it felt like the most explicit example yet of people just buying themselves a gameplay advantage. There was also one other thing in this update that generally wasn't really commented on at the time, but I think is worth mentioning during this full history of the Atom Store, which is wallpaper. Wallpaper was introduced, and it was a very interesting item indeed, because up to this point, the Atom Store overwhelmingly sold extra iterations of stuff you could already have in the main game. So in the main game, there was a bunch of clothing, but if you wanted to, you could have extra clothing from the store. You had a selection of hairstyles available to you, you could buy more hairstyles from the store. Loads of icons available to you, but others available in the store. Wallpaper was different, because there is no wallpaper in the base game. Either you have totally bare walls, or you have to go into the store and buy some wallpaper. There is no wallpaper whatsoever outside of purchasing it with Atoms. Again, this wasn't really commented on at the time, but it set a precedent we'll be revisiting in a moment, whereby it was okay for entirely new type items to be created inside the store that had no equivalent whatsoever in the base game. And of course, it should barely even need pointing out by now, but yes indeed, there was a brand new bundle introduced at this point too, the Down Home Dweller bundle. 1,000 atoms if you wanted the exclusive statue inside, that was mixed in with a bunch of items that otherwise you would have been able to buy individually. Now perhaps in response to the backlash against the Collectron and the fridge, on October 17th is where things start getting very, very interesting indeed. We got our clearest communication yet about the state of the game. Firstly, it was announced that imminently private servers will be arriving as a paid service, but arguably, and to my mind more interestingly, an update on the financial blend that underpins the game. To quote the update, our approach to these items at launch was to keep them purely cosmetic. But after looking at all the data, it became clear that to consistently deliver content that keeps Fallout 76 fresh and exciting for all, we needed to rethink our approach to the atomic shop. Effectively, this is a fairly overt admission that a purely cosmetic shop had not been making enough money, and that the financial plan behind Fallout 76 had changed to include utility items in the shop going forward. Pete Hutton actually provided a tiny bit more detail the very next day on Twitter, when he confirmed that the utility items had been very successful in the shop so far, and that the financial plan underpinning Fallout 76 had indeed changed to include them. This of course led almost immediately into Update 14, the update with private servers, or to give them their final name, the Fallout First service, and yeah, this is where things get very, very interesting indeed. Fallout First was announced and simultaneously launched, but on top of providing private servers, it was a more general offering, also including special armored items that were reserved exclusively for their users, which once again, just like the 3 convention bonus outfits, were now permanently locked behind a paywall. More outfits that could never, under any circumstances, be purchased with atoms that were earned in-game. Now, Fallout First, as I'm sure you noticed, received a lot of mockery, but to my mind, a lot of it sort of missed the point of Fallout First, which is, I don't think Bethesda ever thought or ever believed that this was a thing they were going to be selling to everybody who was playing the game, and the key clue for me is the atoms that are included within Fallout First membership. As long as you're a member of Fallout First, you receive 1,650 atoms every month. Now, that's interesting. That's very, very interesting indeed, because that to mine gives you a pretty clear idea who this is actually actually for. It's for a minority of players who are already frequent players and, given the atoms, probably frequent spenders, because the price of the monthly subscription was broadly the same as just buying that many atoms. If you were going to be buying that many atoms regardless, it made perfect sense to sign up to Fallout first. You just got some extra stuff on top of the atoms too. But let's dig into the motivations a bit here. From Bethesda's side, obviously it makes life a lot easier just speaking financially, because it makes revenue more predictable. As soon as you've got a certain number of people in these plans and you understand the churn rate, the proportion of people who fail to renew and thus drop out on average every month, you can confidently predict revenue going forward, which is always going to be welcome. But perhaps more importantly, it changes the consumer thought process. When you're buying atoms if and when you decide you want a shop item, the consideration is, do I want this enough to justify buying the atoms? But as soon as you already have the atoms as part of your subscription, then it's just a question of what you're going to spend them on, what you like most, rather than whether you like anything at all. And of course, maybe most importantly of all for Bethesda, it takes the most hardcore player base, of which there is clearly a significant number, and converts those people into regular subscribers. Now that could potentially tell us a lot about the new financial model that Bethesda's pursuing, because we already know the plan to monetize the general community through the Atom Store isn't working perfectly. Could the new plan be to more extensively monetize the existing hardcore player base? And to use that rather unpleasant dehumanizing term, was this about getting more out of the whales? Whether or not that was explicitly the plan, it does seem a likely result. A person committed enough to the game to join Fallout first will almost certainly be yielding more per month than a non-subscriber. But that wasn't actually the only thing to happen on October 23rd, though obviously everything else did get a bit trampled under the narrative of Fallout first. You see, the following things all entered the Atomic Store on October the 23rd. 1. A massive one-day sale of previous bundles, all of which had 30% off. 2. The ability to customize your loot bag. Again, just like wallpaper, there was no equivalent of this in the base game. In the base game, you just had your loot bag, it looked like what it looked like. There was no option to change it whatsoever. The only personalization available was exclusively through the Atom Store. And 3. A brand new Halloween camp bundle, which, yes indeed, had itself an exclusive item. In fact, it was a second smoke machine, just like the Mothman bundle that had kicked off the exclusive bundle several months before. And that wasn't all, because between October 23rd and October 29th, a huge number of new items entered the store for Halloween, almost every single one of them time limited. This was 16 items and 2 bundles. The combined cost of purchasing all of it was 8,000 atoms. Absolutely all of it time limited. You may remember I mentioned earlier, keep an eye on the total combined value of new time limited stuff being added into the store, because I believe that is the highest amount added in a single week since the madness of Christmas 2018. But there was one other small thing as well, something so small I didn't even realise it till I went to actually go and check, which is so many items were added that were time limited, there was in fact only a single new item added to the store that wasn't time limited. Skip forward a few weeks to the Thanksgiving update of November 26th, and basically the same thing happens. 5 new Thanksgiving-themed items are added, at a fairly modest combined cost of 2,800 atoms, it must be said, but, once again, only a single non-time-limited item was introduced. At this point, the vast majority of items being added into the store are time-limited. Almost nothing's being added in that isn't. You see, because so many items that are being introduced are time limited, and thus drop out of the store after a few days, and even items that are returning having previously been taken away are time limited themselves, so once again, they drop out almost immediately, the store is actually weirdly empty at the minute. In fact, it's emptier now than it was at launch. So if we just have a quick look through the apparel tab here, this was recorded on December the 6th, by the way. Let's see how many items of clothing I'm actually allowed to buy. So we've got the Scarecrow here, but that will be gone in 4 days' time. Ditto to the Cryptid Enthusiast right here, gone in 4 days' time. Vampire, that time limit's only on the sale, so that will be remaining in a few days' time. Then we've got ourselves the denim suit right here. Pristine Mow the Mole. This doesn't count because this is skins and paint rather than an actual outfit. These 2 bundles are just selling these outfits right here. So we've got ourselves Survivalist and Revolutionary, but again, both of those are gone in 4 days. And then skipping down to the bottom, we've got ourselves the Stars and Stripes Ops Under Armour, but that's it. That's literally everything available in the store. Everything else showing up here is stuff I've previously unlocked. That's literally it. So by my count, that's 6 outfits and 1 bit of Under Armour. That's literally all I could buy in the store right now, because Bethesda have become so obsessed with everything being time limited that things just sort of disappear. And there's nothing actually, you know, left. In fact, if I just very quickly go back to that screenshot we had right at the beginning, the state of the shop back on day 1, launch day, there are 8 outfits right there. And you can see I would be able to scroll. There were a lot more outfits. Somehow, despite the large number of outfits that have been created over the last year, there are now less outfits in the shop now than there were on launch day, which just feels insane. And that broadly is where we are now, a very odd position for the Atom Store indeed to my mind. Starting off as just a simple cosmetic store, the Atom Store's changed a lot over the last year, and we now know that's in part because the original model just wasn't working for Bethesda, and that moving from selling just cosmetics to selling convenience has been successful, at least from a purely financial perspective. But the game's got some really big changes coming up. Fallout First is still fresh, and to date, Bethesda hasn't confirmed how well Fallout First is performing next to their expectations, and likely they never will. But if the subscription revenue can keep the game going, that could change the balance of how much effort goes into new stuff for the general shop versus the subscribers. On the other hand, the performance of Wastelanders will matter a huge amount as well. If that turns out to be successful, and maybe even claws back enough goodwill,
a sacred ceremony
on Steam could
brought me a
reinvigorate the
homeland,
player base somewhat,
forgotten
that could change the balance of monetization options too, pushing the balance back in favour of a store that very likely will be seeing more utility items in future, regardless. I'll be watching with great interest what happens over the next year, and in particular, what gets announced in the E3 showcase, because the priorities there could very easily inform us which part of the player base is actually making money. It's a fascinating one. It's a really fascinating one, and I'll definitely say the water's definitely warmer than it was. It might get hotter yet too. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Ah, we've got a gate key here. I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake, I've made a mistake! This is going to take all of my skill and cunning as a hunter.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this video. So Fallout 76 just got a massive update. This is one of the biggest updates the game has gotten in a while. In this video, I'm going to be going over quite a bit of information that Bethesda just shared within the Inside the Vault with you guys over this new update that just happened today. So yeah, let's go ahead and get into this. I would love to know your guys' thoughts about this update as well. Feel free to talk about it in the comments. So yeah, as you can see, Bethesda shared this Inside the Vault article today over the patch notes with the pit update. As you see, the first paragraph states, our latest update for Fallout 76 launches today, and it brings the Expedition system to Fallout 76, which will take you beyond Appalachia's borders for the very first time as you embark on missions to the pit. It also introduces Fallout 76 Season 10 and a slate of new rank-up rewards, as well as a new wave of gameplay improvements and bug fixes. Which, in case you don't know about these new expeditions within the update, they are basically like Daily Ops 2.0. They are like larger scale daily operations. There's more missions, and you're traveling to a whole new location to take on these repeatable missions. You'll see what I'm talking about further in this. So if you're a fan of doing daily ops, then you're going to absolutely love what Bethesda has added within this update. So yeah, anyways, here are the update highlights, which I'll be getting more into detail about all of these highlights further in this video. But as you can see, the first highlight is about Respawners Reborn. It states, head to the White Spring Refuge inside the White Spring Resort to meet a new generation of Respawners. They are working hard to lend aid to all who are in need, both at home in Appalachia and in distant settlements, using their vertibird. Next highlight here is Charge Up and Take Flight. As you can see, it states, even the Responders could use a helping hand. Complete new daily quests at the White Spring Refuge to earn their trust, and to charge up the Vertibird's ultrasight battery. Next highlight here is head into the pit. Fire up the Vertibird and use it to lead expeditions to the pit, where you can take on our first 2 missions, Union Dues and From Ashes to Fire. Lend your firepower to the industrious Union, who have been embroiled in a battle against the treacherous Fanatic Raiders. Next highlight here is earn stamps and claim rewards. Complete missions in the pit to earn legendary weapons and armor, legendary modules, in-game currencies, and more. You also receive stamps based on your performance, which you can use to buy specific rewards in the White Spring Refuge. And the last highlight here is over the new Season 4 videos. There'll be loads of goodies in there. As you can see, it states earn score to rank up and claim a host of new rewards, including the Auto Axe and Union Power Armor on the Fallout 76 Season 10 scoreboard. Red Rocket Across America presents the City of Steel. Alright, so yeah, that's the highlights of this update. Pretty interesting. Anyways, now let's go to get into the update sizes. Oh my gosh, they are absolutely massive. As you see, on PC Steam, it's going to be a 23.5 gigabyte download. PC within the Microsoft Store, it's going to be a 73.5 gigabyte download. On PlayStation, it's going to be a whopping 77.1 gigabyte download. And on Xbox, it's going to be an 80.8 gigabyte download. So yeah, definitely a massive size update if you ever get to, which is, you know, always nice. Love it when Fallout 76 gets some love. But anyways, further in this article, Bethesda gets into the expeditions in the pit. So yeah, let's go ahead and talk about this. As you can see, it states within this, we are introducing the expedition system, which will take you and up to 3 other teammates beyond the reaches of Appalachia for the first time in order to complete challenging and repeatable missions. While anyone can participate in an expedition, we currently recommend reaching level 50 and higher for the best experience. So yeah, this is basically going to be like the daily ops, except on a larger scale and at a new location. So if you enjoy daily ops, you're definitely going to enjoy the expeditions. This whole new system they're adding. But yeah, anyways, getting more into this, the responders are back. With more and more people returning to Appalachia, some have discovered the responders of days past and decided to take up their mantle and mission to provide aid to anyone in need. This new generation of responders have set up a base of operations inside the White Spring Resorts and named it the White Spring Refuge. Recently, the responders have managed to find and restore a vertibird. With your help, they are hoping to use it to expand their efforts to distant settlements across the wasteland. Visit the White Spring Refuge to start the Responders Reborn quest, which will introduce you to many of the noble souls who make up the new responders. Along the way, you will learn about the responders' goals, earn their trust, and gain access to lead expeditions using their vertibird. So yeah, pretty interesting. I wonder where else we're going to fly to in the future within these expeditions. But yeah, anyway, some more information over this. As you can see, it states charge up and take flight. To kick off an expedition, you will need to make the vertibird flight ready by charging its ultrasight battery cell. Unfortunately, ultracell charge is in short supply, and the responders keep theirs tightly rationed. After completing the Responders Reborn quest, you can visit the White Spring Refuge every day to automatically start 3 different Refuge daily quests. In exchange for your help, the responders will grant you 25% ultracell charge for completing certain Refuge daily quests. Complete all 3 of your quests for today and you will earn enough to charge the vertibird's battery up to 100%, which will enable you to lead an expedition. You can hold a maximum of 100% ultracell charge at any given time, and all of it will be consumed when you start a new expedition. Visit the Collections tab in the Pip-Boy to view how much ultracell charge you have at any given time. Please note, you can currently complete Refuge daily and lead an expedition once per day. However, you can join expeditions led by others as often as you would like. We've added an expeditions team to the public teams list, which provides bonus experience for completing expeditions and will help you find teammates more easily. Anyways, getting into more information. Next here we have embark on missions to the pit. A recent arrival to the White Spring Refuge alerted the responders to the dire situation in a city known as the Pit. There, members of the Union are under siege by a vicious band of Fanatic raiders who are working to expand their territory by any means necessary. Our first 2 missions, Union Dues and From Ashes to Fire, will take you deep into the heart of the conflict in the Pit to bolster the Union's efforts, save their people from the raiders' cruelty, and sabotage the Fanatics' plans at every turn. For Union Dues, Fanatic raiders have overtaken the Foundry, a steel mill that the Union had been using as a stronghold and home base. As you touch down in the Pit, you will rendezvous with Hex, a leader of one of the Union local chapters. Hex will share details with you about how to sabotage the Fanatics' operations so the Union can take steps toward reclaiming the Foundry. Within the From Ashes to Fire mission, you'll have to get in contact with the Nilo, who will send you on a rescue mission to Sanctum. There, ruthless Fanatics have imprisoned and enslaved many members of the Union. Prepare an escape path for captive Union members, free as many of them as you can, and then raid mayhem with Sanctum to hit the Fanatics where it hurts. Once you fully charge the vertibird's battery, open the map, select the expedition icon, and move left or right to choose which mission you'd like to start. As you play through a mission, you will receive 3 randomized objectives, which will help keep your experiences feeling fresh from one playthrough to the next. In addition, you will receive optional objectives that you can complete along the way. The more optional objectives you and your teammates complete, the better your rewards will be at the end of the mission. Don't worry if you need to step away from the game in the middle of a mission because the objectives are checkpoint. Even if you close the game, you'll be able to pick up where you left off the next time you log in. Oh, that's good to know. Anyways, next up here, lastly, about the pit expeditions, will be about the rewards. It states every time you finish a mission, you will earn up to 5 legendary items based on how many primary and optional objectives you and your team completed. You will also receive 1 legendary module with a chance to earn a second, some legendary scripts or treasury notes, loot, and experience. Once per week, you will earn a random item from the pool of rare expeditions themed rewards by completing all optional objectives during a mission. So yeah, it's important to complete the optional ones. It states here, please note, due to an issue discovered just before patch day, the weekly rare reward will not be available initially following today's maintenance. We plan to hotfix this issue as soon as possible. We currently expect to hotfix on Thursday, September 15th, so that players can still earn their rare reward for this week. All other mission rewards like currencies, legendary items, and modules can still be earned today as normal. Rare rewards can include mods for the Auto Axe and Union Power Armor, new outfits, pit-themed furnishings for your camp, and more. It also states you will not earn duplicate items from the Rare Expeditions reward pool. Once you have learned the plan for one of these rewards, it can no longer drop as your weekly reward for completing a mission. The weekly Rare Expedition reward timer will reset for all players at 12 p.m. Eastern on Tuesday. With your arrival of expeditions, we're also introducing a new in-game currency called stamps. All expedition participants will earn stamps every time they complete a mission, and completing optional objectives will increase the number of stamps. The expedition leader will earn a few extra stamps due to the effort required to complete Refuge Daily Quest and charge at the Vertibird's battery. Bring your stamps to Giuseppe, a new vendor inside the White Spring Refuge, to exchange them for specific rare expedition rewards that you'd like to add to your collection. So yeah, that is the information Bethesda provided about the expeditions that are coming. Quite a lot of information there about that. I would love to know your guys' thoughts about this. But yeah, anyways, further in this article, it goes over the new Season 10 scoreboard. I'm not going to get too much into detail about this. I will say, though, it is important to do the Season 10 scoreboard because the Auto Axe and the Power Armor will be in the which is the new Power Armor and weapon we're getting within this update. The Auto Axe isn't too far in the scoreboard to unlock, too, which is nice. Now, lastly, in this video, I'm going to get into the additional design changes and improvements they had within this update. As you can see, for Appalachia, they updated the fast travel for certain points of interest like the White Spring Resort, the Rusty Pick, the Crater, Foundation, or Fort Atlas. Players can now decide whether to fast travel directly inside that location or to its exterior. So that'll help people save time on loading screens. I know I'll definitely appreciate this. Additionally, a new White Spring North entrance fast travel point has been added to the White Spring Resort. Players can discover it on foot and then use it to travel directly inside the White Spring Mall, which is once again nice. It helps save time. But yeah, as you can see, they also made an update with the Purveyor. Players can now purchase up to 100 legendary modules and up to 500 Vault Steel at once from the Purveyor. Also, there's a huge update with the White Spring Resort. It looks completely different on the inside now since this update. And also, there will be a legendary exchange machine inside of there, as well as a gold crushing machine. It'll be available inside of Artisan's Corner in the White Spring Mall. Also, they updated items, specifically the automatic melee weapons. Legendary versions of the auto melee weapons like the chainsaw, ripper, drill, etc. can now be crafted at weapons workbenches, and they can drop as legendary loots from events, quests, and legendary enemies. Gotta say, that's pretty sweet that we're going to be able to get a legendary chainsaw now. That is interesting. I wonder if it could actually be put into good use. But anyways, they also made an update with starting gear. With today's update, they have included some adjustments to the starting experience for dwellers who are taking their first steps out of Vault 76. The following changes should help players feel more prepared as they begin their journey to Appalachia. As you can see, new dwellers, if you just start this game as they exist, Vault 76, you'll get one 10mm pistol with 200 plus 10mm ammo, one combat knife, one light leather torso armor, one small backpack. Keep in mind, though, players will need to find and learn the plan in order to craft a small backpack. And you'll be able to start with them. And also, you're going to be able to start out with a variety of consumables, including stim packs, antibiotics, food, water, a Vault Tech supply package, and scrap and repair kits. So, plenty. In addition, they will now receive the bulk fed, which will prevent hunger and thirst from increasing for 2 hours. And finally, the resistance and damage for many creatures in the level 16 range have been reduced, which should help smooth out early combat. So all in all, if you're starting out as a new player, you're going to get plenty of starter items to help you within your journey. But yeah, also they have done a lot of bug fixes. Lots of bug fixes in this update. Seeing these are so awesome. It goes to show they are still putting in a lot of work with trying to upgrade this game. They have squashed many bugs, which is great to see. The game has definitely improved a lot since the beginning. I gotta give Bethesda credit on that. But yeah, I guess that's our wrapping up this video. Hope you all found this enjoyable. I'm out of here though. As always, thanks for taking the time, watching and listening. Until next time, peace. Hey, what's going on, everyone? Appreciate.
Despite the upcoming wave of new Nuka-Cola items, Bethesda is also planning to release lots of new prefabricated structures and a few building kits and bundles too. Let's dive in. Hello everyone, welcome back to another Fallout 76 video. In this item overview, I'm going to show you the major building highlights coming soon to the Wasteland, possibly in the following weeks for Atomic Shop items. As for Season 11 entries, well, that's only coming in December with the Nuka World on Tour DLC. Anyway, for this video, I selected 8 new prefabs, including
come on, man! Else have my bar!
Car. There's also a new exciting building kit for farming purposes and another canoe bundle. Alright, I hope you're ready. Let's get into the details. Who would have guessed that Bethesda was planning to release pirate ships? Huh. I mean, I have seen a few ship-looking camps in the past, so perhaps that's where they found inspiration to go forward with the idea. Anyway, there are 2 pirate ship prefabricated structures in the game files with the Nuka World on Tour DLC, and they are both labeled as Atomic Shop entries. The preview surely makes it look exciting and realistic. I mean, the ship is made of decaying wood and metal scraps, so it's fitting for the Wasteland reality. Now, if you are wondering about the second pirate ship, well, it's basically the same model. No kidding. In the game files, the 2 ships have very distinctive names. As you can see, there's the Sea Legs and the Land ships. However, both use the same exact asset. The only difference is the foundation part, as shown here. As to be expected, the Landlubber is the left one with a short foundation, which is meant for soil placement art. In contrast, on the right side, there's the long legs with very long wooden holes to place inside the water. It's very well thought, actually. After all, some water parts are quite deep, so without such a foundation, it would be difficult to allow the pirate ship to set sail, if you know what I mean. Well, as for the rest, both ships use the same exact asset for the structure. It comes with a lot of naval elements, such as round small windows, a real ship as the roof, broken flagpoles, and even a proper place if you wish to have some sort of wheel on. Let's not forget about the matching door too. It couldn't be any more fitting than this. As for the building space, there's plenty to go around, starting with the roof, which is pretty much an open book. You can even build on the roof parts, if I'm not mistaken. As for the cabin, first of all, it's connected to the roof with narrow stairs. Overall, it's not a large space, but it's a pretty cozy one. More than enough to turn it into your living quarters or command room. Here's a small tour inside to let you see how it looks like and to exemplify what can you do with it. I think this is one of the most creative prefabs Bethesda has come up with in the past few months. I'm impressed. What about you? What do you think about this one? Another unique fabricated structure on the way to the atomic shop in the following weeks is the watch post in a tree. It's pretty much one of the many existing tree houses in 76. This is a sort of small version though, with very little stairs. It's really not that tall, and the structure itself, it's also on the small side. Regardless, it's a cute little space that can be turned into your Wasteland dream house. It's actually the very first treehouse released to players, so I can only imagine some of you will be very happy to put your hands on this one. Anyway, this item features a huge dead tree supporting the watch post with prominent roots and branches, like the ones found in the Toxic Valley region. As for the building space, as I mentioned earlier, it's really tiny. It's like a cubicle, actually. Then again, this is not exactly a tree house, as the name indicates. It's supposed to be a watch post, so naturally it features a small space. Either way, it looks lovely, and it's perfect to create your secret little corner. You can even lock the door to block undesired guests from peeking around. Next in line we have the prison car, which looks like this intimidating train car. It's normal after all, it used to be for transporting prisoners, so yeah, that really doesn't look that cute. The great thing here is that it's the wasteland, so anything goes, as in anything with walls and a roof. It's the perfect place to take shelter or build a camp. Just like existing train car prefabs, this one also comes on top of a concrete foundation, and it's painted orange with lots of rust. There's also some sort of barrier at the car's entrance too, and I'm not entirely sure that's supposed to be the door. I don't think so, but who knows. Anyhow, the available space inside is the same as other train cars already in game. It's a vertical area with a decent amount of space. It's not exactly large as you...
My brain is dead. I think it's time for me to stop on this. It's been a while. It's been a while. Hardcore survival mode.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Skyrim. This looks a little bit different, and that's because it is. Welcome to brand new premium modded Giga Skyrim, where today the goal is simple. In this glorious, brave new world, I must survive 101 days. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this probably monolithically long video. Today we are playing as the wonderful and majestic Legolas Jr. He is the son of the legendary hero Legolas, who you saw in the last Survive 100 Days video, where I won't exactly spoil what happened in the video, but it's safe to say that Legolas, didn't exactly make it to day 100. Naturally, Legolas is here in the world of Skyrim to beat his father's challenge and survive until day 101. There are a few caveats, however. Caveat number 1. We are playing on legendary difficulty, meaning the damage we dish out is at only 25% power, and we receive 3 times as much damage from all sources, pretty much turning us into a paper airplane being yeeted into a monsoon. We're not going to get very far. To make matters even more difficult, we're also playing with the survival mode, meaning we need to eat, sleep, we can die if we get too cold, and there's a whole bunch more illnesses and diseases out there in the world that will 100% absolutely obliterate our character. Oh, and also there's no fast travel, so if you get stuck in the wild and something attacks you, you're very much going to be murdered. However, the base game experience of crossing through the wilderness of Skyrim, I've got to be honest, didn't feel that dangerous. So what I've done is mounted a roundabout 170 mods to Skyrim to not only make it beautiful, but also make it a whole bunch more immersive. There are new items, new enemies, new quests, new equipment, and new challenges. The entire combat system has massively been overhauled to make it a lot harder. You know how in Skyrim when you're fighting a bandit and you're just wailing on them, and even though their corpse has a health potion on it, they'll never ever use it? Well, now they actually will. Oh, and they'll also dodge, and they'll do more damage. And yes, we're a little bit buggered. So to make this challenge a little little bit more viable for myself, seeing as I made the world more challenging, I've decided to give myself a little bit of a fairer advantage in comparison to the last time. You see, Legolas's father was limited to the point where he couldn't wear any armor or use any weapons. He was completely restricted to magic. Legolas Jr., however, is not exactly limited in the same way. We are allowed to use weapons and light armor. We're going for a full archery build today, so anything that an archer seemingly would wear or use we can do. However, we're not allowed to enchant our armor, and we're not allowed to have enchanted weapons. All of those things just seem slightly too powerful and not exactly the true NPC-like experience that I'm going for. However, our lovely fur armor will not only keep us warm, it will also provide us with a little bit of defense. Not that it particularly matters when you're taking 3 times as much damage. Yes, pretty much anything in this world can and will kill us. Now, effectively, we start out as a little hunter in the wild. We've just seen a dragon head and investigate Helgen, which is a little bit dangerous, but we're gonna go and do it because I'm sure it's gonna set us off on a lovely and wonderful quest. Helgen itself is evidently not looking too good. However, over here on the floor, we're going to find a, yes, burnt corpse. This burnt corpse has a little leather journal on it. And this leather journal contains the actual story of the Chosen One of Skyrim, you know, the Dragonborn. Effectively, this is the timeline in which the Dragonborn never escaped Helgen and instead got sieged to a little potato farm. And sadly, we're all that's left to somehow save Skyrim from a dragon-based apocalypse. It's safe to say that we're not exactly going to do a very good job. Now, the game is telling me it wants me to go and investigate those caves, because I imagine that would loop us into the game. However, I don't exactly want to do that. No, thank you. I am not going it down because there's a giant bear in those caves. Instead, I'm going to go down to Riverwood and the local residents that, you know, there's a dragon about in the mountains, and maybe they'll give me some money for it. Now, there's a few key changes we've made to Skyrim, namely, the combat is completely overhauled. For example, I can dodge roll, the enemies can also dodge roll, and dodge rolling is, as you can imagine, horrifically useful. The entire world has generally been completely and utterly reshaped, and who knows what I'm going to be able to run into. Ah, lovely. Riverwood has been discovered. It is an absolutely beautiful location. However, I don't think we exactly want to stay here long. Now, I've told Sven about this whole dragon shenanigan business, and well, apparently I need to go talk to the Jarl of Whiterun. That's great. That's the main story. I'm not going to do that. My goodness. Okay, the world is very, very beautiful indeed, but I need to stop looking at it and instead focus on our quest of survival. And that quest of survival means I should probably make my way over to civilization. There's nothing really for us in Riverwood, so I need to head on over to the wonderful Whiterun, where hopefully, you know, there's actually going to be some people there. Oh, look at this atmospheric mist. Oh, okay, Todd. Yes, this is actually. Oh, there's a wolf. Oh, no. Okay, right. We've run into a problem. Wolves. Yeah, sure. Base Skyrim. Not that dangerous. It's not that dangerous at all. This is a base Skyrim. That boy just took off like a quarter of my health. Okay, run. This is legendary difficulty Skyrim. Luckily, my arrows are enough to deal with it, but there's still a few more. Oh, Jesus. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I'm down to half health. Okay, right. Stab. Please don't die. Not now. I do not want to die to my first wolf. Okay, come on. Leave me alone. I need another health potion. Okay, chug. Don't you attack me. Good. Yes, come on, pathfinding, please just die a bit. And fantastic. Okay, well, I've just used half my health potions and half my actual health in order to kill 4 wolves.
4 wolves.
Yeah, that's all we managed to do. Oh my goodness, and I've lost my arrows.
Sounds like the
I'm
town's
down
on
to
fire.
1/3
Shut
of my
up.
starting arrow supply. Okay, this is going to actually make our survival economy way more challenging and interesting than I thought it was going to be. I must say, survival mode is a rather large challenge. Literally just more than damage. First, we're going to enter the lovely city of Whiterun and introduce ourselves to the Jarl. Right, I've spoken to the Jarl, and they don't really have any quests for me. So instead, I'm actually going to leave the entirety of Whiterun behind, and instead, we're just going to head straight over to Riften. So we're off to Riften, ladies and gentlemen. Right, annoyingly, I don't think I can actually get into Riften at the moment because there's a shakedown at the entrance that would require me to have a higher speech skill, and it costs 75 gold, but I don't have 75 gold. I'm sure I could try and intimidate them, however, that would mean I'd have to fight them, and I'm probably not going to win that. So I need to somehow go and find 20 gold in the wild. Oh dear, I am so stranded. I could try and fast travel my way out of this situation using the carriage, but that would use up even more of my precious money. But it is getting very, very late at the moment. It is incredibly dark, and my character is getting cold, hungry, and tired. Right, welcome to day 2. I am starving to death because I've been waiting outside of Riften all day for, you know, one very important reason. And that is the fact that I had to wait for the Khajiit caravan to arrive so that I could sell the goods that I have on me in order to actually afford to pay the visitor's fee and get into the bloody city. Yep, I've never really had this kind of situation in Skyrim before where I can't actually access the city I'm trying to get into because I'm just fundamentally too poor, but you know, here we are. So we're gonna sell those
Here we
wolf
are.
pants that I had, also get rid of that Imperial chainmail, and then
You never
maybe
thought I
enough
would have
money to
too,
actually
but
afford
you
to
know,
enter.
here we are.
Hello there, Riften Guard. Yes, here it is. Oh, lovely. Right, well, I do enjoy a good scam artist, but hey, what can you do? Now, there is a lovely basic shop here in Riften, and I'm hoping that this kind of individual is likely to have, you know, basic arrows that we could hopefully afford. Now, of course, they've got some very high-end loot, like this, you know, backpack. Wow, you know, having a backpack is actually huge in this game now. However, we definitely can't afford that, and I don't actually think we can afford pretty much anything here. No, this is all incredibly expensive, except those iron arrows. They are affordable. How much can we even afford? Okay, we can afford 10 arrows. Oh, it's just so bad. It's so bad. Oh, dear, oh dear. Let us make our way over to the Keep of Riften and see if there's any work for us to do for the locals. Something kind of basic and simple, maybe just a little errand that we can manage. Right, into the Bee and Barb we go. Hopefully there's some business here for us. Hello there, Creever. Heard any rumors lately? Okay, I found a little bit of a nice, more simple quest for us. It seems rather simple. Lois here has basically purchased a horse from Sibby Blackbriar, who is now in jail in Riften. So we need to go into jail, get the little papers that prove the horse has been sold and that it's perfectly fine and legitimate. So we're gonna go and help Lois here and collect some documents from a lovely friend in the jail. So let's go find Sybil Blackbriar and go and gloat at his suffering because, you know, he sat behind bars. Down into the jail we go. Lovely stuff. Now I have to bribe a guard. Oh, it's fine. I'm allowed to be down here. There we go. Lovely. We can pass. Into the dungeon we go. Right, let's go visit our lovely friend over here. Yes, it's none other than Sibby Blackbriar himself.
Thank you for the support today. I realize that it's not so long of a session. It's only 8 hours right now, but I'll be back, you know, some point here today. You know, probably about 3, somewhere around there, and do some more, you know. Okay, and yeah. Yeah. And so, you know, thank you so much for, you know, the excellent support and stuff. And I will be back to play some more New World and stuff and do some more stuff.